machines, that money will be going, even though it's cash, coins in the machine, it'll be going
like I
through
said,
the computer system, and it's missing.
Right, and so exactly. And you're stealing when you take that from the guy who owns it without asking him or not telling him that you found those coins and asking him if you can have some of them. Because that's what I would have done. I would have said, "Hey, I found fucking $55,000 worth of them in here. Can I have a handful to give out to my friends? Because it'll look cool." I would fucking give them to you if I owned the place, wouldn't you? I'd be like, "Thanks, bro. Look, you just fucking saved me some money by me figuring out what happened with all those coins I was worried about." I know the guy that owned the place probably was missing, wondering where they went, because there was a lot of them. Maybe it happened over a small, over a long period of time, but gee whiz. Like he was telling me there was more in there and he was going to get more. And I was like, dude, don't do that, bro. Like, well, he asked me, he said I could keep anything I find in the vacuum. I'm like, dude, not the coins that fall down.
But they
program
is
money.
They program the people. They program the people from a young age. Like, do you remember Happy Days? You remember Fonzie?
Oh yeah.
He used to go up to the public phone and he used to just bang it on the side, and he could make a phone call, or he'd bang on the vending machine, and he'd be able to get like a free Coke. They teach you from a young age that that's the right thing to do.
And we all idolized it because I did. I used to walk around going, "Hey," of course.
I grew up with my father, and I hate saying this, but it's a fact, teaching me how to rob vending machines. Like he used to do it all the time and take money and coins out of it. It's awful, but I grew up later and he felt really bad for that. Listen, and he apologized and everything. But when I was younger, he did that shit too. And he thought, oh, they're not losing anything. Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are.
Grown-ups are teaching their kids how to steal at the grocery store while they're in the store with them. I don't approve of that, bro. I never have. I almost beat my kid one time in the store. Almost got myself arrested over it because my daughter tried to steal something from the store, and I got so mad. And then she started to make a scene, like she was just going to leave without me putting it back. She thought she was going to get to just walk out of the store with it because she already outside the door. I said, "No, you're taking that shit back in there and giving it back because that's stealing." "Well, I don't understand. What's the big deal? I see everybody else doing it. Kids at school talk about it." I said, "I don't care what those kids do. You're not those kids. You're you. You have to live with your mistakes. If you get caught and you get arrested or you get in trouble and I have to pay for it, I'm going to get upset with you. And then you are going to have a problem." I said, "And I have a right to feel that way. You're representing me and your mother."
It's not really that what you earn. Like, remember years ago, the actress Winona
My dad
Ryder,
taught me to work
who makes $20 million a year or whatever, and she got done for shoplifting.
Yeah, but I think they're doing it because they just like steal. Some people are just kleptos. They just steal.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that I agree with that as an excuse, but I'm saying I know that I do it with lighters all the time. Somebody hands me a lighter and they don't ask for it back, I'll steal it every fucking time. I don't do it on purpose.
Don't do it on purpose. Yeah, me either. I'm such a lighter thief. I have like 8 in my purse right now, and I feel so bad for it. And I tell people all the time, I give them a bill. I'm like, hey, this is your lighter, my dad.
Because I'll steal it every time.
I know, it's awful. Don't hand it to me.
They always look at me like, "Are you a thief?" I'm like, "No, it's just I have a bad habit about holding. If I got something in my hand, I'll stick it in my pocket. I just do it."
Exactly. That's what we do.
I
we don't mean to.
I in the store for that reason. I put it in the shopping cart. Otherwise, that's a bad habit.
It's not a lighter thief. If you're used to having a lighter and lighting your smoke, and then you ask someone for a lighter and you light it, then you automatically put it in your pocket.
I agree, but do you realize how many people that live on the street will literally shoot you for such a thing?
Please don't.
I shit you not. I mean, I haven't been shot, but I've actually had some guy get in my face because I stuck his lighter in my pocket. And he told me not to do it, and I still did it anyway. And I don't even know why. I was trying really hard to remember it. And I tried to hand it back to him, and he fucking kept ignoring me. So finally, I just held it. And then when I finally got the opportunity, he kept turning it around. So I forgot about it, and then I ended up sticking it in my pocket at some point.
And learning, because I'm the same exact way, and we're smokers and stuff in the brain. It's almost like our brain is robotic. You knew in that moment, you're like, I'm not going to put it in my pocket, but you do anyway. You're like, shit, how did I do it again?
It's a reflex mechanism, Stacey.
It is. Yeah. It is. You keep fucking losing your lighter. You eventually you get good at remembering where the fuck you put it, or you just stop putting it down. Yeah.
Is that a scattered brain like ADHD then by two? Because I put my letters everywhere, and I'm like, I don't know where it is. I'm always looking for one, and I'm always taking other people's. I think we had the same thing. It's an issue.
But I
It's the
don't mind when
exact same
someone takes
issue.
mine. I won't get all butthurt about it.
No, yeah, I'm
Unless
like,
I
it's
don't have
okay.
another one. Then I mean, I'll be mad, but I won't be mad because they took it. I'll just be mad that I let someone else walk away with it.
Well, that's why I
see,
carry one of those big ass barbecue lighters that are about a foot long, so they can't mistake it for their own one.
Yeah, but I break
that's
those
true.
in my pocket. I can't keep those in my pocket.
Yeah, I've done that before. But even if someone asks for my lighter and I give it to them, I'm not like an asshole that will ask for it back, even though I've just seen them put it in their pocket. I'll just go and buy another one.
It ain't
Well,
worth
I
it
mean,
in a way.
I'll
It's
ask
not. It's
for
a
it,
dollar sign.
but if they don't give it back, I'll just ignore it. But I'll usually just say, "Hey, you forgot somebody had my lighter," and if they don't give it back, I guess I learned my lesson not to trust them. But because I mean, if they know they took your lighter by accident, they usually feel in their pocket and they, "Oh shit, I did that." Why wouldn't they just give it back? But you know what I mean. I judge people by the way they act. I don't judge people on what they say. I judge people on what they do. And I know a lot of people that will say, "Oh, I'll kick your ass. I'll do this. I'll beat you up. I'm so tough and I'm so strong." But then when it comes down to it, you'll see that person act like a complete gentleman and not be rude like that and not go off and start being aggressive. And it's like, wait a minute. Well, what happened to Mr. I'll kick your ass and I would never let someone touch me like that or I'd beat, like, come on, dude. Everybody knows you're just saying that because you don't want to look fucking stupid. Get over it. It's like, why do people do that? Why, especially men? Like, why? What
Yeah.
is it about other men? I know it's high school that did it, but I'm saying when men get to a certain point and they go into puberty, that male hormone is so fucking strong. We don't even think about what we're doing. We're just doing it to be aggressive. We don't know why. We just know that everybody around us is fucking aggressive and everybody's got a fucking boner all the time and we're all fucking trying to kill each other. But, we don't like men, so we chase the women and then we beat the shit out of the men. That's what we do. We don't know what else to do. Our minds are just twisted by all those hormones. And we know women are doing the same thing. That's why I think that's the only reason why we procreate is because we both just get crazy nuts horny and then we finally just start having sex instead of kill each other, and it works out because then we're mellow for a couple of hours, right? We don't want to kill each other for a couple of hours. It's like,
no, that's a great way of putting it. And I think I said this the other night. I don't know. I think I said it in front of Stacey, and I said I didn't want to offend Stacey.
Yeah, you can't offend me much though. Not usually.
well, if she gets offended, she can tell me and I'll apologize and I'll move on to something else. I mean,
No, you guys are good.
She sounds like
No,
a very intelligent woman, and like she's old enough to know whether she's offended by not.
Yeah,
Thank you.
absolutely.
I
I can't
apologize
remember
if I am offensive, but
I can't remember if I said this the other night or not. Cookie Monster and Stacey, that God, the big man upstairs, he got the plumbing right, but the wiring all fucked up.
Exactly. But he didn't. But it seems like I think this world has got it all fucked up. And God knows it could be the food. It could be so many different things. Our hormones are all whacked out. And honestly, though, it's how we were raised, to be the truth. Your school did it. Like he just said a second ago. I'm sorry, when you go to middle school, it's not even just high school. I saw that shit in middle school. I remember being 11 and 12 and people on my bus talking about fucking me, excuse my language, having sex with me. 11 and 12. So when I see the people now, the kids nowadays, I'm thinking, well, ain't no different than my generation. Shit, it was just as bad. Guys slapping me on the butt, you know what I mean?
7 and 8
Yeah.
years old. What are you talking about?
It's so that stuff happened, especially in America. I mean, it may not happen in other countries as much because they're a little reserved when I traveled, but here it's in your face at a young age. You're already talking to no one about sex at 7 and 8. It's sad. Yeah.
Yeah, I knew about sex before.
Over-sexualized.
When I was 3, I was molested at 3. That's when it began.
I was
and I
molested at
grew up,
5, so
and
I
I
kind of
grew up
understand.
trying to
Yeah.
pursue little girls. I grew up trying to get laid by every little girl that would touch me. You know what I mean? And I thought that was the way. But that's what all the men were doing, and they were all, yakking about it and giggling, and all the women were just giggling in the corner about how all the guys were giggling, and I thought everybody was in on it, and I thought that's what everybody was supposed to do. I really, honestly didn't think anything was wrong with it. It felt good. And I never had a girl like get mad or cry or get all emotional because we fooled around. It was always, we always both wanted to. It's not like, you know what I mean? It's like I never did understand like why people wanted to do that against your will if they didn't have
In
to.
fact, it's the opposite for us women out here too. I remember being young. A lot of us were literally, you're trying to fit in. A lot of the girls, my girlfriends, were saying they were having sex and they weren't having sex at all. Like literally, they just didn't want to be the odd one out. And that's the whole thing that creates. You want to follow in suit with everybody else, and that's what literally school does. And it's that mindset that works great with all the truth and the lies as well.
No, it's wrong, but they don't put a stop to it because they don't feel like they're able to do anything about it, or they're just it's beyond their control. But my daughter, she's just gone into high school this year, and I know she's struggling the same way that she was in in junior high. But I think it's different. I think that they have changed somewhat in high school, at least where I live, because I went to school right here in the same town. So, but I didn't go to her school. But I've noticed that they don't allow bullying. Like when it comes to violence and things, they don't allow that at all. They're really against that. But when it comes to like just them, hassling each other and harassing each other, when it comes to like, talking bad about it and then spreading rumors, which I don't think that should be allowed either. I think that's absolutely not necessary in school. Although I think they should be able to do it on the outside of school all they want if they want to, talk smack to each other or wait for whatever. But it ought to be something that you shouldn't have to tolerate while you're at school. You're there to learn how to be a grown-up, right? And to learn how to add and subtract. You're not there till you can get abused by some asshole who's getting abused by his mom or dad. You know what I mean? Like, that's not what you're there for. Because I got beat up and all that happened to me, I have a special place in my heart for that, and for people that have put up with that. And I have an anger in my heart and a hatred in my heart for people that abuse other people and women and with children especially. Because I was that person, and I'm a boy. Like, I didn't think men liked boys. I never thought a woman would ever do something like that to me, but it fucking happens. It's crazy, but
this is why someone got mad at me one day because they were talking about God and forgiveness and all this stuff. And I said, well, if we want to go down that path, this is why God forgives a murderer. I said, I'm sorry, I was molested at 5 years old, and I don't do what these pedophiles and stuff do out here. But if somebody was raised in an environment you don't understand, usually the one who's being abused, he ends up being the abuser later on. That's how we end up getting these pedophiles and everything else. There's an innocent child that was abused to no end, and it's not fair. So yeah, I feel sorry for him in a way, from the beginning, at least.
Well, I mean, it's not that I can't forgive, because I've forgiven some of my abusers, but like, when you're a child, you have no power over it. And even if you're a strong-willed child, which I was still terrified that if I went against what was being forced on me or told me, was getting me coaxed into, I was afraid that either not only would I lose out on all the cool stuff they were giving me because they were grooming me, right? But I was afraid that it would only take one of my family members that didn't believe it, and then that would flop on me. And I knew, and I never even thought about that until I got older. But it's true. That's how my mind thought. My mind just automatically thought that. And it's like my mind knew what was going to happen. It was protecting me. It's really creepy. I don't know how else to explain it. And I don't really remember any of the bad spots of the abuse. I remember being talked into it. I remember having things given to me, and I remember feeling good, and it fucking me my head up because it felt so good, and I didn't understand why something that I really didn't want to do and was so uncomfortable about, why it felt so good, and it really did. I don't know how to explain it. It eats away at your soul.
It's me more by telling people. I started coming out young about it, and my family found out about it. I had to go to literally downtown. They did the whole thing with the doll, all this shit at a very young age. But it ended up was turned against me. It used to be discussed at tables, dinner tables and shit, and like joked about. Like, oh yeah, she even said the cat licked her. And I said, excuse me, I was 5 fucking years old. I remember hearing that at 12, even sitting at the dinner table still. And this is disgusting behavior. How can you guys talk about my abuse at a young age and a child doesn't know what to say? Because honestly, I was groomed to say that the cat licked me. So to joke about that shit is insanity. So yeah, I got quite mad at my family. So I do understand why some people don't speak up and being scared, because there are members in your family that won't believe you, or they'll just make fun of it or joke about it, and you don't want to be that person. So I understand both places of that, and it's a very hard subject to talk about that. And there's a lot of kids actually going through this in their own homes and their families too, like uncles, everything you could think of, because mine was my own family. That's how sick this fucking place is. It's like, how long has this been going on, and when was this accepted? Because it happens too much. And I've talked to many people online who've woken up like we are, and they have seen stories, hon. And it's like, wow, what has happened?
Right. It's like all this has happened, and we've blocked it out somehow. Yeah, it's like they've MK Ultra'd all of us. into like not being well, we don't think we're affected. Because like most of my young adulthood, I didn't think that my abuse really hurt me. I thought, well, it's not that bad. It wasn't so bad. I don't remember any of the like, the painful part. All I remember is them, grooming me and being nice to me, and I remember that how I felt special, and I remembered all the times when it felt good, and it freaked me out because I didn't know how to feel. I thought I liked it, but I knew it was wrong too, and I didn't. I'm telling you, it did, but it never occurred to me that that was really what was going on. I just kind of blocked it out, but I didn't block out what happened. I just blocked out the actual feeling and how it really hurt and how it hurt. You know what I'm saying? How it made me uncomfortable and made me question my sexuality and all kinds of things throughout my life. I struggled, and I was already struggling just to get along because I was different, and I was, I guess you could say I'm ADHD because I talk, all these things. And it's like, it just seemed so unfair that I had all these problems and no one seemed to like care about them, much less even like have any like, and even the people that felt sorry for me, they only felt sorry for me because they thought I was just some dumb kid, right? They didn't realize I'm a really smart kid and I'm trying really hard to like stay with you, but you guys don't make any sense, and you're all saying the different shit, and then you keep switching it up on me every year when I come back to school. You're telling me, well, don't believe what we told you last year. We're going to tell you a whole new. It's like, what the fuck? I got pissed. I was angry all my childhood because I didn't understand why adults wanted to push their fucking shit on me. It was like, it started at home, started with the abuse, and then it was like I went to school and the teachers would abuse me by telling me I was dumb or get mad at me because I knew everything already, and they were trying to force it into me and make me learn it a different way because they wanted me to have to learn something. And it pissed me off. It was like, I already fucking know how to spell that fucking word. Why the fuck am I taking a test for it? I can spell it. I've spelled it 15 times in class. Why the hell do I need to prove it by taking some dumb test?
Transfers on as well, like relationship wise too. I remember my relationship of 17 years. I wasn't getting attention, love from someone, right? So when he did drugs, though, it was there. So I was like, well, do drugs more so I can have the attention. And then I started doing drugs even, right? So at least I get the attention. Wow. It's like we allow that shit to go down because the abuse that we've been through, we think it's normal and shit. So it took me quite a few years to literally say, okay, I got to fix within. You know what I mean? Forget the dating, forget it all. And I could start focusing on myself because I am apparently not right. You know what I mean? So it took quite a few years. It's good that you're talking about it. It's good that you're addressing it within, sweetheart. A lot of people don't. So that's how you fix it. And you're more comfortable with it every day. I seriously sound a lot like you, I feel like, too. And the whole ADHD, we talk fast. We're kind of on the same level, probably because we've been through the same shit, a lot of it. And it's not just you and me, sweetie. It is a majority of this world that's not discussing
I'm sure that
it.
there's probably people in this room that probably have the same problem, but they just don't. They're not talking about it, or they're not.
Some people are not willing or there yet to open up and discuss it, and some people can't.
Especially online, because people take advantage of that. I don't care though. You know what?
Absolutely.
You're gonna come at me. You might as well come at me for the real shit that's really wrong with me instead of making some shit up. At least I can defend myself.
The good thing is everything I talk about here, I'm so open in my life. I do that in real life too. I talk to people about this stuff. That I'm very open book. I've even gone through group therapy sessions for people who've been through the abuse that I've been through. So my name, my Facebook full name, everything. I'm like, I'm not hiding. I have no reason to hide. So if somebody wants to make fun of my past or what I've been through, well, good on you. Clap, clap.
I think it makes them look bad. Yeah, I just usually go, well, I feel sorry for you because you're making fun of a damn crazy person. So I already admitted I was mentally ill and all this stuff, and then now you're telling me, well, you're still a dumbass. I'm like, well, yeah, I kind of agree with you. There might be some truth to that, but in this situation, you're telling me that I'm dumb just because I believe differently than you, and that's not even fair. Like where do it's like, why would you assassinate my character when you don't even know me? I'm not being mean. I'm just telling you what I believe, and you're telling me I'm wrong. I don't get that. Like, why do you got to get mad at me and then call me the asshole? Like, pick one. You're either an asshole for coming after me and wasting your time coming into this place where I've designated where I can go to get around people that believe what I believe, and then you come over here. You know what I mean? It just doesn't make any logical sense. They don't have an excuse for why they're such a butthead. It's just, you know what I mean? Like, if they had a good excuse, like, you know what? Somebody did something to me when I was a little kid and they were a flat earther and I just hate, I would be like, you know what? I'm sorry, bro. Like, that sucks, bro. Like, if that's really truth, bro, I feel for you, bro. I'm sorry. If you know what? What am I going to say? Because I care. I don't want to fucking someone to think that horrible thing. Like, I'm not that way, but I mean, if somebody did that to you, I wouldn't blame you for being upset. But I think it's kind of shallow that you're going to extend that out into everybody else that might believe the same thing that person did, just because that person could have been an asshole, whether he believed in that or not. You know what I'm saying? Like, what difference would it make? I don't think that when it comes to being an asshole, you're either are or you aren't. I don't think that you can become a better person because you change your surroundings. You have to want to change in the inside. You have to want to be like the people around
Oh
you
yeah.
before it's going to affect on you. Because I've
I think
blocked
that
out shit my
affects
whole life. I was
everybody too,
a
even
shithead.
us as adults, huh? Like literally, I was just being bullied at my last job as general manager by the people below me, and I
That's a
was told to
tough
suck
job.
it up. But every day that you go into work, even as a dog, you have to force yourself to put on a smile, force yourself to do this shit every day and listen to it and ignore it. Let me tell you something. There were days that I woke up and said, "This is why, thank God, I'm a good person." That people will come in and shoot up a place because you cannot mentally keep doing this to someone every single day before they snap. Right?
Yes,
Thank God I
and
got
that's
through it and I left
yeah.
my job. And I was like, you know what? My soul is worth more than this shit. I'm out. But my
Yep.
friend who
And someday
stayed
you are gonna.
continued to be bullied after me. And she stood up for me for being bullied after I left too and everything. Well, I'm not blaming them. I'm not. But it doesn't help because she went home and decided to get really messed up and to escape, right? To escapism and ended up doing some drugs and passed away last week. Because she overdosed and didn't mean to, right? She's got a child sleeping behind. And I kept thinking, people don't even realize, especially adults, the effect that you have on people. Even a smile
And
to
how
somebody
some
when
stupid thing that
you
you
abuse and
expose
you're
somebody
rude.
can fucking
Oof.
get them killed. Yes.
Yep.
And I think that's what judgment's about. Judgment is about you having to face everything shitty that you ever did to someone else that and how it affected them and relive it. Like I think that, and I think that's only right, don't you?
Well,
Like
first of all,
we get given free will, right? And
Yeah.
we have to be responsible. So why wouldn't we? It's not like we're going to get punished or we're going to go to hell for it. It's about making it right. It's about apologizing or saying why you did it, or at least explaining that you didn't, that you're sorry. I mean, I feel like that's the only way to make it right is to say you're sorry, even if the person
definitely,
doesn't
and I'm sorry to
accept it.
hear that, Stacey.
What?
No, it's happening all over the world, though, Jazz. Like he was saying, sorry to hear that about my friend and stuff. It's
Oh
literally
yeah, yeah.
happening everywhere, all day long. And it's God bless my friend who's not here, longer here anymore. She's a good one, a good soul, man. But however, it's not just her. I mean, her daughter goes to abuse at school. This continues. It goes from school, then it goes to. It doesn't. When you get older, it actually doesn't quit
It'll never
unless
stop
somebody
until we
realizes that
all
they don't
stop
want to be
doing
that
it.
person.
Yeah.
It continues.
Yeah. And it's because one of us keeps doing it and the other ones, maybe most of us all the time don't bully people. But it's that one time every once in a while that you do it and you still try to justify it. And I'm not saying that, should be hard on yourself and hate yourself for it. I'm saying make a change. Like make sure you don't do it again. Like that's the only way to fix it is to not do it again and then go back and make it right. Like when you meet like I ran into somebody not that long ago and I had gotten drunk and been really mean to the person. And when they saw me, they literally tried to run away. So I had to like pursue them and almost like, like scare them and make them panic just to catch up. But I told them, I said, hey, I don't, it's nothing negative. I said, I just wanted to apologize. And I stood there for about 3 minutes and I just said, look, I was a bad person. And, like because I was getting the same kind of treatment, I was putting it off on you, and I just told the person the truth about why I really was shitty to him. And it blew me away because the person literally gave me a hug, and I was like, "What?" I thought it was gonna hurt me or something. And the person just gave me a hug and said, "Thanks. That means more to me than anything you could have ever done to try to replace it or anything." And then they just walked away and didn't say, and that was it. And I just stood there like going, "Whoa, what the fuck just happened?" I was blown
I
away by that.
Yeah.
It was
I
just
know
crazy.
I know exactly what you mean, Cookie Monster. When I was at school, I was friends with the bullies, but I never bullied anyone because my philosophy was, I'm friends with them, and I got sort of bullied a wee bit by the bullies for being friends with
Right.
them. But
Right. Well, of course.
my philosophy was, one day, all my mates that are bullying these guys, who knows that they're going to come to school with a gun and fucking kill everyone, and hopefully I'm not on the list.
Yeah. Hopefully you're
Because
not in the crossfire. Yeah.
yeah, and I didn't stick up for them as much as I wish I should have, but I was sort of like the middleman.
Yeah. Let's talk about that. That's called clicks, and this is the thing. I was the same as you.
That's the reason why I would make friends with all the kids that nobody liked, and that's probably why I didn't have lots of good friends, is because those kids would always abandon me too, because they would think that I was going to turn on them, and they get paranoid, and then I'd have with no friends. I'd stick up for them, and then they'd leave school or whatever, and then everybody'd be like, "Oh, see, you're a dumbass, just like what's his name was. That's why he's gone, and you're still here." Like, oh God, I got it from every angle. It sucked.
I was very lucky because I made friends with a basketball player, right? And then you become cliques of that. He was the popular guy in school, right? And as soon as though you're friends with the popular guy, now when you're picking up books, when these people are kicking them out of their hands and pushing them out of their hands, and I'm like, oh, they'll be doing that shit. All it took was them saying one thing to me rude, and then my best friend, who's the jock of the school, is going to come out and say, "Shut your fucking mouth." Excuse my language, sorry, over here. And then it would stop. So I was allowed to be friends with anyone I wanted to be friends with, but that is not how school works. That is not the cliques and how it's designed. You either fall in line with this one or that one, and if you choose one, then you're on that side. They're sides. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, and the only way to get around that, like for a man, is to beat the shit out of the biggest dude you know.
Yeah.
So it's prison. Right? You walk in, you beat the biggest person up in prison, and now you're going to be respected. So it's prison, guys.
But
sad.
The funny thing is, I learned when I was at school, the biggest fucking bully was the biggest motherfucker in the world. And you just had to fucking punch him in the arm and he'd cry. Like a good solid punch in the forearm, just below the shoulder, and he'd fucking cry.
Isn't it sad, though, that this is the kind of mentality that our parents said, hey, I trust the school system to watch my kid and take care of them, make sure they get educated and all this stuff. And then we're sent off to all this nonsense. And this is what we actually really learn of the world. And we take that back home, and our parents are so busy, they try to help us with that. But then we just start rebelling against our parents, too, because they're like, I don't even know what to do anymore. This is why. Don't send your child off to school. Educate them yourself. And that's what we've lost in humanity, is us being educated by our own parents. And now we're being educated by a system who ain't watching our kids, ain't giving two shits what's going on in that school, really. They're just there to make their money as well and send your kids along. These kids are a nuisance to these teachers and your what do you call them, your school deans and all that. They don't really care, most of them. Now, you may have a few that actually want to be there for good damn reasons, but most of them, paycheck.
Well, exactly. The main reason they don't care is because they're not paid enough for the shit they have to go through.
On that too, I mean, they have a responsibility. They have a huge responsibility. Teachers do. I think about that. The rest of the world is relying on them for the way of life for these kids. So you gotta show them the way. So yeah, they should be paid a lot.
I class teachers pretty much in the same level as doctors and nurses. Like the amount of people that are fucking hypochondriacs and come in and are literally wasting their fucking time, but they have to deal with them. They have to, spend time and look shit up and go, oh yeah, you've got this or you've got that here, take this, take that. It's the same as fucking teachers. Like, not every kid's a fucking angel, that's for sure. But when kids come into school and they be complete fucking assholes, then it's the same thing. You have to adapt to how to fucking deal with that child that's a complete fucking cunt in the nicest possible way.
Nowadays, Jazz, I don't know about over there, but it seems like the parents think it's a little bit easier and the kids think it is too, because, bullying is wrong, and we have this new generation that you should accept everybody for who they are and all this crap. But in reality, the social media and none of that shit exists. Let me tell you, there's bullying worse than I've ever seen, because they have cameras and all this stuff, and kids are cruel. Oh, especially nowadays. Let me tell you, I would not want to grow up in a generation right now. No, I'm very, very thankful that I didn't have these phones and everything and social media back when I grew up. Oh, I'm so thankful. So,
it's I don't have any kids of my own that I know about, but I've got nieces and nephews, and the technology shit is shit's getting out of fucking control.
They're teaching equality and all this shit and bringing this stuff into some of these school systems, right? And everything. Love everybody. It doesn't happen, guys. That's not what goes on in school. In fact, it's completely the opposite of that. These cliques that we create, then we end up doing that when we go to college, and then we end up doing it when we go to our jobs. I'm sorry, but everybody has cliques at your job, too. This is the mentality that they create, a clique mentality, which is actually what happens on Discord, happens online. Adults still do it, right? We got to somehow stop that because these cliques are stupid. Now, you have vibes with people and you get along with some that you don't get along, with others as easily. Jazz and me and you are cool. Not everybody likes Jazz. Not everybody likes me. But that isn't the point. There shouldn't be these cliques of higher anarchy. I'm above you. That's how we got into this mess. It's a power trip. That's what people want. They want power of some sort, and they get off. I don't want to say it that way, but they get off on having that power or hurting someone. And then a lot of people don't have any voice. They'll see someone literally being made fun of, being bullied, like you said, even as adults, and they'll just let it happen instead of standing up for that person and doing the right things in life. They know they should be, but they just don't do it. It's what we're taught, though.
But it's sort of coming around, if you know what I mean. Like teachers and shit being assholes to the students, like you can't have your phone, you can't do this, you can't do that. And then now where I am in New Zealand, teachers are way taking it to the next level. Whereas as an outsider, like I'm not a lawyer, but it's almost like you feel like you have to be a lawyer to say, no, you can't fucking do that.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I do.
It's like, did I send you that that YouTube short story thing that they have, those quick 1 minute things of the teacher that said you can have your phones in the classroom, but if the phone rings, you have to have it on answer phone. Did I send you that?
Yeah. No, you didn't. You should. If you find it or can.
Yeah, I'll see if I can find it. And this 17, 18-year-old girl answers the phone. It was an April Fool's joke. And the phone rang and she answered the phone, and it was like on speakerphone, and it was like, this is the maternity services, and because the father's not around, we can provide all these different services and all that. And the teacher's like holding a piece of paper over his mouth, and he's going, you can put that off speakerphone if you want. And then she comes back and says, no, it's okay, Professor, because I've been expecting this, and I've thought about the baby's name, and its first name April, and the middle name's Fools.
Goodness gracious.
And he was so fucking embarrassed, but she did such a good fucking acting job. It was amazing. I'll see if I can find it.
Thank you. Yeah, that's why I don't do that click thing, Jazza, too. People used to give me shit, remember, for talking to you and being cool with you. Why you go with the Glover side? Like, listen, I ain't no click. For me, there ain't no their side, our side. And I don't understand. We kind of talk that way sometimes, and I don't even mean to, because I don't want there to be any difference between any human being in general or humankind, period. But yeah, our thought process is different. But man, I'm not going to be in a clique where I'm going to hate on people, even if they say, well, they're lying. Well, they may not even realize that they are. Maybe they just have a different opinion. I want to still be able to get along, because I guarantee in my heart, I feel like that if something went wrong and I was in Australia, Jazz would be like, I got your back. Don't give a fuck if I'm flat earther or not. Listen, none of that stuff at the end of the day should become more important than the values and morals of humankind. We've lost that. I ain't clicking up. Sorry, if I'm going to click up, it's going to be with just good people in general. Just good people. That have a good, kind heart at least. Do good things for people want to.
Wait, was someone giving us shit about talking about normal shit? Is that what you're saying?
Back in the day, I used to get shit, especially on Jim's server and everything, and I'll probably still hear him. I don't actually give it any mind anymore. I don't think anybody says anything nowadays to me. One day I was saying something, they said, "Oh, there definitely is signs, and we shouldn't, be, being nice to these people because they're lying." I'm thinking, I just, what, that's something that they're gonna have to deal with, their own accountability in the mirror. Why am I gonna be hateful and do the opposite of what I think I should do in reality?
Yeah.
No. So I just don't do the clicky thing anymore. You have your friends, and then you have the ones that don't like you. Okay, oh well. Maybe one day we can all be all cool and sitting around a bonfire. Because to be honest, I feel like we should be able to. Every single person that comes in this chat, at this point in life, we are adults, should be able to sit down around a bonfire and have a good old damn time. Because if we expect it from our children, we should be able to do it as adults. Even if you don't have children, we're freaking old enough to know the difference. You would think. Oh, I see it, Jazza. Thank you.
I just sent that video to you on DMs.
I'll take a look at that.
I gotta admit, it is pretty fucking funny.
Blah 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 blah. Hey, what's up? Sorry, I had my volume down. What's going on? A little quiet this morning.
Yeah, do you want to know where it's not quiet?
Yeah.
Go over, go over yonder to the old faithful 24/7 2.0 and have Mister Jin talk your fucking face off. Oh my god, that was painful.
Oh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't head over there, but okay, cool. So it's busy somewhere else. Cool.
No, it's literally just him talking to the YouTube.
Is it? Okay. Nice.
Yeah, yeah. There's Julius, two bots, and Jin. That's it. Yeah.
Is that the?
I hate to say it.
It's that Jim.
It's that Jin. There's only one Jin in this fucking arena.
Yeah. Not weird.
Yeah, it really is weird. Which is also really weird because he didn't recognize me, and the guy was in my Discord for like a year. So I don't know. I don't know what to tell. There isn't too many people around here that don't know who I am. So whatever.
That's cool. Yeah. You're a turn up truth.
I am definitely turn up the truth. Yep, that's me.
Yes.
Flat Earth, yo. I'm just joking. Fucking stupid. They still say that fucking shit. Flat Earth, yo. You know, you can just stop saying the word flat. It's I already know it's not a globe, so you could just I don't know, call it Earth. That's what it is.
Hello, my fellow flat earthers. Good evening, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are on this flat earth. Jin CBR1 reporting in. How is everybody? How is everybody, ladies and gentlemen? Hello, Truth Prevail. I can see you there. Welcome. I see Geo's there. Keeping it under. Keeping it on the low down. Okay. Ah, Sydney Pixie. Nice to see you.
Hello.
How you doing? How are you?
Doing well. Life stuff this morning. Lots of paperwork.
Okay, that's Stacy, isn't it?
No.
Okay, you sound like Stacy. Sorry, my apologies.
No, it's all good. I hope you're doing well.
Yeah, you sounded like Stacy. Stacy B. Yeah. So what's new? You're just doing your paperwork, yeah? Just doing some paperwork, is that right? You're doing some clerical work, I take it. Or I don't take it. Mic check, mic check. Can anybody hear me? Awfully quiet. Where is everybody? Let me think. Must be early in the morning, that's why. Yeah. Of course. That's what it is. Early mornings. Let's have a look. Hi there. Hello, welcome. Ah, yes, so it's just coming up for 9 a.m. in the East Coast. West Coast, it's 6:42. So it's good morning to you lot if you're in the US. In Britain now, it's 2:42 p.m. Good afternoon. Japan, it's now 9. Okay. 9:42, coming up at 10 p.m. here in Japan. So, ladies and gentlemen, it's Jin CBR1 here talking to you from Japan. And I'm about to, how can I say, just inform you, those of you who are in the live stream, it turns out that if you subject your film from your camera to a vacuum, in other words, get yourself a vacuum chamber, put some film, put a roll of film in there, evacuate the air, you'll destroy the film. Yeah. Put your Kodak Ektachrome 100 into a vacuum chamber, evacuate the air, leave it there for 3 days. and you will have film that is destroyed. You can't take any pictures. Well, you can attempt to take pictures, but you'll get a lot of faded images. I'll say that much. Color contrast lost, and that's quite disappointing if you were expecting some pristine shots. Okay? Yeah. So the question therein is, how did the astronauts manage to take such perfect pictures during the Apollo missions? Apollo 11, 12, 13 was an unlucky number, so they didn't make it. So they went round the moon and returned. But we've got 14, 15, 16 and 17, ladies and gentlemen, still at 6 missions there. How did they manage to make it? All the pictures were perfect. 5,771 of them. All perfectly taken. No radiation impingement on there. No vacuum impingement. Nothing. Perfectly taken pictures. How did they manage that, ladies and gentlemen? If just removing the air would render the film useless. Okay? I repeat again. Take a roll of film, put it in a vacuum chamber, and evacuate the air. Leave it there for 3 days. I mean, you're going to notice in a few hours. I say 3 days because it's a 3-day journey, supposedly, from Earth to the moon. So let's give it some real, let's try and simulate that as best we can. Mind you, you're probably not going to be able to get minus 10 to the 17 torr vacuum. The best that these guys that managed to, where I'm getting my source from, was 10 to the minus 3 of a vacuum there. So that was the best they could do. Okay, so you're probably not going to get what they have in space, but it's simulating the Kármán line. That's 60 miles from the Earth's surface. Okay, this vacuum that I'm talking about, and it destroyed the film. So you can imagine by the time they've got to the moon, the film's totally obliterated. Really, well, maybe I'm exaggerating, but it's definitely going to hamper the quality of your images. Okay, but yet the Apollo missions, all 5,771 images, were all perfect. No radiation impingement, no vacuum impingement on the films at all. What do I mean by impingement with the vacuum is that the negative, if you expose it, subject it to the vacuum, then load it into your camera, then in the vacuum chamber take some pictures, the image will be faded. So if you've got a normal camera, not in normal air, you take a picture of the scenery outside, you get your blue sky. If you take a similar shot, you will lose color. Color faded is lost. So color strength is lost in particular. Okay, yeah. So vacuum. The vacuum of space would have destroyed the film, especially over 3 days. And some of the missions lasted 12 days. Okay, you know, they were the longer ones. The Apollo 11, first one, that was roughly an 8-day journey. Roughly, call it seven days, 3 days there, 3 days back, a few hours on the moon, so 7 days roughly. Okay, so it's a one-way journey. So, and then you start to use the film when you're there. So for the 3 days, it would have been exposed to radiation and the vacuum of space and the cosmic ray particles. But no problem. The Hasselblad camera did not have any radiation protection. They were not protected. Jan Lundberg, he's the man who customized the Hasselblad camera for the astronauts to take supposedly to the moon. He was asked, did the camera have any radiation protection or protection from radiation? He said, no, all we did was paint it silver, he said, quote unquote. Okay. And did the astronauts take any extra lighting with them? No, they did not. So how do you explain these perfect shots I don't know. I think you're going to have to ask Neil Armstrong because I don't understand. And how did the film survive the moon temperatures? He said, well, maybe it might survive the heat, but in the cold, it cracked, he said. So, you know, okay, quote unquote, ladies and gentlemen. So even the temperature variation on the moon would have destroyed the film. Minus 150 degrees. Let me just check this. I've got it written down here, ladies and gentlemen. Hang on a sec. Let me quite memorize that one well enough. Let's have a look. Yes, minus 150 degrees Celsius, plus 123 degrees Celsius. So within those range, the film would have been destroyed again, ladies and gents. But they seem to have taken perfectly good shots. Minus 150 degrees, the film is going to shatter, crack. Too cold. It will not bend. It will not bend at all. In the heat, it will begin to shrink. Shrivel up. That's what would happen to the film. But perfectly okay, apparently. Now they're going to the Artemis mission, which is going to be happening in 2025. They're going to the south pole of the moon. Minus 400 degrees Fahrenheit, ladies and gents. What film do you know can withstand those temperatures that we have today? Unless they're not going to use film and it's going to be digital photography. Okay, fair enough. What cameras do we know can operate in those temperatures, ladies and gentlemen?
Well, Jin, it's about time that I hear somebody actually talking about one of the Achilles heels of the moon mission, which is the photography. Finally, I'm hearing somebody talking about this. Good on you, Jin. This is
nice
one of the
actually.
most damning examples of failure.
Yes, yeah.
I've been talking about this for years.
Yeah, I know you have. I know you have. I've been following you because I've been talking about it for years myself. And on occasion, we have joined forces and smashed them at Gem Panda's server. Do you remember? We gave them a kick-in. And then some of them came to this server and we gave them a booting in this server as well. Yeah, yeah. But it was in Gem Panda that we really did kick ass. And I mean, we kicked ass. Nobody had an ass when we left. They were all bumless, literally. So yeah, SE is talking correct. Yeah, you know, basically, just leaving the film in a vacuum chamber for 3 days would render the film useless, just like that.
Absolutely, no question about it.
Yeah, unbelievable.
And the pressures which you said were correct. They achieved 10 to the minus 3. There was one guy that was able to achieve 10 to the minus 6 because he built the chamber himself and he used special O-rings, not the rubber O-rings. And but nowhere close to 10 to the minus 12. And even in those substantially lower or higher pressures, whichever way you want to think of it, the film got destroyed. You're absolutely correct.
Yeah, the film got destroyed. So, ladies and gentlemen, we're saying to you basically, you put a film, you got the shot by it, put it in a vacuum chamber, leave it there for 3 days, your film is going to be ruined. Okay, what happens to the actual film is this: it begins to warm up. So the emotions because when they make a film, you have the plastic acetate. Okay, that plastic acetate, the shiny bit that you see with all the holes in it, and then the emotion is applied on the inside of that. Now that emotion, if subjected to a vacuum, starts to warm up and it loses its properties. It begins to weaken, dissolve, in other words. Not greatly to liquid, but enough to ruin the film. So that when you actually do use it, because you're not going to notice that it's been harmed, you're going to load it into your camera. It's when you start to use it and light is now hitting the actual. This is where you're going to notice it when they develop it, and you see that your films are destroyed. Not noticeable to the eye immediately, no.
Yeah, the cold and the heat is one of the problems. You're correct, Jin. But one of the major problems is the vacuum. The vacuum, the gelatin, which you rightly described. What happens is in a vacuum, it starts outgassing. You know, like water, bubbles.
Yeah.
That's what happens to the film. Outgassing, it's called. Yeah, that's the number one enemy. Yeah.
Yeah. You see, because air at room temperature, everything's under
how do you know it does that?
Oh, it's been tested. I can give you my sources. It's all been done.
Yeah, okay. This outgassing or whatever you call it.
Yes, are you not familiar with outgassing?
No.
Okay, let me explain it to you. When rubber is made, there's air trapped inside of it and other gases, right? And when it's subject to a vacuum, well, even naturally, like rubber in a car gets brittle, right, over time.
Okay.
Rubber in VCRs, the same thing happens over time. The air inside and the gases inside escape. Now, in a vacuum, that hastens the process. You know, like ever see a marshmallow in a vacuum chamber? How it expands.
Okay.
The same thing happens to rubber.
Same thing happens. Rubber expands in a vacuum chamber.
Correct. It expands and it outgasses and it loses. Excuse me?
You put a tire in a vacuum chamber and it expands.
Yes, it would.
Yes,
correct.
Okay. How much bigger? How much bigger does it get?
Doesn't matter. It's irrelevant.
Yeah.
It expands and it fails eventually.
Yeah, it's not going to be its normal self. There you go.
Okay. Well, the marshmallow. So marshmallow gets bigger. Does it stop being a marshmallow?
You won't let me get this out. That's why. Yeah. What did you say?
You were talking about like how big does it expand? That's totally irrelevant because how small are the tolerances when it comes to these seals inside of this equipment, dude?
It would expand beyond the tolerances. So, it would expand.
So can you show me how this particular rubber that they used is expanding? And how is it? So to say that it expands beyond the tolerances, we must know how much it expands, and we must know what the tolerances are to compare the two numbers.
I don't have the numbers for that.
Okay.
The fact that it's expanding beyond the tolerances necessary.
So how do you know that?
It's proof enough.
But how do you know it's expanding beyond the tolerances? If you don't have the numbers, then we can't know that, can we?
Well, but you can witness it with your eyeballs. You can actually see the rubber expanding. Right?
So,
I've seen many a video of different objects, and I've got lots of videos on this stuff, in a vacuum chamber expanding. You know the most interesting one? Hang on, let me explain. The most interesting one was when they put, like cream into a capsule, okay, first and foremost, and then put the capsule under the glass, okay, in the vacuum chamber. So you've got a capsule of cream locked in a capsule, transparent capsule, placed in the vacuum chamber. A glass is placed on top of that capsule first, and then the glass of the vacuum chamber is then put on top of that, and then the air is extracted, and then the capsule explodes inside the glass. Unbelievable. Proving that if an astronaut went to the moon, he would have died in his suit, without a doubt.
So hold on. So going back to this rubber expanding, how to know whether it expands beyond the tolerances? We need to know what the tolerances are, and we need to know how much it expands.
I think that's, again, as he said, it's irrelevant because from when the rubber.
But then how can you?
You're not listening. You're not listening. I heard what.
Don't interrupt. Let him finish, and then you.
Okay, sorry.
Go ahead. Thank you. I heard what you said. From the moment the rubber starts to expand, it's going beyond its tolerance.
Well, how do you know?
It begins to expand.
Okay, let me rephrase my question. Maybe I'm not making myself clear.
I think you better rephrase it, because that's standing retarded there.
So the rubber expands. We're saying the rubber expands. Okay, we've seen other objects expand, and we know that rubber expands. How do we know what the tolerance is? And maybe its expansion is within the tolerance. How do we know it's not within tolerance?
You see, if a rubber is supposed to seal something so that air or gases don't escape, as soon, or oil or water, whatever this rubber seal is used for, as soon as it begins to expand, it is of no use. It will no longer do the sealing. Okay? So you don't seem to understand engineering clearly.
Yeah, do you know what the objectives of an O-ring are?
So
yeah, he doesn't understand.
No, he doesn't get it, obviously.
No,
That's what we're trying to explain to you.
I've replaced O-rings on. Like,
well, then why would you ask such a question? Because an O-ring has a job to do.
Yeah,
it's to seal the oil. If it expands beyond its size, it is of no use. Gordon Bennett.
Because there is a tolerance, and it can expand or contract within that tolerance without stopping its function.
Not in an O-ring. Not in an O-ring that
is in an O-ring.
Gas. Not used for gas, oil, water. What else can I say? Yeah, you know, no chance.
That's not true, Jin, because I've replaced an O-ring in the.
Why did you replace it?
Well, it was leaking. The old one was leaking.
There you go.
Why
so
was
it contracted?
Because it was old.
It contracted. It died. It perished.
It failed,
actually,
beyond its tolerance. Beyond its tolerance. There you go.
Well, I kept changing, or I kept opening and closing that part. It was like a drain-off pipe on the radiator.
You are flogging a dead horse, sir.
But hold on.
At this point.
So I replaced it, but then the new O-ring was slightly smaller, but I still put it on, and it still worked.
It would be, ladies and gentlemen, it would be slightly smaller. It couldn't be slightly bigger, could it? It wasn't. It would never be the right size. I would never buy a O-ring that is slightly smaller at all. Because in engineering, you don't want to hasten the demise of your O-ring. So you're not, if it's got a specific job to do, you want that O-ring to do its job. You don't want it smaller and you don't want it bigger, ladies and gentlemen. Otherwise, you render the equipment useless. And
but I put a smaller one and it still worked.
Well, that was a silly thing to do, ladies and gentlemen. You would never be an engineer in my team.
Bye. Okay.
Good luck.
But it's no longer leaking. So I don't know.
You would still never get a job here, mate. Bye. Good luck.
So Parmesan, look what I posted. 8:56. Just to give you an idea, maybe you don't understand. I'll cut you some slack. So let me explain it to you, and then after I explain it to you, we'll see. You see the picture I posted? 56 past the hour.
See. Yeah.
Okay. You see those O-rings?
Right.
Okay. You know the ISS, the cupola, where they look outside those windows?
I knew he was going to go there.
Okay.
Okay. Now, those windows have shutters on them. Okay?
Okay.
Now, in order to open and close the shutters, there's a mechanism, a shaft running right through the hull of the cupola. Okay? So you have atmos inside, you have vacuum outside. Now, in those shafts are what's called a dynamic shaft, a dynamic system. Okay? That means they turn. The mechanism turns, those seals rub against the steel, which turns and opens the shutter. Okay? Now there's 7 windows. Each shaft has 2 of those. So there's 14 of those on the so-called ISS. And they haven't been serviced for 25 years. There's no record of them being serviced. Now you say you're familiar with O-rings, you've changed them? Do you understand the implications of what I just told you?
Yeah, but I can't verify any of the information you told me, can I?
Yeah, but let's say, granted, let's say I was correct and you were to verify this information that I just gave you. Let's say you
those seals round. Yeah.
What would you think then? Would you think that's possible under those conditions that they tell us in space?
I would think there's probably something I don't understand about it because I don't know enough about engineering.
Well, what you just said you've changed O-rings, right?
I have changed it, yeah, which is very simple. You just take one off and put another one on. That doesn't mean I understand the full implications of how it needs to work and how often it needs servicing.
Well, after what we told you about outgassing, after what, told you about VCR repairs, the first thing that goes is the rubber.
I've got a call, sorry. I've got a call.
I'm sorry?
I have a call I have to get on, sorry.
Okay, no worries.
It's really interesting when we start talking about elastics, rubbers, and how these things perform. One of the biggest things that we need to realize is that when an elastic or a rubber band is stretched beyond its usability range, if you will, it's compromised. It's no longer as effective as it once was before. No elastic is as ever fresh as it is on day one. Use of this elastic will, in fact, lead to destruction.
Absolutely, bro. And here we're talking about a dynamic system. It's not just you seal it and you leave it there. It's not you're just sealing your pressure cooker and you're turning the screws on. No, you're turning the thing. You're turning your pressure cooker for 25 years, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, always under pressure, and never failed. That is physically impossible.
And what's interesting,
no engineer with his weight in salt would ever back that up. Impossible. That just cannot happen.
And what's interesting with all of these seals that we look at, whether it's a water distiller, a high pressure cooker, these things all operating with high amounts of pressure, steam, they're operating well over 100 degrees Celsius, is that they all use some form of rubber grommet, washer, seal to, in fact, make that seal 100%. Now, once that seal gets compromised, you'll actually start to see the vapor escape.
Yeah. There's no way around that. That's physics. Unless they have different physics, where they come from, there's no way around that. It's an inescapable fact. Now, to add insult to injury, I've told these people many times, many times, that in order to reach vacuums that are greater than 10 to the minus 6, you cannot use rubber. Rubber is insufficient. It cannot handle those pressures. So what they do, and I've said this many times, but it goes in one ear, out the other, they use metal O-rings. Metal. So what happens is one side of the seal has like a V-shaped edge. The other side is formed in the other manner, like a negative. And when they close the hatch, it's like a knife edge. It cuts into the metal, forming a complete seal. Now that just works once. It doesn't switch. It's not dynamic. It doesn't turn. Once they open the seal, that O-ring has to be thrown in the garbage. It's no longer useful. It's one-time use. And they're telling us, and that's 10 to the minus 6. Now, they're telling us in space it's 10 to the minus 12, and they have rubber O-rings that turn and that have been there for 25 years. Yeah, okay. Tell that to somebody else.
Yeah, dude, that flies in the face of a lot of constant observables that we observe here on the stationary plane. Sorry, I cut in on someone. I apologize. Go ahead, please.
No worries, man. So guy wanted like specifics, right? He wanted like actual shit. So here it is. If everybody wants to know what company is making the O-rings for fucking the ISS, Apple Rubber is the name of the company. And their laboratory test report, like you can look up all their different O-rings, and all of them have a temperature range. This range goes from negative 40 degrees to plus 302 degrees. Like on this one, just this one specifically, right? Even that range still fucks with those seals, right? Because like, don't they tell you that space, when it's not in the sun, gets below fucking 200 or below 200 or negative 200 degrees or something like that, right?
Yep.
And this specific one isn't even, so they're talking about O-rings to keep out the air, right? To keep the air in actually, and keep the vacuum at bay.
Yeah, but the inventor, can I just interrupt there? The inventor of that seal, that rubber seal, was surprised to realize that they were using his seal for the ISS because that wasn't the intended use. Okay, so he was rather shocked to find that out. You know, and the look on his face was like he wanted to distance himself from that bit of information. To be quite honest.
So yeah, like this one specifically is made for natural gas, petroleum oil, fuel oil, LP gas, liquid propane, gasoline. This is the seal to run like fluids, like main. That's kind of one of the things I was thinking about. Like, aren't the seals that hold fluids a little bit different from the seals that like hold air, right? Because I mean, it's kind of the same concept of when you're at the parts store and you're doing something for your plumbing versus something for your gas lines, right? They're made of different materials. They have different
different grade of rubber. Different grade of rubber is the thing. The rubber grade is different because if there's temperature involved, the rubber is going to be a little bit more heat tolerant, you know, than water, for example, and that. So yeah,
and it also depends on the pressure it's holding back. Because if it's a
Pressure.
negative pressure, it's going to hold a negative pressure. Or sorry, if it's holding back a negative pressure, they require, I think, a metal grommet so it maintains its shape. If it's only carrying fluids, I think it would be fluids with positive pressure. A rubber seal would be fine.
Yeah, but what we're saying is that rubber doesn't do very well in a vacuum, first and foremost, especially when you're talking to the tunes of what they're talking about of space. You know, temperature as well as vacuum. So the rubber's under some serious stress, you know? Yeah?
Yeah, no.
Yeah,
so,
I mean, SE raised a good point. Uber, real quick, let me just say, SE raised a good point with the use of metal washers. They're like one-time washers. Once you use them, they're compromised, can't be used again. But with respects to rubber, as Jin's saying, this would be something that they would, again, just be using in consistent non-negative pressure scenarios, I would assume. Uber, please go ahead.
So I found this part of this where it says heat resistance, right? This is at 70 hours at 150 degrees Celsius, all right, or 300 degrees Fahrenheit. So the hardness of it changes, right? And this is like their fucking report. So they're actually logging all the different changes that happen to these fucking things.
Exactly. Well done. This is what happens when you research it just for a couple of minutes. It's all you need to do.
So yeah,
Yeah, SC. I'm sorry, I got an admin question. I can't seem to post anything. What's going on? Have my post privileges been revoked?
I don't know. I don't think so.
Yeah, I can't post anything in here at the moment. I'm not able to post. Trying to send something.
I don't know if I have the ability to do that. Is there any other mods?
Yeah, is Geo around? Something's wrong. I'm going to try and copy instead, but I'm just trying to post it direct and it's not working.
Jeremy, if you're out there, hop on in, bro.
Yeah, I haven't posted in a long while, and I haven't posted anything that would be controversial to the server. Very careful about what I post.
I don't see why your posting rights. I don't see why they were revoked. If they were.
Yeah, if they were, yeah, I was just asking. I don't even know why. Yeah, because it's saying I'm not able to post here all the time. I'm trying to do this. This server's always been a little bit difficult to post in anyway from the outset. But what's going on here? You know. Yeah, it's saying unable to share. Don't know why. So it looks like somebody must have done that. That's the only reason why. So let me copy instead.
Jin's been compromised. Shut down the server.
Yes. Let's see if I can just copy and paste back to the old days. Huh? Haven't copy and pasted in a long time. But it's it covers the photographic exposure to the vacuum and how that would be obliterated. We have, I think it was Marcus Allen, David Groves, David Percy. These are all photographers and film producers of their own right. A couple of Europeans.
Oh, these
are in
guys
there
are
as well.
legends. Yeah, these guys that
Yeah.
he just mentioned are top notch moon detectives, shall we say?
Yeah, that's what they're called. Yeah, the Moon Detectives. That's exactly what they are. Yeah, that's their MO. See what I mean? Look, this channel is read only. What is this shit? Oh, no wonder it's current live. I was in the wrong place. Something's wrong with this thing. Everything's jumbled up here. Posting in the wrong area, gentlemen. That was my problem. Sorry.
I literally said if he's in the wrong server, I'm going to, dude.
Yeah, I was in the wrong server, man. I was in the wrong server. I trying to get it to work, and it's let me see now. Should be
Good
able to
job,
paste
Jim.
it. Yeah, my apologies there, man. My apologies there, man. It does happen. Does happen. Okay, let's see. Something's still not right. Can't believe this shit. Let's go back to where I was.
That picture I just posted, the last one, that destroys the ISS right there. Just that one picture. That's all you need.
Wow, I'm going to look at it. There you go. Don't argue with it, man. Facts are facts. They stand up for themselves. Not subject to your disapproval. Okay, did you get it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Ollis. Yeah, that's a great site there. That's a great site. Yeah.
Yeah, that covers everything you need to know about films and vacuums, and that gives you tips. You see, I'm into photography, so I used to develop my own films, black and white, not color, because color was expensive. I went on to teach this at the youth club that I worked for 12 and a half years, photography. Going out at night, taking pictures, bringing them back the next week, developing, printing. Yeah, loved it all. So I'm into this. So this I was talking with Indio, and then Indio linked me to this one because I hadn't seen this one before. I know the characters, but I just hadn't seen it, and it's brilliant. Bang on. Everything in here you can replicate if you have the equipment. Yeah, you can definitely do it. It's a brilliant site. Goodbye, Apollo. You've been debunked yet again. It's embarrassing. I'm glad I don't work for Apollo, for NASA. Glad I don't work for NASA. It's embarrassing.
Yeah. Outgassing destroys the ISS and the moon landing pictures. Both.
Yeah.
Just outgassing. I can go on with cold heat, cold welding, radiation, blah blah. I can go on for a whole hour. But just that destroys two things. Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. You don't have to go any further than that. That's the end. Done and dusted. I can go and get myself a meal now. That's my job done for the day.
From what we were talking about with the ISS, dude. When we were talking about the dude that used his thumb, right, to plug the hole in the ISS.
That's right. Yeah.
Yo, what would happen if someone was to do that with just a normal vacuum chamber, right? Like drill a hole in the side of like a plexiglass box, right? I don't know if you guys know who Action Labs is. He has like this like clear box. So like if he was able to drill a hole in the side of that,
that's a nice picture. That one.
Vacuum one on the inside, right? And stick his thumb on that hole with no, like, just plug the hole with his thumb. Dude, what do you think would happen to the spot that he was plugging the fucking hole with, right? Like, now, actually, I think is a decent dude. I think he's gonna die in the name of science one day. I watched this guy put his arm in a vacuum chamber and see what happens, and like his arm wanted to explode. You could actually see like it getting red, and he was talking about how like, the blood was actually almost coming out of his skin, being pulled out.
Yeah,
That's interesting.
Dangerous.
And I also watched him like put his whole body in a vacuum bag and then turn it on. So I'm pretty sure this guy's gonna kill himself one day doing something stupid. But
yeah,
I just, it made me think like, what would happen if you recreated on Earth, what they're trying to tell you happened in the ISS on that disaster where the guy saved him with his thumb. And duct tape after that.
Yeah.
Was it duct tape or was it something else? I think it was duct tape that they used to.
Yeah, it was some kind of it was some kind of sellotape that they used, and they said, how could that have worked? It wouldn't have been able to work, not sellotape. You'd have to have, it would have to be made of metal, you know, of some thickness. And then you'd patch it on there somehow. That's
because they only have two options with that, right? Like they really only have two options of an answer. Is that it that hole wasn't leaking to the outside, right?
Yeah.
To where the vacuum could draw out the atmosphere inside
correct.
their tin can. That doesn't really fly because they made it seem like it was way more dangerous than that would have been. Like if it was just from one cabin to the other with a hole in it, who gives a shit? Because they're all under the cabin pressure.
That's correct. That's correct. You see, do you remember Don Pettit said it was really good engineering, didn't he? Describing what happens if they had a leak. And he said then you have a leak.
I remember that.
Yeah. Crazy guy.
Hey, I'm back.
Okay, well done.
So, SC Montreal, you were saying these O-rings on the shutters on the windows. Apparently, you said correct me if I'm wrong, but you said that it's not possible for them to not need servicing, and you think they've not been serviced. Is that right?
Correct. I haven't been able to find any. I've been searching for a long time, and I've been asking, and so far nobody is able to find a service record of the O-rings. Correct. I did say that.
Yeah, a maintenance schedule, and they have to be replaced. They have to be.
So
subjected to the temperature variation.
Is there a chance? Is there a possibility that they just don't publish this information?
Yes, there is, but they publish other information about all kinds of other maintenance records, like anything. You can find anything you want.
Yeah.
Except that.
That's right.
Maybe I'm just a bad researcher. I don't know. Have you found anything?
I've not even looked into this until you just mentioned it. It's the first time I've heard about it.
I see. Yeah, we go deep undercover, man. Deep
Deep down the rabbit hole, Jin. Hey?
Yes.
No, brother, it's physics. There's no disputing what I said about outgassing. You can't dispute it. It's indisputable.
Yeah,
it's like you telling me that you can breathe underwater or something. We'll just laugh at you. Yeah. There's no way around this. It's physics. I mean, sorry, man.
It's physics and it's fact. It's not subject to your disapproval, is my line. Not subject to your disapproval, man. Yeah, silly. Just being silly now.
Let him respond.
In a court of law, that kind of outburst would get you a contempt of court and a fine.
Okay, let's give him a chance to respond. Go ahead.
What kind of outburst? I was just listening. What kind of outburst?
Well, disapproving the facts. Disapprovement of the facts would end you with a slap, fine, and behave yourself. Contempt of court.
You're not disputing outgassing, right? Surely you've seen water boil, outgas in a vacuum chamber. Surely you've seen that, right?
I'm not disputing that.
Okay, all right, fair enough. Then what I suggest is don't believe me or Jin or anybody. Have a look at O-rings, do some research, check out vacuums, and see for yourself.
Yes, I posted that was supposed to be the hole that they patched up of the ISS. You know, that was supposed to be it, I think. When I looked it up at the time.
Again, you're posting somewhere else because it's not here, Jin. Where are you posting?
What? Oh, okay, thank you. Let me try again. Cool, I'm still a rookie after all these years. Tut, tut, tut. Still a rookie.
Once a rookie, always a rookie, eh?
Hey, Jen, if you need to post anything, just send it over to me, my guy. I'll throw it up for you, okay?
Okay.
Jin, do you live anywhere near Osaka?
Osaka. No, that's miles away from me. That's really west. That's miles away from me. That's west from where I am.
Because they've got like a new thing opened up there, right? What's it called? Mario Land or something like that.
Oh, they got a Lego Land. Yeah, Lego.
Nintendo.
I took my kids there. Yeah,
Yeah,
Legoland.
my son really wants to go as well.
Yeah, I took my kids there. Yeah, Legoland. Yeah, it was good.
Was it Lego? I thought it was Mario, Nintendo. Or maybe that's a different.
That would be a new one on me then. The one I took my kid was Legoland. That was new. Yeah.
It's the Nintendo Mario Land that my son really wants to go to.
Right. That'd be something new that I haven't. My kids are grown up now, so the youngest one is now 14, going to be 15 soon. So yeah, I took him there when he was about 9 years old, 10, thereabouts. It was a really good day. I had my Flat Earth T-shirt on, the azimuthal equidistant map one, lovely. Yeah.
So that gets me usually, Jin, because azimuthal equidistant map is a projection of the globe.
It's not. The map was older than the globe. The globe is the new thing come lately. So it cannot be that way round. It's been hijacked. Another story. The azimuthal equidistant map is older than any globe.
And how are you going to possibly translate these sky observations when he states azimuthal to state that the ground is curved? He's referring to the sky when he talks about an azimuthal grid of reference.
So the name azimuthal equidistant projection, that is the name of this projection. So it always gets me like
it's been given. Yeah, so it's been given that, but that's a misconception.
Which is
what was its original name before then? Why are you not calling it by the original name?
But do you understand how that was brought about?
Yeah, explain.
How what was brought about?
An azimuthal grid of anything. Just that simple term.
Projection.
What it's based on. Projection to what?
Of the globe.
Up into the sky.
Right.
Right. So you're basing your ground on the observations that you're making. Turn down your volume, please. In the sky, which is not okay. The ground is not synonymous with the sky.
I'm asking about the map, azimuthal equidistant map that he had on his T-shirt, and how that came about.
Livestream voice text. Come on. Can we go? Did I get it right this time round? Something's going on. Come on, let's have a look.
No, I can't see anything from you. It needs to be a live stream one text.
Yeah, I'm getting that now. I'm just having a little bit of issue here. Get rid of that. Get rid of that.
Look at Kiwi looking badass in his profile pic.
Yo, Flatty, what's cracking, homie?
What's up, bro? You alright?
Chilling, looking for the suspected curve. Still can't find it, and I'm not willing to accept sky observations to prove the surface that we're standing on. Thanks.
The elusive.
So, Jin, you want to tell me the story about how this map came about then?
Well, I mean, like I said, it was hijacked. The globe has hijacked it. It's been around a long time. I can't give you the exact when this name was used. I can't give you that. I don't know that myself.
Okay. But
what I do know is it's older. It's over 1,000 years old, and that puts it older than any globe.
Okay. So, and is it... So somebody must have drawn this map then before, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is it like... Is it accurate in terms of distances?
I would rest my life that I can definitely circumnavigate with that map and not get lost. If I took the Mercator map, I'd be getting lost. If I took the Mercator map, I wouldn't.
Can I use it to like? Can I measure a distance on that map and then from that work out what the distance in reality is? Because I don't think that on that map I can.
Yes, you can. Yeah, if you go to the Flat Earth Banjo site, go to Flat Earth Banjo's channel, right, and you will see him show you how many flights that don't make sense on the globe that make perfectly sense on the flat Earth. Loads.
Flat Earth Banjo.
Okay. Yes, Flat Earth Banjo. Flat Earth, who's a proponent with the flight routes.
That's like a YouTube channel. Does he have a website?
He has a YouTube channel, but that's good enough. Go to the YouTube channel and then look through there. Go to the most recent ones, or go to the popular ones. Go to the popular videos. Scroll through that, and you will see a myriad.
I don't want to do that. It seems a waste of time, to be honest.
Well, you don't have to go. You don't need to go all the way there. You can just look at the images I threw up in Livestream 1 for you to reference. You got the maritime map for boats, and you got the flight path for flights based on the azimuth.
What are we seeing on this map?
So the boat on the left, the one with the boat in the top left-hand corner is the maritime map. The one with the green lines is your aviation flight path map.
Okay.
With a grid too, and a scale 1 to 1,000 kilometers.
Okay. So this shows what part of the world? Oh, it shows everything. Is this supposed
Oh,
to
it
show
shows the
everything?
whole damn thing. And what's crazy is you've
So
got
where
a
is
grid
the
scale.
UK?
Hold on, every square equaling 1,000 kilometers, right? And you have flight path shown, and all the countries, continents are also shown, if you know what you're looking for.
Right. So where is the UK? Where's Africa?
We'd have to walk together through it. If you want to walk together through it, I'm more than happy to walk you through it if you'd like to. Do you want to walk through it together?
Can you tell me like where the UK is? Like which column?
Yeah, if you want to walk through it together, sure. Do you want to walk through it together so we can be intellectually honest?
I don't want to go the whole thing and walk through.
Oh, you just want to pick and choose your truth then?
Well, typical. I want to know where I am.
Yeah, and that's yeah. Why don't we go for the quote global understanding of where you are? How about that?
Say again?
How about we go for the global understanding of where you are? And I use the term global in quotes, air quotes, if you will. Rock and roll quotation.
Okay, we can go through that if you want.
All right, cool. So if you'd like to open up the map with green lines on it.
Yeah.
At the 4 o'clock position, that's Australia.
Yeah.
Can you see that one? Okay, great. Now you're going to travel counterclockwise across to the 3 o'clock position. That's claimed to be Lemuria. I have absolutely no proof of that. Then I'm going to skip up towards the 2 o'clock position and state to you that that's the North American, South American Strait with the Caribbean in there. Can you see South America and North America, the land masses? Do they look somewhat familiar to you?
They look nothing like what I've seen on other maps, but okay, I'll take your word for it.
Okay, so no, I'm actually seeking your intellectual honesty. So you're telling me that the Americas right now, based on that map, look nothing like what you've seen, North America and South America.
They look very, very different
to what you've seen.
Yeah.
Interesting. Okay. Well, I can tell you that, in fact, South America is shown there, North America is shown there. Now, when you travel inland, if you will, to the big landmass at the middle, that would be Eurasia. And then when you skip across to the left towards the center, That would be that would be South Africa.
You mean Africa?
So where you would be located in the UK itself would just be towards the middle of that map. I'd have to pull up the countries themselves to show you specifically, which I'll go digging.
Towards the middle? No, that doesn't make sense. Because if you've got like what you call Africa, right? So you've got the big thing in the middle is Asia, right? Europe and Asia. So I should be north of Africa. Or the UK should be north of Africa. Where is north and south on this map?
I'll get you another map. Bear with me.
Sorry, mate, but this map doesn't make sense, to be honest.
That's okay. I'll get you another one that'll help a little bit. And this one will be entirely shown on the moon, reference back to what the land masses are. Bear with me. Just have to go digging for it.
Has anybody seen the curvature of the Earth anywhere?
Yeah, I have.
At what height?
Yeah, where did you see it?
I saw pictures of it.
At what height?
I'm talking about in the real world.
At different heights.
What
Okay.
What was the observer's height in order for you to observe the curve?
Altitude.
I'm just posting up the breakout of the moon map, by the way. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Shall we talk about the moon map, then we'll come back to the...
Well, we're unpacking a couple different things at the same time.
Yeah. It's not so easy to juggle. Let's stick to one thing, then we'll come back to it, I think. I'm happy to move on if you prefer, but up to you.
I posted my proofs. That's what I'm working with.
So, okay, so we're looking at this face of the moon. Okay. So walk me through this face of the moon. That Australia doesn't look like the Australia we have on map on general map.
So you're basing and everybody, I mean, comments you in chat is you're basing your nuts on the maps that you've been showing all these years.
I mean, I'm basing it on the maps that we use to travel, to navigate.
Again, this is what you understand. You've never picked up a map that you commercially have available and used that map to navigate, have you?
I have used Google Maps all the time to navigate. I don't know.
Where have you navigated to using Google
Between
Maps?
cities.
Oh, between cities.
Yeah.
Again, you've never navigated using the maps that were commercially sold, right? When I say
I don't know what you mean by commercially sold.
Well, I'm saying when I say navigated and when I say commercially readily available, like we're talking about lengthy navigation.
So yeah, I'll agree. I'll agree with you. I don't work in a
using the sea, using celestial observations of that nature to observe where you're going.
I gotcha. Let me answer. Gotcha. So yes, I do not work in a field where we buy commercial maps and use them for navigation. I don't work in aviation or anything like that.
Right.
What I do use the maps for is, I use Google Maps, and before that I used A to Z maps, and I used like bigger maps of countries when I needed to, on paper rather than on a device. But now I use Google Maps and verified on many occasions that the distances it's giving me on that map are accurate.
Right, Google Maps to navigate between cities.
Absolutely.
So what's your longest?
A to Z.
What's the longest distance that you've navigated using Google Maps?
About 600 miles. Actually, I have a close friend who's used that to travel. Wait, how long was that? That's about 2,000 miles he's traveled. He's traveled across Europe, from UK all the way to Ukraine, basically.
Well, have you, Killian, navigated, your reality using your maps? I mean, you're asking if he has, but have you? Have you successfully traveled using this map you posted in the chat?
Anyway, let's move on to the other. That's okay, he's got a phone call. What was the other thing that, Jin, you mentioned? There was some other topic, I forgot now. Oh yeah, seeing curvature. Jin, you still around? Okay, am I allowed to post links here? I don't know the rules.
I'll allow it.
Okay. So this guy has collated photos. The first few are taken by a pilot at, what's the altitude? 46,000 feet. So yeah, I have seen the curve. I mean, you might say it's something else. It's not actual curvature. That's fine. We can discuss that. But the point about seeing it or not seeing it, I have seen it.
Yo, sorry about that, guys. Got a phone call.
No problem.
I love it. Sorry, guys. I'm just scrolling through the comments here. Bear with me. Oh, I saw you, Nettie. Yeah, guys, that's the claim on the table at this point in time, right? Is that the moon holds some keys to our existence. The funny thing is that when we forget about the commercial maps for a moment and just look at the potentiality for this actually being as such, believe me when I say it's definitely possible if you're on.
Have you ever? Sorry for interrupting, but have you ever navigated using your moon map or whatever?
Absolutely not. I have not. All I've been able to do is pinpoint through celestial observations on my account where the moon is, where the sun is, and then actually be able to see those things based on the moon map. And this was here. I'll post it.
The moon map doesn't seem to represent reality very well. Europe looks nothing like Europe, and my country isn't there, so I guess navigating my own country is not possible on your map.
Well, Tactical, that's cool. I appreciate your input. But from a standpoint of looking at that last piece that I posted up, that last image labeled Book of Killian, we got the moon rising in the eastern sky. Or sorry, the sun rising in the eastern sky, the moon sitting in the western sky. Then when you look to the actual map that I'm presenting, just shown in the middle. I have my location pinpointed, which is in Ontario, Canada, in North America, and showing the tracks that the moon and the sun would be taking, i.e., the Tropic of Cancer, Tropic of Capricorn, along with the equator.
No, try
I see you're
showing this.
interrupting. Tactical, give me a minute, man. We had a great chat yesterday, right? I just was able to realize that your celestial observations are in fact taken with the ground being still. Therefore, you're coming onto my side of the court right now. You've relinquished
No,
the idea.
it wasn't that.
Man. All right, have a good
I-
day, Tactical. Be well, buddy.
I told you that the ground could be stationary and the sky could be moving, but it's not my standpoint. But if you want to do those observations that you just shown that it matches with the observer, could you show it maybe like two observers? So you have two observers in two different countries or even continents, and would the information be consistent with what you're posting in here?
Exactly it. Timbo over on the 24/7 chat. It was
I'm not
11
there,
p.m.
I got banned.
Wow, bro. You have a good day, Tactical. Be well, buddy.
Hey, everybody give each other space to actually say what is being said. Please don't overtalk. Doesn't make for a good conversation.
Thanks, Napalm. So the idea on the table again is 7 a.m. in the morning. I see the moon in my western sky. Talking on the 24/7 chat. My buddy Timbo down in Australia is seeing the same full moon in his eastern sky.
All right, okay. Carry on.
What do I have to carry on with? I've said that I've spotted the moon in my western sky at 7 a.m. in the morning, and my buddy Timbo has spotted the same moon in his eastern sky. Based on the map, that you're looking at, you look at Australia. Australia would be in the eastern sky for the folks in Australia, and for the folks in Ontario, Canada, where I'm located, the moon would be located in the western sky, which again is.
Sorry, I thought you were finished.
Isn't the Australia the thing on the left?
At the 3 o'clock position. I apologize. Sorry, based on the Book of Killian, it's at the 9 o'clock position.
Yeah, so that's on the left. Right. So wouldn't they be looking technically close to north to see the moon?
Where is north on this map, actually?
I think it's
in
the crosshair, the two white lines. I think the meeting point is in north, I think. So technically, from Australia, which is the thing on the left, they would be looking close to north, not east or west.
Yeah, I think, Killian, that doesn't match up with observations.
I'm sorry, what are you talking about? So if I'm standing in Australia and I'm facing north and I look to my right, eastern sky, there would be a celestial body in the eastern sky, just like it's pointed on that track. Now, if I'm standing in North America and I'm looking north, I would have a celestial body in my my western sky, which would be their eastern sky.
Right. So, which celestial body on this diagram that you posted? There's two celestial bodies, right? One is the sun, one is the moon. Am I interpreting it right?
Yeah, whichever one you want. You've got one celestial body on one side, and you've got the other celestial body on the other side.
North is in the middle of the intersection of the white lines. Is that correct?
The crosshairs. That is correct.
Okay. So, which part is Australia? It's the part on 9 o'clock. You said, right?
At the 9 o'clock position, that would be correct.
9 o'clock position. So, if they're looking north, towards the middle of the crosshairs, the moon appears pretty much north, just a little bit off north.
I think it would be best for Killian to draw where east and west and north and south is on that map, so that we can actually correctly visualize what he's talking about, or the way he's talking about it.
No, guys, north is literally the center of the crosshairs. That would be where Polaris is located, land of the four rivers. That is literally the North Pole.
Yeah,
Everywhere in opposition to that would automatically be south. You even have the equator drawn as a big ring around there. I don't have to draw north and south if you're actually looking at the map intellectually honest, from an intellectually honest standpoint, realizing that we're working with a stationary topographical plane instead of trying to defunk what's in front of you by introducing the globe to it.
I just wanted to ask, so the dark circles are east and west, I suppose?
So dark circles, again, are the Tropic of Cancer, the equator, and the Tropic of Capricorn.
But
These would be the
east
tracks
east and west follows the longitude.
East and west follows the tracks. East would be going around in one circle, call it counterclockwise. West would be going clockwise.
So they are the circles. So for Australia to look north, no, not north, east, they would need to be looking in the direction that one of the east parts is. So there will be nothing close to where the moon is on your Book of Killian image.
Again, if I'm standing in Australia and I'm looking north, I go to my right, I observe east. I go to my left, I observe west.
But that would contradict the map that you posted.
Because the moon is north of where you're standing in Australia.
It's closer to being north than to being east or west.
Literally, circumnavigation is something that you need to latch on to realize that if you circumnavigate the point of north, you realize, depending on the direction you go, east and west. Bro, I'm done. Have a good day, Tact.
I understand your point that if you circumnavigate the north, you're moving just in a circle, yeah. But my point was that in Australia, that image of yours, you would be looking almost north to see the moon. And I don't know why are you giving me some mention of circumnavigation when we were just talking about position of the moon and the Book of Killian map that you posted? It's just that when I visualize an arrow going towards the moon on your map, it's pointing almost north.
Tactical. You think I can ask you a question before you go back to that map? Because I want to hear what you guys think about the map. But do you think that below the equator that you would correct your compass to the north or to the south, like when you're going east and west?
What do you mean by correct your compass?
So you want to maintain a heading of east at whatever south latitude. Do you believe that they correct using the north, or do you think do they correct the other way?
I don't think they correct at all. They just go east, and east follow the direction east. That's it.
I think he's asking, does the compass correct, right? Meaning, once you cross across the equator, are you then making a compass correction, meaning using a compass that is correcting towards the south? Is that what you're saying, No Tanks? Yeah.
I don't know what you mean by compass corrections because I've never heard of compass corrections.
You've never navigated via compass?
No.
Oh.
Well, compass on my phone, but that's not really a compass.
Well, it works the same way, right? So the compass on your phone is going to give you a very similar appearance as a compass that is using magnetic north.
Right.
So you understand that
I
your
never
movement
needed
is
to do any
constantly
corrections in that. Just shows you north. You just follow the direction you need to go, and that's it.
Yeah, you realize that the compass updates based on north, right?
Yeah.
Okay. I think his question is, do you once you cross the equator and you're in the alleged southern hemisphere, are you still using a compass that's correcting you or giving you navigation based on north?
Are you still using a compass? If you were using a compass before, yes, you would continue using a compass.
Based on north, meaning a compass that is orientated.
Well, how else? I don't understand the question still. Based on north. What do you mean by based on north? When is a compass not based on north?
There is. So you're telling me every compass is the exact same? Is that what you think?
I don't know. You brought it up, so enlighten me.
I didn't bring it up. I was just trying to clarify for No Tanks. It seems like his mic was cutting out.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it was a question for tactical. I appreciate you wanting to know. There's no problem. I'm not, mad that you want to know about the compasses, but I was just wondering if tactical thought about that.
That compasses use north to point to north?
Yeah. So once you cross the equator, right?
It still points north.
Right. So you're still correcting north in a circle going, in that direction around the north, for the North Pole.
That's how magnetic fields work. They're going from one pole to the other pole, so your compass will follow that line that's created. So it doesn't really matter where you are, the compass will still point from south to north, because that's how magnetic fields work.
You're turning left, but if it was a sphere, right, it would be kind of getting smaller and smaller circles, towards the pole, I guess, right? But you're still turning, like if you're going east, you're still turning to the left, but your circle's going to the right. Does that make sense? Or
you're not turning though; you're going straight.
Yeah, on a globe, it's a circle which you're just.
Yeah, I don't even think you understand the globe, dude. Parmesan.
I don't understand the globe.
Yeah, Parmesan, no big deal. You definitely don't seem like you do, and that's cool that you want to ask. It's not an insult. It's fine, but to interject.
Saying that I don't understand the globe is kind of an insult, to be honest. But okay, I'll let it slide. Go on.
Well, I mean, you're interjecting with these statements that you believe are true, and that's all right if you believe it for now. But when the people stop you on your side, that probably has
My bad. I'll try not to interject. Please go ahead.
Well, you admitted that you didn't know, and then you're interjecting like we're saying something that's false. Maybe just listen and learn, since you don't know.
I will, sir. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's a good point, Tanks, because once you cross the equator, your circles are going to be circling around another point, right? So in the northern hemisphere, if you cut the globe in half at the equator, you've got circles that are going around the North Pole, right? Ever increasing in radius as you get away from the North Pole. And then the same would be true in the south, just opposite.
Yeah, not that there's any credence to what I'm about to say, but I have seen, and it's not that I can find it right now, but I have seen somebody try to make a map where they've made about, I guess maybe it's like 5 quadrants, if you want to call it that, all together. You have the north, then when it gets to the equator, imagine like 4 different circles, around that circle, right? Where they came up with an idea saying this is maybe how it's done, because they're still using the north, right? But then you're saying, look, I'm going in a smaller circle.
So, what's so right? What's the question? I'm trying to understand why you find that contradicts. Are you suggesting it contradicts the globe model? Just to be clear.
Seems strange.
So, which part seems strange to you?
That you'd be correcting, to the left. I mean, it depends on which way you're going around, right? If you're going to the east or whatever, right? So you'd be correcting to the left for a circle that apparently is circling to the right.
So, in the globe model, the circle is not circling to the right or left, and you're not correcting in either direction. You're going straight.
I hear you.
So I still don't understand what you're What bit?
I disagree with that. On the equator, but in the north or southern hemisphere, you're having to turn.
No, you're still going straight. East and west are like longitude lines on the globe. Yep.
If you head due east or due west in any point other than the equator, you're not. You would be crossing the equator.
You wouldn't. East and west are not points that are on the equator. They are points that are parallel with north and south. So they're not necessarily the equator. They're just, if you have north and you draw a line, then it will make a crosser. So no, well, you're going east or west, you're just going straight.
Well, that's not what I was told by other Globers, and I was also told that different compasses are needed. Do you agree with that?
That in the south there are different compasses than the north? Yeah, sure.
Why is that? Because you said it always.
Yeah, it's still always pointing towards north. They weigh it differently. You can still use a north compass in the south, but the most precise will be weighed a bit.
You just have to point it more to the ground.
No.
Oh, wait. So the North Pole remains what? It just keeps ever increasingly getting into space? Like you just keep pointing the compass into space?
Different.
Do you know how a magnetic field looks like? It's two poles and they make lines from them to each other. So when they make a ball, then it doesn't matter where you're on the ball, you're still pointing your compass parallel to the ground because the field looks that way. It's not that north is a single point and your compass points to that single point. No, it's going along the magnetic field.
Yeah. See, you think the Earth has some sort of bar magnet going through it, where the top has a North Pole and the bottom has a South Pole, and somehow there's like a bar magnet going through the middle of it. But that's just not what your model dictates. You have somehow a magnetic field that is generated from a single point, but somehow is as two poles. Really, technically, it's almost quadrupolar, which is a very interesting take. And the problem that you stated earlier was, when Rakia pointed out, if you had due east, meaning if you set a path 90 degrees to north and you're anywhere in the northern hemisphere, 90 degrees from north heading east, making no updates based on a compass, if you just head in that direction, you will cross the equator and you'll eventually hit Antarctica. If you do that same thing in the south and you head due east 90 degrees from south, you will cross the equator and you'll eventually hit the Arctic Circle.
Right. I need to just clarify on that, because that would only happen if the Earth was flat. On a globe model, you would never deviate from that line if you go straight without making any turns left or right, any corrections. You find your east, you keep heading east, and as long as you keep to that direction and don't change it, you'll go full circle and come back around.
Cool. So do you think Google Earth is a pretty accurate map?
Yes.
All right. Can you do me a favor? Can you go on Google Earth at this current moment?
I can.
Cool. So pick a spot somewhere in the northern hemisphere. Draw a line. Draw a line, keeping it 90 degrees from north, a straight line, meaning due east. Anywhere in the northern, take wherever you live if you're in the northern hemisphere.
Yeah.
All right. Figure out where north is.
Yeah.
Get 90 degrees to north.
Yes.
Pull that straight line, keeping it 90 degrees.
Yeah. Makes me go all the way around in a circle and come back to the same place.
No, it doesn't. I don't think you comprehend.
Well, okay, let's say it does.
You just follow that longitude.
Yeah,
You're
but
just
that's
basically following that longitude.
A longitude is a constant correction.
It's a constant curve.
Not on the globe. on the flat
Dude.
Earth, yes. On the globe, it's not. It's just a
You're
straight
either
line.
right or other globers are wrong. Do you understand what we're saying? Because
Sure, I'll
you're
argue with those
wrong
other globers about this one. Maybe there's something I'm not understanding, but you guys are not telling me what it is. Maybe those other
Well,
globers.
I was gonna ask Tactical to back you up, but I think he just dipped because he didn't want to have to actually correct a glober, because globers don't correct other globers when they're wrong
Oh yeah,
most of
I
the
get
time.
corrected all the time if I make a mistake.
By globers?
Yeah.
Oh, so I guess this happens often. So maybe you should try exactly what I'm saying.
I am trying it, and it will lead me all the way back.
I don't think you comprehend.
For everyone else who's listening, this is one thing that they say would be similar or the same on either model would be the correction you would have to do, depending on which direction you're going in, correcting towards the north.
The only time it would be different between the two ideas or maps or whatever is once you get into the south.
Yeah, on the equator and once you get into the south. In the northern hemisphere, it would be the same.
Right. So here's my understanding of what the globe model claims. Okay. If you're going east, you're following a longitude.
We're not talking about just going east. That's where you're not understanding what we're saying.
Okay. So if you start out at any point along that longitude, you look at your compass and you see which direction is east. You put away your compass, never look at it ever again, and you follow straight. You just keep going straight. You are following that longitude. You will follow it all the way around.
At the equator, that's correct.
No, everywhere, any longitude.
All right, dude.
Any latitude, sorry, not longitude, latitude.
That's impossible. In order to follow latitude, you have to make constant corrections. If you put away your compass,
Why?
the equator. That's just
the way it works.
Well, that's not how the globe model works.
100% it is.
Yeah, it is. The easiest way to think about it
isn't.
The easiest way to visualize the curve on the globe model there is imagine 89.9 degrees north. You're standing right next to the North Pole, and you want to go east. You make a circle around it, so you're curving around it.
Hey, Coffee, you're a
say
glober, right?
again. 89 degrees north.
Yeah, just imagine you're 100 feet from the North Pole, right? You're facing it. That's north. You extend your right hand out. That's pointing east. But to stay going east, you need to curve around the North Pole, right? You need to be going 90 degrees from north at all times, which is a circle.
Turning to your left.
Okay, yeah, I gotcha.
Going east.
Right.
Turning to your right if you're going west. I mean, anything else you need to know about your model? So far, you've been 0 for 2.
Yeah, if you're gonna start, being disrespectful and rude, I'm just gonna leave.
Well, it was kind of smug, but so were you, and you're just so adamant a bit.
Was I smug though?
Yeah. Do you want to cut me off and say you're not being rude?
Well, because you've already been rude to me twice.
I said kind of smug, right? Admitted. But it's still a fact that you're 0 for 2 on your own model.
Not sure, okay, yeah.
Okay, you were. You're
right.
Okay, let me say it. Let me
all you
say it a
want
lot
to do.
nicer.
This is
so
all.
you won't cut me
Do. See, this is why I don't like talking to you,
Hey, man,
Rakia,
you don't need to
because
talk over people.
you keep doing this. You immediately get onto personal attacks and just being rude and
you
horrible.
got in your feels because you
I'm
didn't
not
like the way he
interested.
said something, Parmesan. You made it
Yeah,
about
I really don't like it. I really don't like it. I'm not gonna have it. If he's doing that, I'm just gonna leave. I don't need to be here.
Hey, see you later, buddy.
Bye.
No one's making you stay here. I'm just stating a fact that Globers don't even know their model, And it seems like we have to be here to waste our time to teach them their model so they can argue against us. It is a weird phenomena that's happening.
And then when they get corrected, they get in their
Just
field
left.
and then get upset that they're upset and then leave. It's weird.
I mean, I just stated a fact. Whether I was being rude or not, the fact still remained. He's still over 2. He still got his panties in a wad about feelings, then attacked me while projecting, and then left, just like his buddy did. His buddy didn't, get upset, but obviously knew he was wrong and just left.
And he didn't want to stick around and have to actually correct the other person. Yeah, I think that's why the other guy left. He was like, oh crap, this guy has no idea what he's talking about. I'm out. Oh well.
I mean, how much further do we need to spend time with a guy who doesn't even know his model, who's trying to explain his model to him? What exactly was he going to teach us again? I gave him the opportunity. Anything else you need to know or want to teach us, or, let's move on.
I found it interesting. He was going to teach us about navigation. Says he's never actually used a compass and didn't even really know how they worked.
I did like that. I wasn't rude. I didn't jump in and say, I was like, what? You've never used a compass. And then he started talking about how compasses work. Just like the guy earlier, I've changed the seal, so I know how the seals on the ISS are working. And then when he was held to point, he was like, well, I'm not a scientist. I didn't make the seal, like he had the crawfish. Script 101.
Yeah, I just find it funny. I mean, I've spent upwards of over a week with no contact communication with people outside of where I'm at, solely using a topographical map and a compass to navigate. And that guy's going to tell me how to use a compass when he says he's never even used one? It's interesting.
Well, and to be honest, I wasn't rude earlier when I said, look, to be fair, maybe you're right, but we've been taught by other Globers that it's the opposite of what you're saying. So which is it? Prove to us, right? Here's your chance. You're right. Prove to us you're right. But he couldn't. That's not rude. That's the opposite of rude. Whatever. I mean, it's just gotten too easy, right? 6 years ago, this conversation would have been totally different. He'd have had 5 or 6 Globers in here backing up what he was saying was wrong. Like they would have agreed that he was right and that we were wrong, and we wouldn't have known any better. Now we do. So it's see you later. See you later. Have a good day. Go learn your model and then come back and we can talk about it.
Yeah, the quote unquote smugness was only an issue once he realized he was completely incorrect, and then he was upset about the smugness.
I even said I was being a little smug because it did come off as smug, but it wasn't meant. It was just stating fact. It's been 30 minutes now. You and your buddy had a chance. You've been wrong twice about your own model. Like, ugh. It's embarrassing. It was 4 of us, I think, that told him he was wrong, and he did admit it finally. And that guy explained it perfectly. Like, you can touch the North Pole with your finger and then go around east or west, and you're having to correct. Keep your finger on the North Pole. Like, that's an easy way to explain it. But how he can't get it the other way, how he can't get it otherwise without that explanation, I don't understand.
Yeah, I think it's some people are not so great at spatial reasoning, and I always felt like that was a strong suit of mine, and so it was always strange to me when an easy explanation was hard to grasp for people. But yeah, I was going to say, Rucky, I jumped in the middle of that conversation, but it didn't seem like anyone was being overly rude. I think he had maybe a slightly emotional reaction, like a lot of people do when they feel like they were maybe intellectually superior, but then find out that they were completely wrong about a point. Pretty normal reaction, I guess. But yeah, I thought it was pretty cordial.
As cordial as it can be when someone who's clearly wrong being told by multiple people that he is wrong and won't give in like an inch. Until you came in, he wasn't going to give in. He kept saying that it was our fault. We can't explain it good enough. Or yeah.
But that's why I even told him to go onto Google Earth and be like, go to whatever your location is in the northern hemisphere, get 90 degrees from north, and draw that straight line out and see where that puts you. It will eventually take you to the equator and beyond. It will not take you around back to where you started. And he said he did that, and he said I came right back around. So I couldn't help him at that point.
Right, he obviously didn't do that, right? So that was kind of a fib.
So, Coffee, I had a question, the original question that No Tanks proposed. Did you hear that?
I don't think I did.
So, I don't know if Tanks is still around. His original question was like, if you're navigating in the northern hemisphere, you're making course corrections based on the compass pointing north, and it's putting you in a circle. And his question was, in the south, do you navigate making course corrections based on north, or do you switch that to the south because your circle is effectively going to be going in the opposite direction?
Oh, you mean for this case of like following a latitude line?
Yeah, or just navigation.
Or just any navigation. Well, yeah, I mean, north and south are just two sides of a line on the compass, right? So you can do it either way. It's the same thing, right? Like if I find that I'm going a little bit more north than I wanted to be, right? I can turn more towards the south, but that's also you can also say it the other way, that I'm not going south enough so I can turn away from north. Like they're just two sides of the same coin, right? It's two sides of the same line.
But as far as compasses go, if you have a magnetic compass that's, painted red at the point where it's pointing north, once you get into the southern hemisphere, that red points towards the south, correct?
No, it still points north. Yeah, it just kind of aligns with the magnetic field lines. Yeah, I mean, think of the Earth has a magnetic field, and then that little piece of metal is also magnetized. It's got its own magnetic field, right? It knows it wants to, one side of it will point to north, right? The other side won't do that. It's repelled from north. So you kind of have the same effect in the south. It's still pointing north. Now you could always paint it differently, right? If you wanted it to look like it's pointing south, you just paint the other side.
Do you have a good demonstration of, so people have done decent like visual demonstrations of, let me place a magnet at the North Pole of an azimuthal equidistant map and then take a compass, a literal compass that you could use to navigate with, and move that compass around that flat surface of the azimuthal equidistant map, and it shows you how you would make course corrections, or the compass would update based on it being attracted to that that magnetic north. Do you have any good visualizations or practical demonstrations on how you could demonstrate that on a spherical surface with an actual physical compass that's moving in like a three-dimensional way that the compass is making a correction?
Well, I personally don't have any demonstrations of that. Trying to think if I've seen any.
Because I just thought right now, like I've never seen an actual just kind of like visual demonstration of that, but I have seen it on an azimuthal equidistant map.
Yeah, it'd be fun to make take a toy globe or something and put a large bar magnet in it and just kind of show the similar sort of effect. I'm trying to think if I've seen that. I don't think I have.
Yeah. I've never seen that because the deception is so well established. They don't need to do that, do they? See what I mean? So we're the ones that are highlighting that discrepancy.
Well,
We the
I would
against.
say good luck to doing that, even with a toy globe, like not with the same interference you would have with a bar magnet actually running through the center of true Earth, but creating this field. But it's going to be tough, right?
Right. So even better, you would have to do this, or it would make logical sense that you wouldn't really use a bar magnet because that's not what your model is, right? Your model isn't a bar magnet. It's magnetism coming from a singular point in the center, right?
Yeah, center. The center,
Well,
isn't it? Yeah, the center.
yeah, I mean we have to approximate it somehow, right? We don't know exactly what Earth's core is like and what the the magnetic field is a bit messy, right? You got magnetic declination and places where the magnetic field does some strange things. So yeah, we're talking about an idealized sort of model of it, yeah.
Well, your poles are not the magnetic base; they're the axis rotation base, right? Like, because if you had a center core that was magnetic and put out a field, it wouldn't have two poles based on the axis. It would have it wouldn't have two poles.
Well,
the model kind of falls apart, and maybe we're just taught a simplified way, but people think the two poles are what causes the magnetic field, but it can't be.
Yeah, you're right. They're separate things. You've got on the globe model, you've got the poles that are the axis of rotation, right? And then you've got the magnetic poles, which don't have to be in the same places and aren't currently. And we, for navigation purposes, we measure where those are and track the movement of those over time. On the surface of the Earth, or where they appear to be on the surface.
Got to keep in mind when talking about magnetism, you have north and south, right? Now, where is that on the Earth?
You mean where are the north and south magnetic poles?
Correct.
I forget. Is the North Pole is like a little towards Canada from the geographic North Pole, I believe. I forget.
Well, it's actually technically you'd have to flip it because the South Pole of the magnetic north is technically would be the magnetic north would be in the south, the magnetic south would be in the north, but we call them the North Pole and the South Pole.
Correct, but that's not that is correct, absolutely. What they think is north is south, what they think is south is north. But my question is this: why do the compasses, wherever you are on this so-called Earth, why do they always point north?
They also always point south.
Right. Now, but if you take a magnet, if you take a compass, right, and you put it in a magnetic field where there's north and south, all magnets, by the way, are north and south, it switches over when you bring it to closer to the South Pole. Take a compass and try it.
Yes.
But that does not happen on Earth. Why?
It's following the magnetic field lines. It's the same principle that's operating on Earth. You can visualize that with a 3D compass. If you've ever played with one of those, you can see that The compass isn't just pointing along the surface to something. It's actually pointing at an angle to the surface where the magnetic field lines run. That's one thing that's really interesting.
That's what I asked you, though.
Yeah.
I don't know if you were here, SC, but I asked him if a compass that was made to work in the northern hemisphere was taken into the southern hemisphere. Would the part painted in the northern hemisphere the needle pointed red that points towards the north, switch around and point towards the south? He said no.
Yeah, oh, I didn't hear that. Right.
Yeah, it would have to, right?
Absolutely. That's my whole point. Yes.
And we're not dealing with a regular magnet here. We're dealing with a rotating magma, right? Which they're saying creates this magnetism in the center of another rotating field. Like it gets weirder and weirder the deeper you. I mean, they're saying the magnetic inner core of Earth is rotating also.
Yeah, it's all a bunch of because they want to get around the Curie point, which is the point where metal melts and magnetism no longer works, but they get away from that by saying it rotates, so that's what causes the magnetism. Yeah.
Now, I may be misunderstanding. It may have a magnetic center core that creates some type of field around the Earth, and the compasses work on the field, not the inner core. But it's not what I was taught, right? Even in navigation, it's not what we're taught.
What do they teach in navigation? I'm curious.
Well, it's real. They simplify it for some reason. I don't know. And I've only dealt with navigation in the northern hemisphere. So every compass I've ever used is pointing towards magnetic north. And then you have slight adjustments depending on, how far you plan on plotting, right? But if you're doing it on a map, you can just use the map. I usually have the corrections. Like if you're using a navigational map that you're doing yourself, you're going to have to correct.
Well, yeah, that's
But
from true north to magnetic north. Is that what you mean?
Yeah.
Right.
Cardinal direction versus, I don't know, like I've lost a lot of this.
Magnetic direction versus cardinal direction. Is that
Cardinal direction?
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah. So I find it very interesting, like the magnetic declination maps. To me, that's where, if the model we've been told our whole entire life is incorrect and there needs to be possibly more surface area in the south, it could easily be hidden by declinations. Saying, oh, you have to correct your compass in this area this amount in order to get you in a specified direction. To me, a declination correction could easily put you navigationally in a direction that keeps you away from certain things and or keeps you confined.
So if your start off point is in one place that has one declination, and you travel 1,000 miles, then the declination has changed, right? Like, am I understanding that right?
No, there's magnetic declination corrections that need to be made in specific areas, meaning the magnetic declination maps say you're navigating in an area that has a very large magnetic declination, meaning if you wanted to head east towards a specific direction, you're going to actually have to correct to your compass because your compass is giving you incorrect information as to where east actually is. So you have to make a large correction, sometimes very large corrections, to get you going in what is allegedly the correct direction because of anomalies in the magnetic field, supposedly. That makes sense, Ricky. Typically, you don't have to deal with much of it on short distances or anything like that, but
What happened? We lost Rakia?
yeah, I guess so.
That probably has
Are
to
you
take a
familiar
call.
with what I'm talking about, SE?
A
Magnetic
little bit,
declination
yes.
maps?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, well, there's two, right? There's the one where if I got you correctly, we're talking about true north and magnetic north. But also, I think what you're talking about is another discrepancy. Is that correct?
Yeah, there's allegedly discrepancies in the uniformity of the magnetic field as
Yes,
compared to the supposed surface area.
absolutely. There's even one area I forgot. It's called an anomaly of some sort. I'm kind of like in the middle of things and I'm not fully focused yet, but there's even an area where they call it an anomaly, the southeast, and I forget the name of it. Yeah, I am familiar with that. Yeah.
Oh yeah, somewhere in the Atlantic Ocean, maybe. I remember seeing
I think
that.
so. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So we got true north and magnetic discrepancies, but we also have this discrepancy that we're talking about. It appears it's not uniform. But for me, the biggest issue is the non-changing of the compass when we go from closer to one pole and the other. That is a big Achilles heel in this magnetic thing. That's a big problem. In other words, we're talking about a monopole magnet, and monopole magnets do not exist. Everybody knows if you cut a magnet in half, it's not like you get north and south poles. You get those two parts become north and south, both of them. So to me, that's the biggest thing in this.
Well, if you did have just a pole at the center, the magnetic pole at the center, like say you have one of those bar magnets, right? And the center pole, the whatever, say north is at the North Pole, and then the south one is just crazy far down, like it's like vertical. You know what I'm saying? So that would be the way where we would just have like one pole basically here.
Yeah, I heard that explanation before. Yeah. In other words, the south is so far down that it doesn't affect. Yeah.
Yeah, like
That
the
would be,
north one's up
yeah.
here, and then the south is just down. Like it's just
That's the
far away
dumbest
from us
shit.
down. Yeah, so that's the way we can get just one pole, pretty much.
How is that one pole though? You still have two poles.
You still have two poles, yeah. There's no way. There's no such magnet that has
Yeah,
one pole. Yeah.
Yeah, a magnetic monopole does not exist or anything.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah, no doubt. I hear that. We always got two poles, but I mean, for all we might just be dealing with one here. Like we wouldn't have to deal with the other pole here.
Think about it. If it's a monopole, it's an anomaly. It's an anomaly. Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely two poles, man.
So where's the second pole?
The south.
So why, when you go to the south, the compass doesn't flip?
What do you mean the compass doesn't flip?
In other words, the red part will become the white part. It just goes to, points to the south. Switches.
Why should it switch?
But that's the way it is. Take a compass, take a magnet, and see what I mean. Turn the magnet around, you're going to see the compass needle turn. Surely you know what I'm talking about, right? Or if not, try it and you'll see. Take a magnet, take a compass, put it next to it, and just turn the magnet.
Maybe he could answer the question I'd asked him. I'd asked earlier to somebody else. Are you interested in a question? Not that I have the answer, but
Well, let him answer this one first. If not, then yeah, we'll go with yours. No thanks. Is there an answer there, bro?
Did you ask me a question? I see. Like I thought you were just explaining why you feel that could happen.
No, I asked you, why does it not happen? Why does it not happen? You agreed. You seem to not either comprehend or you disagree that if you take a compass and you take a magnet and you reverse the north and south, that the compass will switch, the needle will switch over.
I'm not sure what you mean by the needle will switch it, and I'm not sure why you expect this to happen. Like if I have a compass in my hand, right? My compass is pointing, the opposites attract. So my north end needle of the compass is pointing towards the south magnetic pole. Now you were saying when I get to the south pole, if I move close to the south pole, it should flip. And I don't know why. If it flipped, then my north magnetic pole would be towards the bottom. Then it's pointing towards the north pole. Like opposites attract. The north shouldn't attract north, right?
Bro, all you got to do is, do you have a compass? A little compass?
I could use my phone. The phone has a compass.
No. You need an actual compass and an actual magnet.
With the compass on your phone.
Surely you need a southern compass to go in the south, no? Because the weights are different. So
Yeah, they're weighted in the north. They're weighted in the north, apparently. Yeah, correct. But that's still won't change the attraction.
Yeah, I guess how do we know it's attracting the north, or how do we know it's attracting the south? But we can't use a northern.
What is a southern compass though? I've never heard of that.
It's weighted on the north side, or it's weighted because of the inclination. You need a weight on one side when you're in the north. So then when you're in the south, you need an opposite type of compass. But I know there's a universal one, but I don't know much about it.
Yeah, I'm terrible with this subject myself, to be honest. Navigation in general is not my strong point. But I did see a guy take a compass out. I don't know what sort it was. I assume a standard compass in the south, and it was fucking all over the place. Good luck following that. So it just seems to me that you got a magnetic north, and everything's from that, isn't it?
Yep, it's all about the north.
Yeah. So he's quite a. I was I was listening to BattleBot last night in that that politics server, and he was jokingly talking about an East Pole. It was pretty funny actually. I think he was high as fuck, but it was still funny.
That's where the Easter Bunny lived.
This is a big Achilles heel in the magnetism compass story.
Oh, so I mean, the way compasses work, it's so simple. They just align themselves up with the magnetic field of the Earth. No North is attracted to the south. South is attracted to the north because opposites attract. Like poles repel. Like I don't understand
So simple, you
what
guys.
the
Come on.
issue is. But what is the issue? I mean, if you guys could
Oh,
elaborate on it.
you're the one who's been listening for what? I haven't been paying attention. How long you been here? Like 20 minutes? You don't know why there's an issue?
I just got here like 5 minutes ago. Sorry.
Okay, yeah. No, okay.
I mean, explain the issue to me, Platypus.
What do you want to explain to you?
What the issue is with compasses.
Okay. Well, for me, all I'd like to see is a trans-Arctic flight in which the co-pilot films a compass as pilots the craft over the North Pole exactly, and the compass just does a little 180. Like they're headed right for the North Pole, red arrow pointing forward. We are over the North Pole. Whoop! North Pole's behind us, red arrow pointing behind us. If I saw that, I'd probably shut up about compasses. It's the easiest fucking thing that they could do. You don't need to go to space. All you need is a plane. It's like, I don't think you need.
Issue?
That's my issue. Yeah. They were talking about
what
how they can
Odysee
hide other.
and no tanks are talking about.
That's
They're
exactly
talking
what I'm
about
talking about.
land is being hidden by like magnetic declination and all that stuff. That's good too. But I mean, the simplest point you could start out with a compass is, okay, there's a North Pole. Great, let's fly over it and see what the compass does. But no one's done it. It's weird.
Why do we assume that there's attraction in the north and the south? Why not? I can't think of any other reason. But if the magnetic field is simply lateral and it's just across, parallel to the magnetic equator or something like that, and there's no north and south, it's just literally left to right. Does that make sense? Is there any reason why we think there's an attraction in the north or south?
We don't have to think of anything. It must be. I repeat, it must be. If there's a north and south, that has to happen. There's no question about it.
Yeah, but we can both agree that we both spotted our east and west aligning. Could our east and west be doing the alignment and not a north to south? Does that make sense to you? So we think that there's a north and a south pole, but all they are just converging points of a lateral field. Does that make sense? Lateral or latitude field across whatever, ring, whatever. Does that make sense to you? So if the field is on a flat earth, just circles, no north and south, yes, there is a convergence in one part and whatever, but who's to say that there's no actual in the north?
No, negative. That cannot happen. That's not how magnetism works. No, negative.
Yeah, but we both agree that it's not the same. Yes, I guess there is a magnetic field, but we've got 4 points on a compass and we don't know which one is causing the attraction. If the field causes the thing to stay in an east-west alignment, and yes, your maps are wrong, if the maps are wrong and stuff like that, then naturally following the magnetic field east to west would take you in a different path. But it doesn't convince me that it's an attraction in the north or south. But then again, I guess if we get an iron needle and we float it, then that would agree that there is an attraction in either, yes. But is that actually what we're seeing? I don't know.
Buddy, listen.
Wait. Sorry, go ahead, Essie. No, go ahead, Essie.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make a point. You cannot change the way magnets work, bro. It's very simple. Every magnet known to mankind has a north pole and has a south pole. When something goes nearer each pole, it attracts it greater at that pole. There's nothing you can say or do that could change that, bro. East, west.
That's actually a misnomer. There is no attraction in a magnet. That's just a crude way to perceive it, because science hasn't yet caught up with what magnetism is or is not.
Yeah, but before we go to
what is
that, bro.
magnetism?
Yeah. Before we go into that and just go completely off topic, let's just call it attraction the way we know it, right? But if you want, we can go later into the nuances of virtual photons and that. But let's just, for now, do the compass thing, if you don't mind.
I don't adhere to virtual photons, but I just wanted to say magnetic attraction doesn't exist whatsoever. It's a conceptual phantasm of highly ignorant minds, and it's a false idea based on mutual acceleration of magnets towards one another, which is a faulty observed concept. So it's just magnetic attraction is, like I said, it's just a crude way without better answers to explain what's happening within a magnet, but it actually doesn't exist.
So why don't we stick a thin magnet with the north and the south and stick it and make a compass out of it? Does that sound ridiculous, or does that sound the more obvious thing to do to say that both are one alike? But if we're only using iron, I know it sounds ridiculous, but why not use a magnet because of this, that, the other? But surely a magnet has a north and a south. An iron pin doesn't necessarily have a north and a south. Yes, it's aligned to a field, but maybe it's repelled.
You don't need it iron. You can take a piece of grass and put it on water, and it'll align itself.
Yeah, let's stick to the alignment. Why does the compass point to one? Never mind what it is, right? Let's finish this, if you don't mind. Why does the compass always point north?
Because
I'm asking you.
Yeah, it's what's called magnetic domain lines, which came from Faraday, where he put iron filings above a magnet, and they created these what scientists today called force lines, and that's lines of force. Sorry, which is another false identification terminology because there is no magnetic lines of force. So science has just been wrong all along, but it's again, it's based on the observation that Faraday made, which are due to constructive. Okay, so it's due to constructive and destructive.
That was the worst answer I ever heard.
Okay, thanks for your feelings. The lines are due to constructive and destructive pressure mediation between the divergence and convergence of the magnetodielectric system, namely the integrating dielectric. So there's no lines and there's no force involved. It's just solely that of magnetism, which is both two-dimensionally circular and extrapolatively curvilinear to the mass. There's your answer.
That doesn't make any sense. But even if that's so, right, that doesn't answer the question why here on Earth, a certain way a magnet behaves does not behave like that here on Earth. It doesn't show negative and positive. North and south. So that's the question, not what it's made of. Like I said, we can go into the woo of virtual photons. It's why is magnetism acting different on Earth than anywhere else, than any other magnet,
It's magnetism acts different on Earth than anywhere else. Where would this anywhere else imply?
Any other magnet that you have, when you chop it in half, you get north and south. But the magnetism here on Earth appears to have only one pole. It only points to one direction, no matter where you are on the surface of this so-called magnet.
Well, if you were to chop the Earth in half, you would have two north poles and two south poles. Like, you can chop up a magnet all the way down to the anatomical level, and you're still going to have individual north and south poles. A north and south pole isn't what defines a magnet.
That's my whole point.
Yeah.
I mean, the magnet does point in both directions. I see. It aligns with the magnetic field of the Earth.
No,
So
but it
one
doesn't
end points
switch
north,
when you go.
other
Are you seriously not understanding what I'm saying?
What I don't understand what it is you were trying to say. No.
But we explained it like 5 times, bro. If you take a compass and you take a magnet, and I'm going to say it again, and you put the magnet next to the compass, you got the north side, right? You will see the compass aligned in a certain way. Now, when you turn the magnet, the compass needle turns also. I mean, I don't know how clearer I could explain it. And that does not happen on Earth.
So you saying if I have a magnet on my kitchen table counter, right? I have a compass next to it, and I move that magnet around the compass needle is going to be affected by that magnet, right?
Correct.
But then your question now is why doesn't that happen with the Earth itself? Like, why isn't the Earth itself making the compass
That
needle?
does happen. Yeah,
No,
it all
doesn't
depends on
happen.
your geographical
It does
location. It
happen,
depends on
Essie.
where you're at, and it depends on it depends on the composition that's below you. Like if you've got, high iron content below you, it's going to throw that compass off significantly.
Exactly.
So you don't
SC, show
understand
the demo. They're not getting.
You don't
They're not
get what
getting
I'm
it.
saying.
SC, show.
Unbelievable.
SC, they're not.
Unbelievable.
SC, they're not getting it. Just show them the demo.
I'll show him the YouTube video that I have. Hold on.
Yeah.
Are you going to stream it? Yeah, you should stream it, SE.
Here you go, guys.
You going to share your screen or you posting?
No, I just posted it. It's a 30-second video. Yeah.
30 seconds. Let's see.
Okay, I see it. So you had the magnet next to it. You flipped the magnet, and then the needle spun as well. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, that would be expected to happen. The needle is being affected by the magnet next to it. It's being, the opposite pole of the magnet within the compass. Is it attracted to the opposite pole of the magnet next to the compass? If you flip one, it's going to affect the other. Fine. Now you were saying, why doesn't this happen with the Earth itself?
Yeah, why when you take a compass from the north to the south, why is it still pointing in the northern direction? Even
Once you get to the southern
pole, I'm not finished. When the southern pole is closer than the
Because you haven't flipped the Earth,
Oh
Have
my
you seen
God.
a compass at the South Pole?
If you don't get that, bro, it's just there's no way getting through to you.
Have you seen a compass at the South Pole? What it does?
Oh, it's crazy, yeah, because it's trying to point down.
It spins, yeah. It spins, and then depending on where you're at, it could spin a different direction. Like it fucking goes haywire.
Why?
Yeah, and it's the same happens at the north
haywire?
because it's.
Why doesn't
it's
it
trying to
behave
point-
like it does in the north? Why?
But even if you go towards the North Pole, it'll do the same thing because it's trying to point towards your feet.
That's what you claim. That's what you claim.
I don't claim.
But the facts are. Oh my God. The facts are all compasses always point north.
When you get to the North Pole or to the South Pole, then they go crazy.
Have you done that? Have you been there? Have you seen it?
I haven't been there, but I've seen someone there with the compass, and the shit just went crazy.
So your answer to why the
haven't been
compass
there
always points north is because they go crazy when they're in the south or in the north? That's your answer?
That's not my answer. My answer to why they always point north is because they align with the Earth's magnetic field.
Right, and I just showed you how wrong you are with a little simple demonstration with a bar magnet and a compass.
That demonstration doesn't prove
wrong, right? Clearly.
No.
So what
you
say
didn't.
you know?
That demonstration doesn't prove what I'm saying to be wrong. All that demonstration shows is that magnets affect other magnets.
All right, bro. If you don't get this, it's strictly on you. I will not waste any more energy on this. This is not for you. It's for the people listening. If you don't get that, I don't know what to tell you, bro.
All right, I'll stay muted then.
Show me a demonstration of a ball magnet though. See, they have those with North and South Pole. Show me what a compass does along that. Like make a fake globe And shouldn't we have a perfect apples to apples analogy? Why not?
I've done that too. You want to see a ball one? Here, coming right up. Hold on.
You get what he's trying to say, Don? I don't see what's so controversial.
I think I get what he's trying to say, but I don't think he gets to push I don't think at the end of it there's a problem with anything.
Yeah, I don't see what's so controversial about this. We expect compasses to do this.
Here you go, buddy. There's one with your ball. And look how tiny it is. Yeah. There's no way around this, guys. There's absolutely no way around this. Sorry. You have to reinvent magnetism. You have to reinvent physics. Now, if you don't get it, once again, it's on you. I can't help you.
Essie. Is this what okay, what am I looking at? Okay, what I want to see?
That's not a ball.
Yeah, I want
That's a little teeny little globe for you.
Yeah,
There
I want
it
a
is.
compass smaller than the globe. I want the compass smaller than the globe, and you can kind of, do a little traverse circumnavigation, and you can see what the flip point is as you go around the equator. You can kind of see what it'll do a little bit, pointing the magnet in and out, and then you go to the South Pole and watch it spin or whatever. Like, I don't know, man, but you got to get a real analogy before you say, I know it doesn't match. I mean, we're not even seeing the comparison.
Look, buddy, this is my opinion, right? I'm convinced now. I'm just showing.
Okay.
Now, if you don't get it, it's not on me, bro. If you
But
want to
just said
question
it's your
it,
opinion.
if you don't know how magnetism works, I mean, I can't help you. Sorry.
The people who think they know it works don't see a problem with it. And from what I know about it, I don't see a problem with it either.
Good for you, bro. Keep on trucking. No sweat off my back.
There's a problem with magnets. I think he's saying there's a problem with a spinning ball Earth that has two poles.
Show it though. Do two drawings. Do a drawing and say this part of the drawing won't happen. Because I mean, no one's agreeing with anything of the things you're saying wouldn't happen. But you're posing it. You're like, oh,
I showed it.
How anyone could agree with me at all? I was just saying what Essie was saying.
Maybe this might help you out a little, AC.
I'm talking Essie.
If you had a really strong magnet versus like a really weak magnet, that really weak magnet is going to have that push and pull attraction you speak of within a further proximity than the stronger magnet. So when you look at the Earth,
are you serious?
Yes.
No way, bro. Write it down. Write it down. I mean, this is amazing.
I wasn't finished. Excuse me. I wasn't done. The stronger the magnet, the smaller the field. The weaker the magnet, the larger the field. I know it sounds counterintuitive, but this is how magnetic fields work. So the weaker magnet works at further distances than the stronger magnet. Believe it or not.
I don't care what you say, bro. You have north and you have south. There is nothing that you can say that's going to change that. When you put a compass next to the north and you flip it, it always changes. There is nothing you or no tanks can say that's going to change that.
Oh, so that's what happens in reality then. Isn't that what happens in reality?
Every time in reality that happens, no tanks. Every single time.
So then everything is normal? Or show me the anomaly in the south, man. That's what I want to see.
What you got to do is think of how magnets work. Think of if you've ever seen an exception to the rule I just said. I just posted 2 videos, a bar magnet and a ball magnet doing exactly what I said. Now, you guys could fantasize other physics, but in reality, that's the facts. Sorry, guys.
So we have this place in the north that is the attraction. It's stationary. It's one place. We have that, right? So if everything converges to one point and that point does not move at all, surely that's the case. So then in that case, we wouldn't have declination movements at all, would we? If we had a static location, just like a magnet up north. So there's some confusion where we have this moving thing, which only adjusts the inclination because of the dip, which we don't really use on a daily basis, I guess I'm not bothered by it. So there must be a, you know, what is that, like Canada, where that where the attraction is? Everyone knows Baffin Island.
That's what they say. Yeah, yeah, somewhere up there. Yeah.
So if that's there and it's never moved, and that's the attraction, then why would we have? Yes, we would have declination, but why would our magnetic field move? Therefore,
But
something.
wait a minute. They say it moves though. So
Yeah, and
they do say yeah.
So, but if there is a magnetic field that's moving around, then that's why I'm saying that could also be part of the direction thing or whatever, because the field is moving across and not up and down.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. Even if the north and south does deviate, right? Like they say it does, it doesn't matter. If the north deviates, then the south will follow. So that really doesn't matter. You still will always have north and south on a magnet. There's no way to change that. Yeah.
But we both agree that this moving pole they talk about has got nothing to do with the compass. It's got to do with inclination. So therefore, we can assume that the focus point is at Baffin Island, and there's no magnetic field movement. So if you make a movement, I could think is that the continent's moving, because in that way, with a line field instead of the field moving out of line with the stationary lands. Does that make sense? And they talk about tectonics and all that shit. If we are actually moving slightly, then that's going to cause the magnetic field to go out of line with us. Does it make sense?
I guess, yeah. If things are moving, yeah, they're always going to be out of alignment. Absolutely, yeah. In respect to whatever they were aligned to begin with, yeah, that you can't argue that one. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is not rocket science, right? It's magnetism. We played with them as kids. North, south. End of story. Now we can go into, are they virtual particles or are they whatever they are? That's a whole different subject.
I reckon Edmund Halley, because I think he was the one that sort of like helped introduce into the Royal Sciences and stuff like that. I reckon him implying that kind of expanded into more certainties of heliocentrism because of the way that they thought things were moving. But actually, if there's no moving pole, then everything starts to fall over, doesn't it, in sequence? So by making one mistake or one observation or one assumption and blah, 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 it leads to that. But what I don't understand why we all assume that we've got a moving pole in relation to our compass. If that's not the case, then I guess we fooled out ourselves. But yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm with you, bro. They fooled us. Obviously, they fooled us, right? Because how can you have a monopole magnet? How?
I reckon, let's just say, you know, the Orlando Ferguson map, some way that you've got the north, the monopole in the center, and there's an attraction to the center, and then if you loop around like a half pipe, then there's an attraction at the other end as well. You know what I'm saying? So kind of like the monopole is just acting as one thing and sending a field in one direction, but I don't know. You could have two monopoles doing something, couldn't you? A monopoly.
No, we can't. No, not according to the laws of physics that we know. A monopole magnet does not exist, bro. That's my whole point. There's no arguing in that. I mean, just research it. There's no such thing as a monopole magnet. It doesn't exist. Now, there's one possibility that I can think of, right? The creator made a monopole magnet. That's it. That's the only explanation I can give you.
What was the explanation? Someone was hot mic.
The only thing that I can come up with is the creator did the impossible, if it's the case here on Earth. Or there's just way more land, and that pole is so far away, like Jeremy was saying, but not down, just that way. Those are the only two things I can think of. An exception to physics by the creator, or the pole is further away than we know. much, much further. That's it. Logic. I can't think of anything else. Anybody else can think of something? Please.
I still didn't catch your explanation. The creator made it this or that, or it's much further away. I heard the last part.
Yeah, either a creator made a monopole, something that doesn't exist in our physical reality, or we have much big surface area of whatever we're standing on, and the South Pole is like so far away that it doesn't affect our compasses. That's what my feeble mind could come up with. How about you, Dicelo?
Well,
What do you
what's
think?
the attractive part of a magnet? What's the attractive part?
What was that? Two people talked there at the same time. Was that you? No thanks. You're breaking up. You're not coming in clear. What did you say, Dicelo?
Which part of the magnet has the attraction?
Is he breaking up or is it me?
I don't know. Maybe it's me. I said which part the repulsive. Is anyone else hearing me, or is it?
Now I heard you. The repulsive. Which you said?
Yeah,
Which part
yeah.
is the repulsive?
Yeah, I said which part is responsible for the attractive part of the magnet versus the repulsive? Is it the north or the south facing side?
Well, either one. It's north south attract, and south south or north north repel. Isn't that how it works?
You got a magnet. It's got a north pole and a south pole. One side attracts, the other repulses. It's pretty simple. I don't understand what the confusion is.
Okay, so what's your question?
So if only one side is responsible for the attractive force, why would you expect the south pole to do the same thing as the north pole when it doesn't do the same thing as the north? One's centrifugally divergent and the other one is centripetally convergent. They do two different things. I don't understand why you would expect them to do the same thing.
Because I've seen it with my own eyes, and I posted 2 videos showing that happens every single time without exception. Could that be the reason?
You've seen a north pole of a magnet do the same thing as a south pole of a magnet?
Oh, that's not what I said. I said every time I take a magnet and I put it next to a compass, when I switch the magnet, the compass switches. That doesn't happen on Earth. That's what I want you to address. Everything else is irrelevant.
It's not irrelevant
to this conversation. Now, if you want to talk north-south, photons, that's a whole different story, bro.
Nobody said that. I mean, you keep creating all these non sequitur straw mans, but I guess we're not going to be able to have a conversation. So maybe someone else wants to entertain this.
No, we can have a conversation if you keep to the subject, what I'm talking about. If you want to talk about something else, we can do that. I'm talking about the always, when you switch a magnet, the compass always switches. That's what I'm talking about. If you want to talk about something else, that's not a problem. I'll talk with you about something else.
All right. Well, maybe someone wants to talk with you about your topic, so I'll back out.
What's up, guys?
No, I don't control the conversation here. You can talk about whatever you want.
Well, I brought up something.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I brought up something in line with the topic, but it wasn't exactly what you wanted it to be. So I don't know why you don't want to address my question.
I can address it. You think that north always attracts and south always repels? Is that what you're saying?
I'm asking you.
And I answered you specifically.
You said
North
north,
and
north,
south
south, south.
attract when you put, yeah.
Yeah, but I'm just talking
All right,
about one
so
single.
platypus, your
Go ahead,
camera's on
guys.
if you didn't know.
I'm gonna back out. There's too many people trying to get in. Go ahead, man.
Oh, my
I
bad.
was
No
just
one was
letting
talking. I was
platypus
going to
know
try
that his
to.
camera was on, man. I didn't mean to interrupt.
Yeah, my bad.
Go ahead, Dicelaw.
It's all good, dude. I got other shit going on anyway.
If the north always attracts, well, first of all, I don't know. Somebody was saying earlier you should use a magnet instead of the iron needle. But that iron needle in a compass, that's got to be magnetized, right?
It is, yes, correct.
So that actually like is kind of a
Yes,
magnet.
yes.
So if you have this magnet and it always, like, I'm starting to think, why would it flip at the equator?
Not at the
'Cause that
equator, like
side's
closer. It would have
what's
to.
up?
It would have to, Jeremy. There's no, like, you can't show it doing otherwise. That's why.
Yeah, but if the north always repels the south side and the south always repels the north side or whatever, then even when you brought it past the equator, it would still be pointed in the same. It wouldn't flip there.
Really? Okay, show it. Show one instance of that happening in reality. Take a compass, take a bar magnet, and show me. You can't do it. It's impossible. If you don't
I mean,
believe me,
yeah,
try
SC's
it.
got the demo. Well, you got the. I've seen the things you've seen.
Yeah, I got the demos. I'm not talking out of my rear. Prove me wrong. Do what I did and show me that not happening once. I want to see it one time. You can't do it, man. You cannot change physics. It's impossible.
I could definitely stop that from happening.
Let's see
If
it.
I set that compass on top of a like a strong enough magnet, like a super magnet, and then you take that other magnet and you try to do that, it, it,
Show it. Don't
it
just
Oh,
won't
say
you're
it.
even
Show
breaking
it.
up.
move.
Die slow. You're breaking up. Or was it just me?
No, he was breaking up.
Like, it sounds good when you say it with words. Like, okay, the north side of the compass always is going to be facing the north pole of the magnet we're near, because it's always going to be repelling the other side, and the other side's always repelling the north side. So that anywhere you go with that, it should be facing that direction. Like, it shouldn't flip at the equator. You know what I'm saying, Ezzy?
Well, you can say them words, but you can't show it, bro. It's as simple as that. There's no argument here. It's just you guys not seeing it or somehow being swayed by dice low. But
No,
hey,
I
just
see
show
it.
it.
I've
How
seen,
do you see
dude. I've
it?
seen the thing. Bro, I've seen the things, the demos. I know what happens.
Yeah.
Did everyone
So where
here
do you
else see them?
think that will not happen, Jeremy? Where do you think that will not happen?
No, I don't know. I'm just saying when you say it in words, it sounds like it shouldn't flip. But when you do the demo, it flips. I know.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Did
Look,
everyone
if
watch
somebody can
SE's
show
demo?
it. Sorry.
Hold on. Did everyone watch SE's demo? Maybe they didn't see it, SE.
Maybe they didn't see it. Yeah. I mean, there's no questioning it. Happens every single time, without question. This baffled my head too when I first thought of it. I go, wait a minute, man. Why does this thing always point north? How is that possible? You go in the south, it keeps pointing north. That's impossible. I mean, it's not a freaking nuclear physics things. We're not talking about virtual photons or time dilation here. This is a phenomenon we all know when we were kids playing with magnets. You cannot give a physical explanation for this. It's impossible. Magnets always behave a certain way, and compasses always behave a certain way. You can't change that.
So your question is, why do magnets always point north, Essie?
Can we talk about not magnets for like 5 minutes? If not, it's cool. I'm being picky.
All right, what do you want to talk about, Platypus?
Yeah, that's it. Spotlight's on you, Platypus. Let's go.
And I mean, there's so much to talk about, dude. Bush lied about weapons of mass destruction. Vietnam. Oh, here's one for you. Here's a fake conspiracy theory that you can tell all your friends. All Asiatic languages are fake. See, Asian people can read each other's minds, so they don't actually need to speak. They just made up these fucking squiggly, funny-sounding languages so they could blend in with the rest of humanity. And that's not
Yeah,
racist.
but what about
That's my
Is this the same
oral
as Finn?
family. That's an oral familial tradition. That's my heritage. So
yeah, but
Is
what
the same
about
as Finn that doesn't exist?
what about American people that can translate the shit?
they're just part of the scam, dude. Basically, they're like NASA employees.
It's interesting. Asian
I
languages.
don't know if I'm gonna roll with this one.
No, I know. I'm just making, guys. I'm just kidding. We've been talking about I got stuck in traffic about an hour ago, and we started that conversation there, and I'm no longer in traffic anymore, so I figured we could just move along.
No, I'm with you, but I mean, you got to bring up a new topic.
Well,
bro.
I mean, I was going to revert
you.
back to the little gotcha moment that you thought you had yesterday, and just kind of respell it out. That
Come on,
you
man.
had no
Let's
idea
not talk
what
about
you're
the
talking
Bible
about.
again.
No, I don't want to go there, dude. I'm all bobbled out. Don't even worry about it, bro.
Perfect. Yeah. I mean, it was a gotcha. You were wrong, but let's move on, man.
Yeah, dude. I want to. Oh man, you seem like you'd be a good ping pong opponent.
Ping pong.
Like, are you good at ping pong?
No.
Oh man, all right.
Oh yeah, this is an interesting topic. Let's talk about ping pong. Yeah, let's leave the magnets alone that we didn't solve, and let's talk about ping pong.
Essie, I'm sorry, brother. You take the floor, dude. My bad. I'll see y'all later.
No, I mean seriously, bro. You came in to change the topic to ping pong.
That's hilarious.
Hey, that's fine with me if you want to talk about ping pong. I'm all good.
No, specifically, I wanted to talk about not magnets, but because I agree with you. I'm just being. It's like I want to change the channel on the TV. What I should do is I should get off of Discord and go do something else. But I'm sorry, guys. I'm trying. My bad.
Well, look, maybe you have a point. Maybe we talked it to death, but I mean, can we reach some consensus on this or no with chirality? I mean, if we just leave it like that and go to ping pong, I mean, what have we accomplished?
Yeah. Just don't understand what the issue is, Essie. Like, what about magnets, I mean, compasses and the way they work is all of a sudden wrong or not properly understood?
Because, dude, on
Well, I
Earth,
showed him
magnets act one way. The magnetic field of Earth is acting one way. When you put a magnet on a table or in your hand in a room, we can see that they don't act that way.
Thank you, Jeremy.
With,
All right, so
with Essie's
what?
demos.
All right, so
Did you
Jeremy,
watch
what
Essie's
is?
demos?
Yeah, can I ask you a question though?
Okay.
What is the one way that Earth's magnetic fields works? You know, explain that way, and then explain how through Essie's demo, magnets on a table don't work that way.
Okay, and on Earth, with Earth's magnetic field, the compass doesn't flip. It always points north. You go across the equator to the South Pole. You know, you're near. You can be in Australia, and the
Why?
compass is still pointing north.
Why doesn't it flip?
I don't know. That's not the point, though. Let's not get distracted. The point
That
is that
might
when you do this,
be what answers the question, Jeremy.
no,
You
no,
not
it's not the
knowing
answer to the
why it
question. It's a
doesn't
huge
flip.
diversion.
Oh, it's
Just hold on a second. Just hold on. You wanted me to explain this to you, right? When you do it on Earth, you get to Australia, or you're in America, wherever you go, this thing's always pointing north. When you do it on the table in your hand in a room, it doesn't do that. With SE's demos, the magnet flips.
So with Essie's demos, he's put a magnet next to the compass. Obviously, we can see with Essie's demos that this magnet next to the compass is having an effect on the compass, right? Or am I wrong there, Jeremy?
Bro, magnets affect compasses. You said this very vague statement that I'm not sure how to respond to. Yes, magnets affect compasses.
Right. Why does a magnet affect the compass?
Bro, this is too vague for me.
How is that vague?
In what
That's
way?
a very simple question. What? How?
Why do
Why
magnets
do
affect
magnets
compasses?
affect? Yeah, that's a very simple question.
Because
What
the
is vague
compass
about
is
that?
because the compass is magnetic and the magnet's magnetic, and they have an effect on each other. Vague. We're in vague land. Vague
That's not
city.
vague. That was a good answer. You know, there's nothing
Okay.
vague about it. Yeah, like
I like this
come on,
conversation is
man.
really
What are you afraid of, Jeremy?
My bad, guys. Yeah, ping pong ball sucks dick compared to this.
No, I say ping pong all the way.
King Kong balls.
No, I'm just kidding. So, have we heard from? I'm sorry, I'm gonna put Whitsit on blast here. Where the heck is he? Where's he been? There were no zombies. Do we get an apology letter or what? I'm just
So he
kidding,
really
Whitsit.
did
If you're
say
listening,
there were
I love you,
zombies.
bro. I'm just kidding. No, I
had
was
the
just
bulletproof
waiting.
vest out. Dice Flow had the Mac loaded. We were ready to go.
I'm sure
I
you
was on
guys
some.
were. You guys felt pretty silly there with your banana clip in your pants, huh?
I was on some Resident Evil shit, bro. I was counting my ammo.
Hawaiian
I'm not gonna.
solve some puzzles.
I'm not gonna lie. I put my phone in the microwave for like 40 minutes. I didn't hear the noise or whatever. But
I pre-euthanized people.
I mean, did some of you
See the horror.
really
Just for
think
precaution.
something was going to happen? Was that the talk in flat Earth circles that something was going to happen?
no, it was not the talk in flat circles. There were certain people within flat Earth circles that were saying something was going to happen. I think there were a majority of people in flat Earth circles that were like, "Are you high?" But
Okay.
yeah, I never, not once, thought zombies were going to be happening. And I've said it once, I said it again. Conspiracy theorists are great at figuring out what has already happened about how we've been lied to. We're terrible about predicting the end of the world. It's never happened. Not once.
That's deep. That's actually pretty deep. Yeah.
It wasn't meant to be deep, just factual.
It was more specific than your fucking magnets affect magnets. Oh.
What? It was a question, and you answered it right, Jeremy. You know, I mean, I was going to ask you a few more questions, but I could see you were afraid to answer questions. You were getting shaky and scared, so I don't want to push you into a corner, man.
Bro, it's just we're just so it's just so ambiguous. Like I'm trying
How
to
is it
get hyper
ambiguous?
specific because I'm
But
trying to
it's
get
very
specific on what exactly the effect is.
definitely, but you know, we step by step you get there, but there's nothing vague about my questions, you know.
Well, step by step, you're trying to take us back to the ABCs and shit.
Not really, bro. I was just trying to, you know, set the stage, right? Because you guys are trying to use SE's two demos to somehow say compasses don't work the way we think they work, you know? I was just trying to get clarity on why you say that. You were getting there, but you sort of chickened out, man. So it's fine. But yeah, let's just talk about something else, man.
So I got something. So in theory, on a spinning ball, you could go to the equator and go to the northern side, and water would spin in a certain direction, and then go to the other side of that equator by the same distance, and the water would spin at the same rate in an opposite direction, correct?
Changed orientation, yeah.
Can you show me that, please? Because surely there's like, millions of times this has been shown.
I don't know exactly what you want me to show you. Like
Well,
ocean?
maybe put water in a non-biased, tub with a drain in the center that's not biased. Don't bias the water in any direction. Just let it settle. Go on the northern side of the equator, and that water would drain in a certain rotation, right? Because of Earth rotation, and then take the same tub after you've proven it goes in one direction because of Earth rotation would be the cause. Go on the opposite side of the equator and fill the same water in the same tub, let it settle and let it drain, and it would spin in the opposite. Surely there's millions of demonstrations of this happening. Like, surely there is, right?
Like okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I would guess there are plenty of demonstrations like that.
Where would they be?
I don't know, like just
We'll
find a
wait.
video of someone letting water down a drain in the northern hemisphere, and then get an Australian guy to do the same and see if it goes in different directions, right?
No, I don't think you could do that. You'd have to do it in an unbiased way. Like, you'd have to have the same tub. Like, the same person would have to, do it. But surely this has happened, right? I mean, if this is the easiest proof of this silliness, right? Surely a lot of people have done this. I mean, there might be some fraudsters along the way. Now, I know I've seen proof of that. But surely there's legitimate scientists that are doing this, right?
I'm sure someone's done it. I don't know if they've recorded it and put it on YouTube. I don't know.
Yeah, because hardly anybody records things these days. Yeah, thank you. I think I'm done with this guy.
Oh, I mean, I don't know if one person would have traveled from North America to Australia to do this and put it on YouTube. You know, it's a bit expensive. I think what they would have done is they would have called a friend in Australia and told them, I do it, you do it. That's not what you want. You want one person to go across the world and do it. I don't know.
No, I'm talking about a scientific experiment. Surely cost is a factor, and I never said anything about having to go from Australia or whatever you said. You wouldn't have to go. I mean, would you have to go that far from the equator? I don't know. I mean, it's your what I deem silliness. I mean, I only deem it that because it hasn't been shown. It's just a theory, right? The only thing we've seen is people who have defrauded people for money by using this theory. We've seen plenty of that on YouTube, which didn't seem to cost them that much.
Let me see what I can find, Rocky. Something, and it seems they're doing exactly what you wanted them to do. It seems whoever this person is, they're at 0 degrees latitude, so right by the equator. They use the same bucket, same everything. Did the same experiment twice, once in the southern hemisphere, once in the northern hemisphere. It seems things span in opposite directions. There it is. They drained water in both hemispheres. That's what you want to see, right? They didn't go to the ends of the Earth. They were just right by the equator. And this video is 8 years old. I find it hard to think you haven't seen this before.
No, I've seen all the fraudsters. Is that what you're posting again? Because it seems like it was you 8 years ago posting the same thing. Or is this a scientific study? Is this like a tourist chat?
Seems scientific. I don't know. Do you think it's fake?
I don't know. It's your deal, right?
It looks
I'm not even sure
scientific.
water would. I'm not even sure water would do that.
Well, why not watch it, and then we can discuss it.
Okay, let me just imagine it. So you got this guy that is at the equator. I'm not sure how he knows that. And then how far does he walk north away from the equator? A couple feet? Let me just imagine what someone like you would post right now. This is why I asked. I didn't even ask you, right? That's why I asked the question, just to see how far a particular group of people, let's call them Globers, would go. I mean, I think my point was more towards surely there have been like groups of scientists who have shown, done studies in their universities and done this experiment scientifically and controlled all the variables and made sure, right, this was on the up and up. I'm really not talking about some random guy that is tourist trapping people with a theory and spinning the water one way, not letting it settle or whatever, or pouring the water in one way and then pulling the plug and watching it drain one way and then pouring it in the other. I mean, surely that's not what you posted, right?
It is. What were you expecting to see?
You'd have to let the water settle, right?
He did let the water settle.
Really?
Yeah.
So it wasn't swirling?
It wasn't swirling. He let it settle before he started.
No,
draining.
when he puts the flour in, he's swirling it.
No, when
the
he puts the
flour
flour
swirls
in.
it.
No, he has a cardboard box and like he takes a strip of cardboard and puts it in it to settle the water, to stop it moving. Then he puts the flour in, releases the plug, and it starts draining. And you see what direction the flour is spinning.
Yeah, all you gotta do is spin the flour a little bit. It'll start spinning that way, especially if the water's sitting still. When,
How
when you
far
put
away
the
from the
flower,
equator does it? Go ahead.
it's supposed to be right on it. Now he's at the end of the video. Now he's showing the 0 latitude, and all it is like I said, if you settle the water, when you put the flower in the middle, you just give it a slight twist, and it'll start spinning, and that's the way the water's going to go.
That's what he's doing. When he puts it on, he's twisting it slightly.
Yeah, it's also painted these bowls, so I'm sure the paint has something to do with the way the water is moving as well. So because it's actually in a spiral, so you can see that there's slight grooves. You can laugh all you want, but every little thing affects everything.
All right. So the
All
paint
right.
is causing. So the paint's causing water to spiral a certain direction, and he just as he puts the little flower down, he twists it somehow. All right.
It's a gimmick.
So he's a 3-card Monty type guy, right?
Yep.
It's a trap.
Yeah, it is a trap.
Okay, I'm fine with that. So, is there any scientific experiments that would show
What?
this? Right?
Why do
Because
you believe him when he says it's a trap and not me?
no, I'm
Like, why
saying
not
just
watch it?
maybe. Yeah, I've seen it. Come on, man. So, yeah, so we've all heard the toilet bowl, reference and all that. So, if that would happen, right? How far away from the equator would he have to walk?
He walked a few meters. He didn't walk that far away at all. Very short walk that he
No,
did.
maybe you misunderstood me. I didn't ask you how far the gimmick guy walked. I said, let me repeat very slowly. How far would you have to walk in your estimation? Or ride or fly or whatever to get this water to turn, right? It's going to, and at the equator, it's just going to go straight down. Or is it going to turn one way or the other? Just like maybe turn one way one time and one way the other if you're right on the. You see the silliness here, right?
No, I don't see it.
So you think you can be right on the equator where the water would just drain straight down, it wouldn't turn at all? I'll take that bet.
I think so. Why not? Do you think it's not possible? If so, why wouldn't that be possible?
Well, if possible, right? It's surely recorded. It's the same guy would say, okay, here I am at 0, like I'm on the equator, and look at the water, it goes straight down. I move however meters you said the guy moved in a direction, and the water turns this way, and I go back to the equator, it drinks straight down, and I move the other way, and it turns in the opposite direction. Surely even the gimmick guy would do that, right? They would sell his gimmick even more. It seems like a gimmick to me, right?
I hear you. I hear you. If you feel it's not real and it's a gimmick, that's fine, Rakia. But you asked for this and I presented it, But if you still feel it's fake, then it's cool. I'm not trying to
I
change
asked
your
for it
mind.
scientifically done, not by a guy in probably a wife beater or something like that, like at a tourist trap. Like, are there scientists that have done it? You get my point, right? If this is proof of Earth rotation, like, I would say almost every university with a physics department has this experiment in their repertoire, where they've controlled all the, the factors. What do you call them? When you do those scientific things. Surely they recorded it, right? That's what I was saying. You're the one who brought up this guy that I can only imagine, the group of people he's talking to and what he's doing. Like, what university does he work for again?
All right, I'll try and find something from a university then.
Yeah, that's more like scientific, not gimmick.
Yeah, this guy definitely don't work for a university.
Yeah. This is just a dude in Uganda doing this out in the open.
Yeah, he's just trying to get money for bread.
Well, he's surely then, he's seen this experiment done by universities, is my point, right? He didn't just make this up himself, right?
Like, surely the universities have done these studies and, taken all the bias out of it and proven that this is a fact, right? Because it's not just a theory. It's Earth's rotation causing the water to drain a certain way. And now he's just out there using it as one of his bread and butters, right? That's fine. But he had to get it from the scientific people first, if it's a proven fact. That's what I'm looking for, not the gimmick guy. I think it could even be like, if the water does do that, right? I'm not even saying it wouldn't do that. If it would be the same thing causing the pendulums to turn, like that, or hurricanes. I think it would be more of a electromagnetic or something like that effect. Some people call it ether flow or whatever. I feel that more, right? Like, I can relate to that more. I even see it in my videos, it seems. Like, take a video and it looks like the water is actually flowing. It has nothing to do with the current or the water flow. It's just like movement, on the screen that you're capturing. It's weird. But I do have to say, like, movement, friction between like a physical piece of rock or ground or whatever against the air movement would cause some type of static charge, friction, energy, movement. To zap somebody, you have to basically move your feet back and forth on the carpet, or rub a balloon on your head and stand your hair up. That some type of attraction there, or charge, or whatever. I can relate to that because I can actually do it. It's not a thought process. You actually do it. You can stick a balloon to the wall, or make it appear to stick, right? Make your hair raise, make water bend, shock somebody, pass that charge along, connect, have resistance. It seems to be electrical. Here's another one for y'all. Like, how does the heart start again? Like, when you're born, you're in your mother's womb in that fluid, and your heart develops into pumps and valves. That's even amazing, right? But then it starts pumping. I don't even know the reason that they say it starts pumping. Spark of life. Does your mother's like compression of the lungs, or her heart start your heart beating? I wonder if someone knows, like, I'm sure someone knows her.
That's a good question. They say there's a thing in your heart that is responsible for making the electricity. Some sort of node. That's what they say.
Yeah, but you're not plugged in anywhere. Like, you're in your mother's fluid. Like, you're in the womb. Yeah, it's a strange one. I've thought about it often. I've never really asked the question. It seems almost silly to ask, but it is. I mean, it's something I've never gotten an answer on that I know of.
Yeah, how does it go from not beating, beating? That's a very good question.
Yeah, why does it start at a certain point? Like, I guess it does. That's what causes heart malfunctions or whatever. But you know, before it's fully developed, what if it started? It wouldn't work properly. So it's most of the time it starts at the precise moment. Like what activates that? What is that? Another random act? Um,
Oh, brother, that's God territory. Now we're entering God territory. That's, that's
I mean, can Elon Musk, right, make human tissue form into heart valves and pumps and you know blah blah blah? Create a lung and not only create it but make it work, like start it? Or is there a more intelligent creator than Elon Musk and all these other, you know, great people? Yeah, I would,
I've heard.
you know, yeah. I have people in my family that are more intelligent than me. It's proven, right? Taking tests, they're obviously more smart. They can process things quicker than I can, yet can't develop a heart out of cells and make it start and make it work for 80 years or depending.
Yeah, never mind a heart. I've heard much more intelligent people than me say that if you give them all the ingredients, DNA, mitochondria, all those things, right? All the chemicals that they need to start life, if you give them all to them, sequence properly, everything, right? They still can't make a cell. They still can't make life. That's how bad it is.
Yeah. Yeah, I've heard this storytelling or analogy, and they're like, okay, you're God, you know, you do this, you know, how would you do it? Well, and the man, the scientist said, well, I would take dirt, and the guy goes, well, hang on one second, where'd you get the dirt? Right? Like,
Yeah, but even if you give them the dirt, bro, and everything they need, right? They still can't do it. Even if you say, here's the dirt, here's the machine, here's the DNA, here's all the enzymes, whatever you need, they still can't do it.
I think that's why people that believe in, especially the Big Bang, things like that, similar, have to say these guys are smarter than me. They've got it figured out. I just trust the authority, right? I get it because if you really start breaking it down and putting it into things that you can understand, each one of those parts makes no sense, right? You have to take the full story from start to beginning, you know, start to end, and just trust it, even though they tell you, if they're honest. Most scientists, if you really ask them, they're really honest. They have no idea where it started, right? Like where that initial energy came from, or you know, I like the question now that's being brought up. Expanding into what?
Yo, you can only expand something if there's space for it to expand into. Otherwise, if there's no space for it to go, you know, there has to be something on the other side of that. Some space to increase your volume.
Infinity is a scary place. Infinite zeros.
Yeah, this is getting bad for them. Just look at all the subjects we covered today. moon photography, all the way down to here. We haven't had one argument against our argument. Not one solid one, that is.
Well, I'm sure you've seen how this the whole debate thing has went. Like, we're killing them now compared to what we used to be 4 years ago, whatever. Like, yeah, they're getting frazzled. That's why the Globers stopped coming here, because we tighten up with the moderation. We're not letting the bullshit tactics go through anymore. The Globers can't handle it because their arguments suck, so they just fucking left, where they can go run their tactics and their bullshit game somewhere else.
Simple.
To be honest with you, honest question, but what's wrong with a place where, what do they call it? Like, where everybody agrees? Actually, that doesn't happen here, but if you're speaking the truth, right, and you're spreading truth, what's wrong with that? Like, why would you want to be anywhere else?
I hear you.
Yep. So mods here will clamp down on any abuse at any time. Some things might slip, right? But they can't say that they don't get a fair shake here, and everything they say will be let out. You can't say that. That just can't do that. I remember a few years ago when I used to go on these things, and the big wigs would come on, right? That Blue and George and all these guys that had the credentials, right? I remember I used to sweat. I literally used to sweat, because I said, what are they going to come up with next, right? I was green behind the gills, right? And now I hear these arguments and I laugh. I literally laugh. Because just a little bit of knowledge of physics could kill their whole cosmology. You don't need to know math or anything, just a little knowledge of physics. You can destroy their whole argument, everything. Remember when I first heard about the gyro compass, I go, oh shit, we're screwed. Until I looked into it, that is.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob. And not the Bob you're thinking. Bob, the science guy, brought that out years ago, and I destroyed it.
I was looking for that.
Bob.
I was looking for that picture yesterday of the telescope that I posted at my friend's telescope, and I ran across a picture that I took a snapshot of I think who you're talking about, Bob, the science guy, in a pilot uniform. Is he a pilot? I don't know why I would have that. Okay, cool. Not
Didn't
sure
he
why.
say he was a pilot? An officer? Didn't he say he was an officer?
I don't remember, but I had this picture of him for whatever reason. He's like a tall, thin guy, kind of balding. I don't really pay attention to their names and stuff that much, but I had a picture of this dude in a pilot's uniform. Is he the one that owned that? He owned the medical marijuana or whatever. Got in some trouble. Is that the same guy that I'm thinking about?
Surely you know Bob, the science guy, right, Rakia?
Yeah, but I get them confused. Just being honest with you, like. I don't really.
So Bob the Science Guy has a mustache and mostly not a head full of hair.
Yeah, I think that's who this picture is. But what was he the medical marijuana guy too?
I don't
That
think
owned
so. I don't think that this Bob that we're talking about has ever even puffed on a joint, my friend. He is not cool.
Well, that makes me not cool. I have never smoked. Cool as shit.
Yeah, surely you remember shorter than a straight line distance. He did that with me and you.
Oh yeah,
Yep.
the 2 routes. He took in
Rocky,
his
you
car.
are cool. I don't believe that you've never. Have you smelled weed once? You smell it?
Yeah, I mean, my friends started doing it, and I just kind of I had some reasons why. I mean, I was in athletics. I had scholarships and stuff that I was working towards, so I didn't mess with any of that.
Well, you don't need to smoke weed to be cool, but I'm just telling you, Bob the Science Guy isn't cool. You're very cool, Rakia. I didn't mean to say it like that. I'm now eating my words and eating crow on that one. But what I wanted to say was Bob the Science Guy doesn't have a cool bone in his body.
You never know. How people come across on here.
Well, I mean, he could try to prove it, but he's Gillian, are you serious? He's the guy selling weed prescriptions? Am I wrong about all this? Bro, Killian
Yeah,
just says,
no, dude, it's 100% the deal. He was selling scripts for narcotics, whether it was medical marijuana or other stuff. But yeah, that's what he was doing, dude.
damn, bro. I'm totally wrong. Everybody recorded. Glat 4 was wrong.
Dude, it ain't about that, bro. It's just saying, like, these guys are an interesting bunch. And now the thing is, right, the aspect of observing is cool is a good note. But the other thing you got to pay attention to is if he can make a buck on it, he's probably going to do it, right? And that's the thing that we know with the Globers is that they're willing to sell their soul, like McToon and Fight the Flat Earth. I was having trouble. I almost said Fight the Tight Shirt. That they're willing to tell lies in order to make a buck.
Yeah. Yep. And see how I just said I was wrong, so I worked to correct myself. I asked Rakia about some stuff and Killian about some stuff. You guys, if you're wrong, it's okay. Globers, just admit it. But don't get mad when we've shown you that you're wrong. Either go away, take some breaths, get right? Go find out what the truth about the thing is, and then come back. It's okay to be wrong, though. Really, it is.
I knew I had a photo floating around somewhere in my bank.
What y'all do with Zanuck? Where's he been?
Zanuck pops in every once in a while. But most of these guys disappear. Rumpus, anybody hear of Rumpus lately?
Nah, he got cornered in. He's not doing his test.
I've been hearing him on Fight the Flat Earth streams every now and then.
Oh yeah?
Yeah, didn't he jump in when Bev was on or something? Maybe not.
Oh, so he popped his head back in. So he's hiding out in over there. Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, maybe. I don't know. I don't know now.
He was telling me for 2 years that he's going to have me on. He's going to explain to me what the test is. He's going to get it down to detail. And then he's going to have a presentation, and then he's going to do the test. He's been saying this for 2 years now. I'm going to have SC on. I'm going to explain everything. Rumpus, we're still waiting. You know, he knows he can't do it. He knows he can't show water curving. He knows what's going to happen. He knows that we know how water flows. So, I mean, yeah, it's really bad being a baller these days, it seems.
Well, even if you show on one day that the target is lower than the crosshairs, you can show on another day that it's higher than the crosshairs. Even his own guys are doing this readily now. Shout out to Jesse and George and everyone else who's done it. Jesse and Jesse, two Jessies. How often is it being done where two different Jessies have done it?
Oh, Kozlowski got that effect too? No doubt. I didn't know that. I thought it was just Jordan.
See, this all started back on Jose's channel years and years ago, where I claimed that I did it at Lake Pontchartrain with my theodolite, and they all called me a liar. And I was like, no, and they were like, well, let's see the evidence. Well, I don't have a camera, like I didn't take pictures of it. I just saw it, right? And I'm saying it happened, and they're like, no, you're a liar, you're a liar, you're a liar, for years.
Well, yeah, they said so many times that things can never be above the horizontal line. So they believed it, and then boom, somebody saw something above the horizontal line that shouldn't be. So that's why they didn't fucking believe it.
So that would mean with different conditions, things could appear to be below the horizontal line as well, right?
Yeah, things cross the horizontal. That's what they were saying for years. Nothing crosses the horizontal line. Things that are above it stay above it. Things that are below it stay below it. Well, that's not how it works in reality, because now we know that things can cross that horizontal line. That shouldn't. That geometrically shouldn't cross it geometrically.
Yeah, we have an observation from George, right? God rest his soul. Didn't he do an observation like that?
George did it. Jesse did it. Yeah.
Yeah, they all did it.
Now, theoretically, that's not possible, right? Because we're always above, but visually it happens.
I was so happy the day that George finally posted his observation where I could take a snapshot. I remember I was where I was. I remember the day because they had ridiculed me for so long. And you start to think, well, maybe I didn't, maybe it's not possible. Maybe what I saw through my scope, wasn't right, or I set up my tool wrong, or whatever it may be, right? But when he posted it, right, and he was their go-to guy when it came to this, because he set his on a bedrock and bolted it, and it was always in the same spot, looking out into the same direction, right? And I agree with him. The bias, what you're going to get most of the time is the horizon appearing lower, just because I think you're in that more dense layer closer to the ground, or the conditions are normally where they're going to show that. I'm actually headed to New Orleans right now. I'm going to cross. Let's see, I'm on 55, so I'll be by the power line here in about 30 minutes. Y'all should also know there's 3 different bridges that cross that. 3 different sets of bridges, right, that cross Lake Pontchartrain, not just the one that they show.
Yeah, I remember the day when they told me, this was on Jose's show, when they first showed me the bridge, and then they told me that there's an actual curve there. I almost fell off my chair, bro. I couldn't believe it. That's when I came up with the skateboard paradox. I go, what? They think there's a curve there? Yeah.
Yeah, at the 12-mile mark, you're 90 feet. If you're at the water, if your feet are touching the water at the 12-mile mark in the middle of that lake, and you go 12 miles to the beach in a straight line, a horizontal line, you would be 90 feet above the beach on each side.
That's right, bro. Correct. I think we're one of the few people that get this argument, Rakia, because I've heard a lot of pushback here about this argument. I think a lot of people still haven't grasped the significance of the water argument.
Especially Jeremy.
That horizontal line is a tough one to get away from, right? It's a baseline. Even they use it.
Yep.
They just call it different things, whatever they call it. But when that line is touching the midway point, it's barely touching the water at each beach, that line would be 90 feet above the water. Although the land then rises, right? Yeah.
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 And let's not even get into the drop part of the fantasy, right? Yeah.
The water's dropping from the midway point to each beach at a certain rate, a constant rate, creating a ball underneath or a sphere until it reaches the land. And then the land has different elevations. But the water itself, they're calling that not elevation. I don't know how they do that. Like, one is from the center of the earth, I guess, to the water, and then the land itself is not measured from the center of the earth. It's measured from mean sea level. I'm not sure how they do that. Like, two separate things, right?
Well, how they do it, they envision a ball, and they envision themselves always being at the same elevation with respect to that ball. That's how they do it. You have to preconceive a ball in your brain and work from there. That's how they do it.
They used to say you always were at the top of the ball, right? But that's not what they're showing in these pictures. They're showing the water and the bridge appearing to rise towards your eye level and then drop away from you.
That's right.
Well, that's not you on top of the ball. So it's obviously just a visual effect.
Yeah, where's the constant drop? Exactly. Yep.
It should be dropping from where you stand in any direction. Should be the water itself should be dropping away from your feet in all directions.
Absolutely.
It's a tough one. Which also would be scientifically proven by almost every I would say all universities with major physics departments, at least. They would be at their nearest lake, showing their students and showing their community, how the water drops. Now, they don't do this, but they do have departments in universities that show how we see over distance and how we perceive things to rise and fall due to perspective and conditions and mirages and all that. They teach that. But what they don't teach is that horizontal line fall away from that horizontal.
Exactly.
Show me that video. Where's that guy? Is he still gone? He hasn't come back with the video. That's the guy that used to show the toilet bowl, right? Odysee?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, he used to post that toilet bowl turning in the different directions in the different hemispheres.
Oh no, the toilet bowl was No Name. Remember this guy, No Name?
Who's it? Yeah.
Yeah. It's not this guy. It's another guy.
Oh, Rocky remembers No Name. Rocky remembers No Name. You had to call him out. You had to call him out on Jose's one.
No Name. I thought that was. They sound the same.
Yeah, first you have to know that you live on a ball, and then you have to know the exact radius, and then you'll know that a horizontal line is actually, pointed down. It's a tilted. Horizontals are tilted. Yeah.
Check out the year on the meme, Rakia.
Driving. No.
2020.
My handless like on my
2020, no name.
no name.
Yeah, he's quoted as saying the Coriolis affects the flushing mechanism. Has nothing to do with the way the holes are placed in the toilet whatsoever. It's too funny, man.
But is that really his fault? Like somebody told everybody that it was
Yeah, but
true.
he's a grown man, so yes, it is definitely his fault. He pushed that for years, man. You would have heard it. Then
So they've been pushing water spinning differently in different hemispheres, quote unquote, for years now. And proof is toilets flushing differently in Australia than in the States. Or that shell game trick they show when they have a sink and a guy pours the bucket of water. I think you guys were talking about it before. You just pour it towards one way or the other, and that's the way it's going to swirl. I mean, really? 3-card Monty, right? You got fooled with that.
Powerful, you know, pseudo forces there.
Yeah, that's yeah, Killian. Yep, you got it. Yeah, I remember when he first brought out the gyro compass. I go, oh boy, they got us licked now. Just gonna have to admit that the Earth spins. I mean, there's no other explanation, right? Wrong. I looked into it, and I realized that a gyro compass is just a compass manipulated to point a certain direction. And not only that, you can make a gyro compass, a mechanical gyro compass, point to any cardinal direction. In other words, you can make it point east all day long. So there goes their
What they need to do is
gyro compass.
they need to spin up the gyro, right? But you know, have it vertical. You know, have it up and down. Spin up the gyro, and you know, see what happens. See if at the equator, see if east and west is a circle or a straight line.
Yeah, but do you get the point I'm making? Like, they used it as a gyro compass proving north, right? Proving that the Earth rotates because it makes the gyro compass always seek north. But when you look at that claim, you'll find out that's not true because it's just made that way. It's weighted down, and you can make it point to any cardinal direction. In other words, you can spin it up facing east, right? And once it reaches a certain RPMs and a certain time, I think it takes about like a good 20 minutes for those old mechanical gyro compasses. And once it points east, it'll point east all day long. It won't try to find north, in other words, on its own.
yeah, from my limited knowledge, you have to spin it up and adjust it to point towards your true north.
Well,
If that's what.
Yeah, what that shows us is that that momentum is stronger than the pull of that, you know, that magnet, which is actually the exact contrary belief. If you believe toilets spin in the opposite direction, you believe that the Coriolis is stronger than the momentum carried by the water. So it's like two contradictory ideas at the same time.
Yeah, I don't care where I am on Earth. If it is rotating, I can make that water go in any direction I want to make it. It's way stronger than any force that they're claiming.
Yeah, right. Because the momentum, if you, whatever direction you push the water in, is going to be is a actual force being carried. But they're claiming that force can change direction. The momentum can be changed the other way, like go the other way now because of the spin of the Earth or some shit. While at the same time using the gyro compass to prove that momentum will resist the spin of the Earth. Yeah, so it's weird.
Well, actually, they say the gyro compass, because of the spin of the Earth, finds north. Because of the spin of the Earth. It's like, really?
See, I'm not even. I've heard that too, but I'm not even sure. I'm not even sure that's the claim of people who would talk about who are experts on the gyro compass. I think that's just the claim of Glovers because
Yeah, Doofus
light is
claims that
affected
a
by
lot.
light is affected by more things. Like rotation isn't one of them. But I don't see how you take away the bias of which way the lights are turning. Like if you
The lights? You're talking about the laser?
Yeah, the laser.
Okay, yeah. I was talking about the mechanical one. Yeah, those are different. Yeah.
Well, I don't get how you would take out the bias of the mechanical one for sure because of whatever term you want to give it. If it's turning right to left, then it's going to have a bias right to left. I argued this with Zanuck on bullets. If the bullet is spinning one direction, it's going to fall in that direction more readily, like a baseball. Like if you spin it one way, it curves one way, or you can make a baseball or a softball spin, especially a softball, go upwards. If you spin it with enough rotation, it's going to go that way, or you can make it sink if you spin it that way.
Yeah, that's what the pitches are in baseball all about. The sinkers, the curves, the drops. Yeah.
Right, and the softball will do it more, where you can throw a rise ball with a softball or a sinker with a softball more readily because of the surface area that it has. That's more bias. But a baseball is small enough to grip in a way where you can turn it right to left and make it curve, do a breaking ball. Easy grip.
Yeah, physics, bro. Physics. There's no way around it.
If bullets won't go forever, they'll start tumbling. Once they slow down enough, they actually stop spinning and start to tumble, at a certain point. They just meet enough resistance where they slow down enough going through the medium. And it depends on how humid it is, blah, blah, blah. I'm sure everything would have to affect it, right? I think everything affects everything. So once that bullet reaches that point, depending on its surface area, how fast it was spinning, and how much energy it had, it's going to start to tumble at some point.
Yep. And then this guy in the what was it, 1500s, said that if something travels, it'll keep on traveling unless something acts upon it. Really? Where the hell did you get that notion from? Where did you ever see anything traveling forever? It's like, it's incredible. It's incredible the things people believe. Like, how do you come up with that idea? Newton, right? Where in Newton's world or experience has he ever seen anything travel forever? How do you come up with the gumption, the notion that something can travel forever? Like, did he see a dream? What? I mean, Like, did he think up space on his own? Did he think it's a vacuum on his own, and that something could travel forever if it's not like impeded? Like, how do you come up with an idea like that?
Yeah, I've said the same thing, but I think it's analogical to like gas pressure without a container. Like every instance we have a container, so that must be the antecedent. So in every instance we have an opposing force or a force in another vector or whatever. Therefore, you know, the idea would be that without any other forces, it would go on forever. But yeah, I mean, it's like begging the question. Yeah.
How would he get an idea of vacuum? Where would that idea come to him from? A vacuum.
I don't know if did he say something like that, or are you just assuming because of when you have nothing, it must be a vacuum?
I think it comes out of necessity, right? To push your agenda or your belief system, you have to come up with these things. And a vacuum is something that has to be to support their claims, like stars and whatever have to be, this distance, because they made the claim first, and then said, well, these stars are this far away.
It's a lot of assumptions, a lot of people coming up with ideas, and just somehow they just make it in. They get accepted, regardless of how nonsensical they are, right? Time dilation, arm shrinking. Like, you tell that to a sane person, they're going to say, what? Did you just say that the arm of the mechanism you were measuring something shrank in reality? And they would have to say yes. So how does that make it to academia? How does that statement not get laughed at? Any sane person to hear that statement, how does that make it through?
Well, most of it did get laughed at, but then, just like today, you'll have these families like in my city, right, that support the university, and they donate, millions, and now it's turning into billions. They'll donate land, they'll donate cattle, their kid, you know what I'm saying? They'll make all these promises, but they'll also put their, family members or themselves on board of directors, so certain things get in and certain things don't. They have control. So one university might teach one thing and one university might teach another. But when you run in these tight circles, then you all kind of support each other. And man, voila, here we are, right? The Rockefellers controlled this. They controlled the textbooks. Big Oil controlled everything, right? Far down to the drugs we take, what they're made of, the types of engines we use, everything. Schooling, textbooks, down to the minute how the teachers are hired and who you hire, who gets promoted to where, and it's all about control. You give me the TV and the books and the newspapers and the internet, let me kick off and put up front and promote, give me the money and control. I'll teach people the sky is green. You understand what I'm saying? Like, give me 2 generations, it's over with. The trees are blue and the sky is green. And then you'll be called crazy if you say otherwise.
I don't doubt that. Yeah. We're so easily fooled. Certain people are so easily fooled. It's unbelievable. And they know it. They know it.
Oh, sorry. What gets me with the toilet observation, I was listening to you guys earlier, is like we would never step back, I say we loosely, those who observe this water spin thing, and think for a second that toilets are made of porcelain. And porcelain is something that has to be casted. And when you have something that carries water, and this water shoots out into a bowl, they have to drill holes. Now, when they drill those holes influence the bias of how the water comes out of the nozzle into the bowl, which will affect how the water interacts with the bowl. And this is why Rakia earlier mentioned, right? It's important to pay attention to the bias that we're influencing the water with in order to observe the spin that we think is influenced by the hemisphere we're located in. Sad state of affairs, folks.
Yeah, it surely is. Yeah, if these like things are not understood, like I could understand if you don't know, right? But once told, like once shown, and it's not like told like I'm telling you a religious speech. It's a physical thing, showing you physics, right? Hot always goes to cold, undisputable, right? North south of a magnet, undisputable. Pressure, undisputable. All these things are not dictates, right? These are just facts. So it is what it is.
Literally, as you're saying, it's literally an if this then that type of an equation. If I influence water a certain way, it's going to spin that way. The influence that we're giving it, and that's just it. All these arguments involve leaps of faith. Never do we observe a globe model where we're actually proceeding under leaps of logic.
Yeah, they can't show anything of their claims. What it boils down to. All the claims about their cosmology, they cannot prove. I don't think they can prove any of it. Any of it. The only thing they can show is throw a pen in the air and say, look, it goes down. That's it.
Well, yeah, if you ask a glober for a base axiom, you'd be pretty hard pressed to get one.
Yeah, none of their things are proven. They can't prove or show any of it. Any of it. Rotation, gravity, how they claim it works, right? None of it. Gas pressure, distances, movement, depth, what's in the ground. Never mind what's at the center. Everything. There's nothing that they can prove from their cosmology. Now mention their cosmology. Never. It's not that they can't even prove stuff here on Earth. By their own hand, they're killing their own explanation of what out there is. The Big Bang, black holes, all that, galaxy formation, all that has been by their own hand proven wrong. So they're in a very precarious situation, I would say, right now. This is like a time in the scientific community that we haven't experienced yet. This is like big stuff going on here. But of course, they're going to find a way to brush it under the carpet. But yeah, it's interesting to see what bull they're going to come up with.
SE, take a
One
read in the chat. Let me know what you think about that comment by Rage Cage, I think it is.
other than all distance measurements using Earth's globe radius, something you all have to ignore.
Right. So let's examine that for a quick second. The claim is 3960, 3959 radius, right?
That's what they say.
So 3,959 mile radius. That means from the epicenter out to the crust of the Earth, there would be a 3,960 mile distance. Cool. So then we take that radius, we apply it to the, let's say, maybe circumference of the Earth, or even just the total measurement of the globe itself to understand what the drop over distance would actually be. And when we break it down on a microcosm level, macrocosm being the 3960 claim, the bigger view, on the smaller view, that results in a 1.25 mile drop over a 100 mile distance traveled. I'd like to know from anybody in the chat, how does that actually show itself in real life? Anybody? Globers specifically would be great to hear an answer from. Thanks.
Yeah, that's assuming you grant them all this. I don't grant them any of this. There's no way of them ever knowing this. How did you get your radius? I mean, really? Yeah,
Dude,
that's all
I'll,
assumption based. Yeah.
and that's just it, right? SE I'm willing to give them that if you're willing to show it to me. Go ahead. I'll stand. I'll wait. I'll hand you. Come to the front of the class. You can have the blackboard. Here's a piece of chalk. Show us how that 1.25 mile drop shows itself in a 100-mile distance traveled. It's really simple.
Well, that fantasy claim is actually easy to disprove, right? Just go to the beach, bring a camera with you, preferably one with a long zoom, and it's simply game over. I don't even think you even need a camera. You can do it with your eye. What they claim happens doesn't happen. It's just that simple. Anybody could do it. Just walk over to a beach and look out yonder. That's all you need to do.
What does looking at a beach do?
Well, preferably you'd like to get a boat, like I did. Eyeball a boat, and you eyeball some markers so you can gauge distance and just see for yourself what the fantasy claim happens doesn't happen. Where they say it happens. It's that simple. Now, granted, depending on the day and the weather condition, it'll vary, but that just strengthens the case of there's no such thing as standard refraction and all that stuff that they come up with. So there's, it's very simple. Like I said, go to the beach, any beach, bring a camera, and you'll see for yourself.
One of the things that helped me was going on different days, but I'm lucky I have oil rigs that I know exactly how far they are away from the beach where I'm at. So you can take a small boat that's going past that oil rig or to it or whatever, and it, depending on what you're using, so your eyeballs, it on that day, it'll disappear. It acts like it's obstructed. And then you can use, because everything has a limit. That's what it taught, that's what this taught me, that all optics, depending on the conditions, but under the same conditions, each optic has a limit. So your eyeballs, will lose that boat. It'll appear to be obstructed, blah, blah, blah. And then you can take binoculars and see the boat. And then in the binoculars, the boat will appear to disappear. It just goes away. You can't see it anymore through the binoculars. And then you take a camera out, zoom into it, and there's the boat again. And then it goes away in that. Then you take a higher zoom camera, right? And then you can zoom back into the boat. But there is a point with anything, even the high zoom cameras on different days, that object will appear to be obstructed or actually disappear because everything has a limit.
Wouldn't that be optical resolution?
I guess. I mean, I don't like putting scientific names to it because then you debate. It becomes an argument of is the definitions right or whatever. Reality is being at the beach and actually having your eyeballs and binoculars.
That's right.
And camera, doing it yourself. And one thing that I will say that I've done it, right? And I think it needs to be clarified. When you zoom in and out with the camera,
cut off there? What he's saying is absolutely right. Never mind terms and terminologies. Go to the beach, eyeball a distance, like you said, on oil rig or one of those buoys, and just watch for yourself what happens. It's not difficult, man. Anybody could do it. Anybody.
Okay, but hold on. Let me just be honest with, and I'm putting the label on it, right? Is the understanding of one, optical, and two, resolution. And it's basically just saying that you can no longer gain enough resolution on the object to see it, right? Optics are eyes. That's all it is, optical resolution. And that falls hand in hand with the Rayleigh's criteria, which is exactly the thing. Is that if the thing has disappeared from your perspective into the horizon, you're just bringing another viewing device to reduce that distance so that you can bring the object back to your eyeballs so that you can literally resolve it and see it. That's all it is.
Yeah. Well, these terms and conditions are up in a vacuum, right? And we say in a vacuum, not literally, but you know, they're taught like they're in a vacuum. So different conditions make that resolution different at different points in the day, or minute by minute, or second by second.
So,
in a vacuum, you can quantify it and put these parameters to it, and it always does it. That's not what we're in. When we're viewing a boat going over water into the distance, we're definitely not. We're the opposite of a vacuum.
So how far should I be able to see with an instrument that is able to resolve 0.3 arc seconds?
Depends on the conditions of the day. You're talking about in a vacuum?
No, just roughly when I'm going to the beach, and let's take average measurements every day for a week. How far away? On average.
I mean, you would call that standard or whatever, but I have no idea. I mean, that's my point. Right? Like, if you go to your beach in San Francisco, let's say, and you do this study over 6 months, you're going to come up with one thing. And you come to Louisiana to my beach and do it for 6 months, you're going to get total different results.
Gotta love that humidity.
I can technically check how small of an object I can see, but yeah. Where I'm at right now, it's on average 1.2 arc seconds.
Yeah, I've argued this for a while now. Even the angle measurements, you know, you're taken to the top of a water tower or whatever when you're 500 feet away, are, I would say, pretty damn accurate, right? But if you put that water tower 10 miles away, then there, you know, you're flirting with danger there and being accurate. That's the points I make with how we see or how we measure over distance. It's a tough thing, especially with the human eye, because we're not meant to observe long distance. You know.
Yeah, human eye is not the best for long distance observations. We don't really have a big resolving power.
Right. Well, every lens or every optic has a limit and some things that limit, you know, its accuracy, because I can show you a video of my camera, you know, close up at a certain focal length, shows a rock in the way, and then when I change the focal length, the rock gets blurry, and I change it further and the rock disappears and you see what's on the other side of the rock from the camera. Now
that's gotta be the best video, bro, I've ever seen for that.
Yeah, I've never duplicated it, but I think I've come to the conclusion that the very top of the lens is above the rock, even though I'm like 4 foot from the rock, and at a certain focal length, it's receiving all its light at the top of the lens and then angling it to the, you know, where it's being captured.
It's decreasing the FOV, so maybe the sensor is a bit like higher than the rock. So when you decrease the FOV with the focal length, it might just happen to be like perfectly above the rock. So the rock is blurry because it cannot be focused anymore, and then after a certain magnification, it just can't be seen anymore because the FOV is too small. But yeah, that's pretty interesting.
It makes sense. I mean, that makes sense to me. I'm not arguing that point, but it does. It does make the lens and the cameras different. And one thing I was going to say earlier, where people, I don't know if they're doing it on purpose as deception, but they don't tell people like the way you see with your human eyes and the focal length that you start with fully zoomed out are not the same. So things are appearing more hidden than actually with the eye when you're totally zoomed out. I know this with a P900 and a Canon.
I would take my telescope out to a beach, but the closest beach I have is like 700 kilometers away. As that would be a bit better than a P1000 even.
What happened? Rakia killed the chat again?
Yeah, I think so.
Or it was Jeremy. It was probably Jeremy. Yeah.
I haven't heard Jeremy in a while.
What's up? I'm here. You heard me yesterday.
No, yeah, I mean, in a while, meaning this chat.
Oh, I was talking earlier. I don't think you were here.
Yeah, I might not have been.
I have my own ideas on why things are disappearing bottom up. Why sunsets happen.
And there was quite a lot of ideas going around.
I mean, there's an idea that it's a globe. There's an idea maybe there's magnification in the atmosphere. Maybe the light's bending a certain way. There's a bunch of ideas flowing around.
And everyone is free to believe what they want. Yep.
We've all got some ideas in our head, yeah.
Things closest to the floor get swallowed up by the floor first.
Yeah, the angle alone would cause that. But when you put it in the atmosphere, especially over water, that water is constantly has this movement, it seems. And it just blends in. It mirrors.
You can technically try to limit that effect of the atmosphere by using infrared filters, but you'd need a very special camera for that because just normal cameras don't really like infrared.
No, that's actually a test we want to do is get an infrared camera because you guys say it's cutting down on refraction. So if you get two cameras, one infrared, one non-infrared, you put them side by side at the same elevation, the infrared one should see less, like if you go on like a black swan day at the oil rigs, you should see less of the oil rig, the infrared, right?
Yeah, I mean, it isn't that drastic effect, but it's same. I have a camera which is able to take photos in deep infrared, and yeah, when the seeing is bad, I just use infrared filter, and the image turns out to be sharp instead of being a blurry mess than visible light. So it's
Yeah, no, but I'm talking about seeing.
Yeah,
no, but I'm talking about seeing more or less of the object.
Well, no, that wouldn't happen. It would just be sharper, and it wouldn't be wobbly.
But we would see less of the oil rig. You're saying?
Not necessarily.
Does the
It
infrared
won't-
cut down on refraction?
Infrared would cut down on refraction a bit, but the red light would still be going through the atmosphere, so it would still be refracting, but it would be
Yeah,
less
so if there's
distorted.
so if there's a ton of refraction going on, and then we pull out the infrared, so we can see way more of this object than we should because there's a lot of refraction going on. And the
Not
infrared cuts down on the
necessarily.
refraction.
The infrared is like maybe a 5 to maybe 10% increase in or decrease in refraction. Maybe
Yes,
even less than
exactly.
that.
So we go out, we see a massive amount of the second oil rig with a regular camera. Then we pull out the infrared camera. We should see less of that second oil rig because it's cutting down on the refraction.
Yeah, technically.
All right. Yeah, we need to do that test though. I've never really seen that done.
That would be cool.
That would be cool. What if we didn't see less of the? What if we saw more of the oil rig or the same amount?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know either.
I think where we're gonna, because you're still dealing with density and the layer closest to the water, but like when the oil rig can't be seen through a normal camera, it's blinked out or it's disappeared, and you take out an infrared and you can see it again. That's what amazes me.
Yeah, the red light, especially like 850 nanometers, is long, so it's less affected by the atmosphere when it goes through it than, for example, blue light or green light.
Well, you can see further than right with an infrared, but you're saying it's more refracted, so that object is being refracted over what you would call a physical curve, but it doesn't look distorted. It's just
I don't think if it's seeing more. It's just that the infrared removes the haze of the atmosphere, as the red light doesn't really care about it. If you use a how's it called, the UV pass filter, you will see the haze like you sometimes do on the foggy days, basically a kilometer away. And in visible light, it just kind of mixes up, so there is some haze, but it isn't as bad as in UV, but it's also not as clear as in infrared.
so you see what you're calling haze is more prevalent the lower you get to the surface, like you would have more dust particles, more gases.
I don't think if it's that. It's the moisture usually that's getting close to the horizon. Like, sometimes the visibility is not good, so you're looking into something in the distance, and one day you can see it, and one day it's just kind of getting like foggy. It doesn't look very sharp, or it's not even visible. So infrared kind of pushes the haze a bit further, so that you don't see it as bad as this.
So would we have haze and things like that would control our how far we see visibility?
Yeah.
Over a flat plane.
Yeah, but when you have fog on the horizon, you don't see past that fog because it's blocking.
So there's no reason we could see forever. Then I'm glad you're not one.
Without atmosphere and without fog, I guess we could. But within the Earth, when there is fog, there's atmosphere. Yeah, most likely we wouldn't see forever.
But you are saying, like, when we can't see the bottom of something or something it gets obstructed bottom up and then disappears. That's a physical Earth curve.
I think that, but I'm not here to argue for that.
Yeah, I get it. But I just wanted to know where you stand, because the same thing would apply where it's not anything physical. It's just our visibility at
Yeah,
that angle,
it could
and,
just be a refraction. I
there's a
agree.
limit to that.
I agree.
Yeah, but my follow up question is, when we see too far, which I don't believe we do, I think we see exactly how far the conditions in our optics allow us to see. But when we see further than what the physical globe radius would allow us to see, you think that's refraction?
In most of the cases, the thing that you claim is too far is usually distorted. So yes, I would claim refraction because it still exists on a globe and it could make the physical curve appear closer or further, but it could also make the obstruction look like it's there even on flat Earth. But it would require lots of refraction.
Do you believe that refraction would occur over a flat plane as well?
I highly doubt it because the layers of the atmosphere would be kind of uniform. Like, on a globe, when you're looking straight, you're technically not looking just through one layer of the atmosphere, and on a flat Earth you would. But if something in the distance, like part of the atmosphere in the distance, would have different moisture, different temperature, different density, and that stuff, there most likely would be some refraction. Atmosphere
You
itself.
said no at first, and then you said some at the last thing you said.
Yeah, because it's close to none, but that really depends on the conditions.
So your final, what I'm hearing is close to none, depending on conditions of the day.
Yep.
Well, I personally have a shot of a shrimp boat that is closer than the oil rig that's out away from my beach. So he's 3 miles or so. 3.2 is what me and the captain figured by just radar. But that's kind of, he didn't know exactly my position on the beach, but the beach is pretty straight, right? It doesn't, where I was is straight. So where he is about 3.2 miles away from me. I knew my viewer height, and he's obstructed, right? He's looks just like any other picture of a building or a boat obstructed bottom up, and it's not Earth curve, right? It's not the curve of the water or waves or whatever. It's just some type of optical phenomena, which I call refraction, but I've named it miraging now. I think everything is a mirage, including perspective, optical illusion, due to the conditions, of how we see, conditions of the atmosphere, blah, blah, blah. Conditions aren't just temperature or humidity or whatever. They're conditions of your eyeballs, whether you have 20/20 or, your light source angle, just everything. So I call it mirage.
Yeah, that's fair.
So not Earth curve can create bottom up obstruction is the proof of that picture. I mean, to the point where, the people who deny that have to call me a liar or whatever. I mean, I don't really care that they do that, but even the Globers have come up with angular measurements saying, yeah, that boat is 3 miles away. The viewer height is this much of, at least this much above the water. So they've disproven that it's Earth curve. So it has to be some type of optical phenomena that's obstructing the bottom of the boat. It makes the water appear higher than the boat in this instance. Now, on other days, the sky appears lower than the boat, where the boat appears, to float in the air, or a building appears.
It looks
So
interesting.
you have these, it's just conditions of the day, right? I think it can happen over a flat plane. Well, let me change that statement. I know it can happen over a flat plane because I've measured lakes to be flat plains and then seen these phenomena happen. So I'll also say, even if I'm doing the measurements wrong and it is a sphere, the phenomena still remains, right?
Yeah, I agree.
Not the sphere making the bottom up obstruction. It's the optical phenomenon that I'm talking about.
Yeah, it's possible that it's not a physical obstruction. Although that is my best explanation for it. But you can have a different explanation, that's just fine. Some people in here might not even agree with you on that. Some people say it's angular, resolution limit. Some people say it's refraction. So there's a lot of ways you could explain that and it would still work that way.
I think it's all of it. You can't take perspective out of it. You can't, because that's how we see, that's how we see in the distance. But you can't take the conditions of the day or the optics that you're using or the light source angle, the reflection angle. I mean, everything is, how much mirroring you have. If there's, like a slick glass lake is probably going to mirror more in certain times of the day than other times of the day. I mean, waves, slight little ripples can cause this effect. Huge waves throwing mist in the air, white caps can cause these conditions. Hot and cold water mixing. I mean, you can have, you can go down the list and you probably won't name them all. It's impossible to name everything that would affect how we see over distance.
Yeah, unfortunately, atmosphere is a big problem when it comes to long distance photography. Even when I'm out with a telescope and looking higher than 20 degrees, it's still a big problem.
Yeah, and that's the part I don't get. The side that argues this point admits that once you get to the horizon, the problem is definitely happening, but won't admit that it could be happening over a plane.
It could be happening over both, but I'm pretty sure I've seen who's that? Stingray showing models on how it would work on flat Earth and the globe Earth, and he's shown that it would in a model 3D model, no atmosphere, but he used a lens. And yeah, it would work on both, but on one it would be more visible, and maybe if I try to contact him a bit better, there would be a way to quantify that, so we could check.
Yeah, I've known Stingray for a while. He does a lot of good work in the modeling department, but he uses globe phenomena or references to try and put that on a flat Earth. There's a lot of unknown there that he's assuming that are very well known. So it's troublesome.
I think his equatorial mount model is one of the better things he did. At least that's what I value. Have you seen it? He most likely shown it here already.
Hey, Jeremy, if you're there, what's the temperature in New York, man? Because up here we're having some freaking warm temperature, bro. 2 days ago, I had to go inside the house because it was too warm and humid outside. That's unheard of in October. Anybody else experiencing freaky weather?
I don't think so. It's 17 degrees for me.
And if you don't mind where you're at?
Poland. So it's Central Europe.
Central Europe.
And
Okay.
it's in And it's in Celsius, not Fahrenheit. So it's not like I'm freezing in here.
No, it
Yeah,
was
well,
it
we
was
had
freaking weeky hot
27.
all week. It was hot all week.
Same, hot all week, huh? Yeah, yeah. Same here, bro. We had 27 the other day. 27 C. That's about what, 82 or something?
27 is not that bad.
Oh, we had 32 with the humidity. So that was that's pretty freaking warm for here.
Yeah, 32 is hot.
It's cooler out now today though, but yeah, it was low 80s, high 70s for like almost all week. It cools down at night, but yeah, it was freakishly hot all week.
Yeah, yeah. Same here. Today's a little bit cooler than the other days, yeah.
It's also
Are you ready for winter, bro? You got your gaskets all changed on the generators and shit?
I'm ready, bro. I
come on,
got
bro.
new gasket. I just fired it
You
up
know how
yesterday.
gaskets work.
I definitely do. And now I know I got to start that generator every month or every couple of months, or else the gasket is going to dry out and go useless. That's what happened. It was like poetic justice. I always talk about gaskets, and my gasket failed. It was like I was cracking up. Like the generator was weeping. You know, when you turn the on off switch of the gas, I'm cranking. I go, what the hell? It's not turning. Then I smell, go, holy shit. Then I look, holy moly. It was pouring out like coffee. It's funny you mentioned that. A lady just called my wife and asked us what our setup is. But her, she can't do it the way, because I just roll it out. But her, she's a little bit elderly. And unfortunately, she's going to have to spend more money to get like a permanent, because you can set up a generator. As soon as your lights go off, boom, it starts on its own. But I don't have that. I have a regular generator. And I hooked up the house, the panel. So I just throw a switch and I roll out the generator. I plug it in, literally plug it into the wall and start her up. And I have like the basics: heating, air conditioning, lights, and stuff like that, computers. But it makes a lot of freaking noise. Oh, Jeremy, this one's for you, bro. I just remembered. You're one of the guys that says, oh, we got to modernize and robots and batteries, right? Everybody thinks we're going to go to batteries to power everything, our cars, our trucks.
I don't think there's enough lithium for that.
It's not the lithium, bro. If what I found out is true, check this out now. In order for you to run 30 trucks. Supposedly, this guy wanted to buy 30 trucks and convert his fleet from diesel to electric. So he called the company.
Yeah, they told him it wasn't feasible. I heard that. Yeah.
You heard that one, right?
They're like, "There's no way you can't charge that."
Yeah, he says, "Are you
The
kidding?"
grid couldn't handle it.
Yeah, he says that's how much that's how much the whole city needs to work on. I don't know what size the city was, but just to give you an idea, and that was 30 rigs.
Yeah, we'd probably
Well, that's
need
when the
a.
guy needs. Go
We'd,
ahead, French.
we'd probably need a better system to generate the power. Because right now we have those green cars which use energy that was made by burning things, so it's not necessarily green.
Yeah, that's when the guy needs to take it upon himself to get solar panels installed and maybe small wind turbines or something. Not one of the giant ones, maybe a bunch of small ones or something, and make his own power.
I think the people should just work on the fusion reactors, because if they will happen to work someday, that would be cheap and pretty reasonable. Because the solar energy is good, but it's not as efficient as it could be, and it's also expensive, and when the panel breaks down, it kind of damages the environment more than you would just be burning coal.
The guy said that the factory to build those trucks uses 2 megawatts of energy, I think he said, and the trucks need 5 megawatts to charge. Something like that, something ridiculous like that.
That's quite a lot.
I understand. Go ahead.
That's like about a year of usage of like average home. A big one.
Yeah, I understand the inherent problems right now, and I don't know about when the solar panel breaks down if it was more trouble than it was worth, but I mean, I just got my whole roof laced with solar panels a couple weeks ago. You know, you make the panel, it gives you power for years and you decades. And then what happens? I don't know if you can recycle them or not. I mean, whatever the case may be, there's also wind turbines and hydro. I mean, there's literally water flowing everywhere right now. Like, there's no reason we couldn't have enough energy just from the water flow. Look at what Niagara Falls does.
The solar panels are not necessarily recycled; they're just dumped because, well, there's not really a way to recycle them. And yeah, they're very harmful because it's basically just all chemicals. So even though it's advertised as in green energy, you're not burning things, you're not damaging the earth. After the panels break down, you are damaging the earth, and it's not very easy to fix.
Well, all right, that's fine. That's fine. Solar panels aren't environmentally friendly when after the 30, 40 years or whatever life they have. But the hydro and the wind power, there's nothing in those that isn't recycled. The
Yeah,
blades.
hydro and wind is a very good way to do that. And also, wind is like a pretty reasonable way to generate energy. The big ass wind turbines can actually generate quite a lot.
Well, I don't think those big wind turbines are the way to go, honestly, though. Those giant 300-meter ones, you know, you got to have guys and they use tons of shit. I think the way to do it is to just have a lot of smaller ones. If I had a couple small wind turbines on my roof, I wouldn't even have needed this. If you live near a lake, I mean, yo, you can get I seen a dude on YouTube this was a decade ago. I saw him getting wave power off a lake. You get wave power from
Oh yeah,
from just the wave, which is basically wind. But
I've seen the projects. Like there's a buoy attached to a ship and it, like moving back and forth and generates energy. That's an interesting way. Because oceans are mostly empty, so we could technically build big ass platforms that generate energy from like waves, and then just attach a power grid to it. So we wouldn't be taking up place on the ground that we're living on. We would be using something that no one uses anyways.
yeah, I'm guessing if you got all the power from Niagara Falls, you could probably power like the whole East Coast of America with that, and Canada. just off of capturing all the. There's so many rivers and shit, and the falls themselves. Like, there's no reason why we can just put turbines everywhere with the wind and hydro. Yeah.
The answer is money. It costs a lot.
Well, if you want to go green,
Yeah.
you know.
The going green by the government is, like, yeah, buy solar panels, but we will not pay for you. You have to pay us. And yeah, we'll build infrastructure, but we actually won't.
No, they hook you up when you buy. If you buy solar panels, you get a huge friggin'. I don't know how it is anywhere else, but in New York State, you get a huge tax bonus.
No.
There's huge incentives to get solar panels.
No, here you just have to pay all of it. You get like maybe $250 for you getting solar panels, and that's not much.
We're getting like 15 racks back from our solar
Oh.
panel purchase.
Oh.
$15,000.
Yeah, that's like 60,000 in my currency. You can live for 2 years off of that. At least in here.
Bro, that shit wouldn't last me fucking 6 months. 15 G's. Yo, Poland is actually. I wanted to say this yesterday. I couldn't get a word in edgewise though. Poland actually. I saw the stats. Poland's one of the best countries in Europe. They're doing the best right now. I heard. You were talking about how shit they were, but
as someone living in here, statistics lie. We have high inflation. The statistics show you that right now fuel is cheap, so inflation is low. But actually, there is no fuel. When you go to a gas station, they just say, yeah, the how's it called, distributor is broken. They just don't have fuel. So the government, our government, tried to lower the inflation by not increasing and even decreasing the fuel prices because we have upcoming elections. But it actually didn't work because people bought lots of fuel that way, and we're out of fuel in Poland. And just after the elections, it will probably go from 8% inflation to like 15%. And the amount of stuff that you can buy for an average salary is getting less and less. But if you work abroad and you get paid in dollars, then Poland is pretty cheap.
yeah, it would be nice to have like a remote job, but live in like Costa Rica or some shit where it's like dirt cheap to live, but you're getting paid in American wages. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm planning to do that. I'm planning to go to Switzerland, work for there for like 5 years, save, I don't know, like $500,000 in Polish currency, and then go back to Poland, live here for like a few years, and then get back to work. That's what I'm planning to do.
How much would like a modest apartment be in monthly rent in American dollars in Poland?
I don't think if it would be even 500, it would be. I think about 500, and it's a decent one.
That's pretty cheap.
Yeah, if you came here with a lot of money, you could technically just buy a house because they're cheaper here than in the US.
Oh, bro, my house went up $100,000, over $100,000, dude. We bought this shit for like 170. I think it's worth over 3 now. My wife had it like. My wife checked the like one of our a couple of our neighbors sold their houses, and yeah, our shit's worth buku bucks now. But real quick, back to SD. Real quick though, back to SD's thing. Yeah, we're not equipped right now to handle the thing. If we were making electricity, that shit wouldn't be a problem. But we haven't been making electricity like that because we didn't need it because we were just using gas. Now we want to switch to electric. You need to make more electricity to have everyone switch their vehicles and shit to electric. Yeah. It's not feasible right now because we're not making that much electricity. That's why the people laughed at him like, dude, are you nuts?
Yeah, I think we should, or the government should invest in fusion energy because it's a gamble. If it works, we're saved. If it doesn't work, they wasted some money. But after all, maybe it's worth it.
I mean, there's another problem. The whole battery thing, that's another problem. I believe big oil has stifled us and suppressed battery technology through the decades. I mean, let's face it, if you're selling trillions of dollars worth of oil a year, you don't want good batteries. But I mean, I don't think it would just hurt that guy that wants to do that with the trucks. If he's gonna drop that much money on those trucks, they're fucking wild expensive. So if he wants to drop that much money on the trucks, just make the electricity for the trucks. You know what I'm saying? Get some small wind turbines, get some solar panels. Maybe you're near a lake or a river, get some hydro shit going on. Hamsters on a wheels, whatever. Like just make the electricity. It's not impossible. I don't know how much
Check this
land
out
he's got
too,
or
Jeremy.
whatever.
Check this out too. That same guy said this, right? So a truck, it's based on weight, right? When they pull you over, they weigh. There's weighing stations. It's all about weight. A lot of it, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Guess how much the battery weighs on that truck?
I know. They're very heavy. Couple tons.
8,000 pounds. 8,000 pounds, and there's two of them. So that's like towing 5 SUVs. It's like carrying 5
like
SUVs on board. Yep.
Yeah. But on the upper note of that though, if you don't have to, dude, you know how huge that would be for the West if we had control of our own fuel supply basically. Bro, the biggest transfer of wealth has been happening every year consecutively from the selling of oil. Because look at all the Emirates. Look what they're doing. Where do you think all that money came from? They weren't selling sand. They've been getting that oil money. That's why they're about to be doing very well in those countries, and this is the biggest transfer of wealth in the history of the world, basically the modern world. Is the selling of oil, dude? $10 trillion a year goes from our pocket to their pocket.
Yeah, it's the fuel that runs the world. There's nothing that can replace it. It's impossible.
We can
Armies run
replace
on
it.
it. You think you can have electric tanks or electric planes? Never gonna happen, bro.
Right, no one's lining tanks up on the field with us anymore.
You
Like, that's
could
not
have
even a thing.
You could have an electric
Oh,
airplane.
go ahead, French.
But the battery would be very fucking hard to carry. The amount of energy that you would need would be horrendous. So fuel is just most efficient. But yeah, there's no way we can as a society switch from being almost 100% gas or oil or petrol to full electric. That's just not possible.
Yeah, it's a pipe dream sold by the billionaires.
Who don't care about the green. They just buy what they want and they want us to be how they want. Yeah, that's pretty.
I mean, I think
the
it's doable.
billionaires
We just
fly
need
in with
better.
their jet plane, polluting the air while telling you to go green.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's how it works.
You should live poor, so
I think it's doable, but we just need. Go ahead.
I think they're doing you should live poor so I can live rich and don't care about the society. You don't have money, so you mean nothing. Yeah, that's kind of what they're doing, and it's not really good.
I think it's doable. We just need better battery technology. We've been stifled and suppressed when it comes to battery technology for decades now from big oil. I have no doubt they've suppressed battery technology. If we had some dope ass battery technology, this would all be feasible. Instead of those batteries weighing 8 tons, they might weigh 2 tons, and there might be enough whatever material for us to actually make the batteries, like the lithium problem there is, or whatever they're making the batteries out of. I mean, as of right now, it's not doable with the technology that we know about and all that. I mean, Is there enough lithium to make all the batteries for every car and every truck and every plane and shit? Probably not. Or I don't know. Maybe. I don't know.
Have you ever seen how the lithium is extracted? Have you ever seen those mines?
I saw it. Well, there was a huge stipulation when they started doing that. They were like, "Yo, it's all going to be done with heavy machinery. There's not going to be. They're not going to be digging it up by hand." And then what they do? They just, because it's cheaper to just pay these people 3 pennies a day or whatever they make to just do it by hand and buy all that. That heavy machinery costs a fucking ton to run, to maintain, to buy it in the first place. Where you could just have these guys do it for fucking nothing. Bowls of rice. I don't know what they're giving them.
It's the worst form of slavery I've ever seen, but it's, yeah, they pay them, but my God. Yeah.
This is capitalism. This is what you get with capitalism right here.
Yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't
People
matter
are
what's
so
right and
poor.
what's wrong.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what's right and what's wrong. All it matters is how much money can I get. It doesn't matter who gets fucked over, what's bad or good for humans or anything. It's all about get money.
If capitalism does that?
That's capitalism right there. No one gives a fuck.
Get money. That's what you say. Get money.
Yeah, they're disregarding women and acquiring currency.
No other economic system has ever enslaved its people. Only capitalism.
No, I didn't say all that. I'm just saying there's an inherent problem with capitalism where when all you care about is the money, this is what you get.
I agree with that.
Yeah, like there's no argument there. Like that's just capitalism. Like no big pharma don't give a fuck. No one gives a fuck. Car companies don't give a fuck. What was the thing with the Pinto, Essie? Was it a Pinto?
I don't remember.
Are you talking about the Ford Pinto?
Well, the one that exploded, the gas tank one, that was the Pinto, yeah.
Yeah. They had the gas tanks in the
Yeah, the
back of the car.
lawsuits. Okay.
Yeah, they had gas tanks in the back of the car that could basically blow up in a severe enough rear end.
Yeah, but capitalism, now when you're dealing with capitalism, you're like, well, the lawsuits are going to be less than it would cost to do the recall, so we're just not doing the recall. Some people are going to die and get injured, but whatever, it's going to cost too much. It's all about money. That's where capitalism brings us to. Fuck people, fuck what's good, fuck who gets hurt.
But I was gonna at least in capitalism though, if you build a shitty product that kills people aren't gonna buy your product. So you're gonna have to make a better product. If we take the one communist car company, they built the worst car ever, and they never improved on it because, well, I guess they didn't feel they had to. I don't know.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
Yeah, but does communism do that though?
Bro, capitalism gets a bad rep, but there's nothing better than free market capitalism if you can keep the population honest, right? But there's really nothing better than that, bro. There's
but does communism build
better economic engine than free market capitalism.
But to the other guy's point, does communism do that though? Do they make a shitty product, or do they want to make a product that lasts so that they don't have to keep using resources and manpower to keep building that thing over and over and over again like we do?
So the USSR built cars for its citizens as part of its communist regime, if you will, and it built the worst car ever. And because people couldn't really complain against the car company because they were a state-funded company, they never had to improve on the car, and so they just kept producing the worst car ever built. And there's nothing nobody could do about it because you can't talk against the state. So at least in free market capitalism. At least in free market capitalism, if you build a shitty car, people aren't going to buy it. You're going to go bankrupt.
Well, I'm not familiar with their car. What was the problems with it?
Just go look up the Yugo. Yugo.
Well, I mean, it was the shittiest car, but you don't know like why.
Well, it was unreliable. It was built with cheap steel. It was hard to work on. So even for a civilization, who doesn't necessarily who needs a car that is easily workable on, this car was very hard to work on. You couldn't get parts. Just a lot of problems because it was a state-run car company.
Well, I mean, our cars are very hard to work on too. You ever seen some of these cars with the nuts and where the nuts and bolts and shit are?
Yeah,
It
and
would be nice if all
the car companies in America got bailed out, bro. And they're not in the free market capitalism. You're not supposed to be bailing out monopolies.
I don't
And that's
disagree with
the
that.
opposite.
I don't disagree with that. They
Well,
shouldn't have built up car companies, but then again, the cost of letting those two car companies go bankrupt are pretty significant on the American economy.
yeah, you can't let those
people
car
say that,
companies.
but
You can't let those car companies. You can't let those car companies fail because
that's not true, bro.
if we
You
don't
have to
have
let them
any.
fail.
All right, go ahead, Lion.
Yeah, you have to let these companies fail. That's what free market is. It's survival of the fittest, bro. And if you keep bailing these companies out, they're gonna continue making shitty cars because they're gonna get bailed out the next time
Yeah,
again if they
yeah,
go
yeah,
into
yeah, yeah,
making
yeah, 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 yeah. Do you like
They
getting
didn't.
interrupted? Do you like getting
Guys,
interrupted, Lion? No, hold on. Did you like getting interrupted, Lion? Because he interrupted Jeremy just like that in the middle of his sentence, bro.
No, well, bro, I've been listening the whole
No,
time,
bro. You
and
gotta let him finish. You gotta let people finish, bro. You just cannot interrupt in the
let
middle of
me
his
finish.
sentence. No. Let
You
Jeremy
just asked
finish.
me a
He stopped.
question. I go to.
He
What was
was
that, a
in the middle
rhetorical
of a
question?
fucking sentence. Understand that, bro. I don't want to mute you. I'm trying to mod because it's unbelievable that you start interrupting somebody in the middle of a sentence and then you get upset because somebody interrupted you. You understand? So please let Jeremy finish. Everybody jumps on top of Jeremy, and Jeremy's for some reason gives it away.
Can I talk? Hello, can I talk?
Go for it.
Because
Go.
I don't want to be interrupted. All right, cool. Yeah. So I'm trying to get a word in, bro, and it's not really a big deal. Like I know etiquette, bro. You act like I
You do not,
don't know
bro.
etiquette, bro.
You do
Let's
not.
get to the,
All right, let's hit.
You're a hater, bro. You have something against me or something, bro, because
Don't,
we're
bro.
having
I
a
don't. I
perfectly
just
fine
hate that you
conversation.
freaking interrupt.
Yeah, let's just all let everyone finish, guys, please. No, we can't.
Holy moly.
We can't let the car companies fail because if we have no companies in America making cars, that's a problem. Like we can't be relying on all other countries for our transportation, right? And in a time of war, those car companies stop making cars and they build, tank parts and shit or whatever. So I mean, we need those.
You need American. You need American car companies in order to thrive. Like in order to survive, you can't let, as good as Toyota and Honda are as at building cars. You can't have Japanese companies employing hundreds of thousands of Americans in manufacturing jobs in the U.S. It just doesn't make sense. It's not viable long term.
And you know what's crazy, Lion? I actually agree with you. We do have to let them fail because if they fail, a new one comes up.
Yeah, it's a philosophy that we have to stick to, right? The idea is based on a fundamental principle that you have to let the market itself decide who lives and who dies according to their own actions. So if a company dies, it's not the government's job to step in, like, and bail people out because they're affecting the natural course of things. You know what I mean? Like, it is a philosophy. Some might not agree with it, but there's nothing better than free market capitalism. As soon as they start implementing these things like bailing companies out and giving people free money, dude, what's that called? Because that's not free market capitalism, though. That's crony capitalism where they protect their own, right? So you get so big that you become a monopoly, and then the government has your back, bro. And then they take care of each other, bro. And at that point, you no longer have free market capitalism. You have what we have today in America, which is not free market capitalism. It's crony capitalism, controlled by a bunch of crooks at the top that bail each other out. And it's not just car companies getting bailed out.
Listen, I agree with you full heartedly that government should be less involved in the business of bailing out corporations. I don't disagree with you on that one. But there's still a scale of I'll call it evil that you need to consider when you're running a $1 trillion economy, and sometimes a $12 billion revenue boost or capital boost to a car company that nets you a hell of a lot more in taxable earnings is worth it to the government. I'm not saying it's the right thing. I'm not saying we should be doing it. I'm not saying we should encourage it, but there is an economical, how can I say it? There is an economical reason as to why you should be somewhat okay with it happening.
Yeah, there was no possible way to let the big three car companies go down, guys. I mean, come on. There's no possible. As a matter of fact, they should have done more. They should. Well, they were asleep at the switch, right? They should have done that while industry was going to China, right? But everybody was asleep at the switch back then because the economy was booming. So they just transferred all your manufacturing to China, everything.
And I just want to remind you another thing. Since the bailout, of it was actually only two car companies the government bailed out. They didn't actually bail out Ford, but irrespective, more manufacturing of vehicles has been brought to the United States than ever before. So now you have companies that are forced to manufacture their cars. German companies have to manufacture in the U.S. Japanese companies have to manufacture in the U.S. This all came about because of the bailout. So there were some advantages as a population to the bailout.
Yeah, bro. Look at Detroit. Just look at what happened to Detroit is a ghost town because of that, because of the car. Well, the fault is, let's be honest, America were making a lot of shitty cars in the 80s. Let's be brutally honest, but they shipped everything out nonetheless. Yeah.
Yeah, and American car companies were horrible at covering costs. Like that's where they failed, and that's why they went belly up. Is because they were spending all of this money on shitty R&D they didn't want. And meanwhile, the Japanese people at the time had kind of narrowed down what people wanted. They wanted economical cars that are reliable and that can basically fit a family in it, fairly comfortably. And American car companies were busy, pulling out the biggest SUV known to fucking man that, is unreliable and has horrible gas
Exactly.
mileage.
Yeah, but now they woke up, right? They woke up with the Chargers, the Challengers, the Corvette. They finally woke up and they said, "Wait a minute, what are we doing here?" Mopar, we had like the top machines, and well, now they're back. You seen the new Vets? Holy moly!
Yeah.
You seen the Chargers, the Challengers? Yeah, you want one of those, don't you? The red eye.
So, you guys believe in too big to fail? Like, once you get to a certain point, there's no way that we can let these companies fail. We have to bail them out. They're too big to fail.
Okay, so put it this way. Okay, so put it this way. Would you rather have 250,000 people without a job or bailing out a car company? Which would you say is better for people in general and society?
Yeah. See, I understand the consequences of letting a company like Ford fail, which means possibly, theoretically, you could have up to hundreds of thousands of people unemployed, right? That hurts. It hurts. It's painful, but this nation will overcome. And pain is a necessity for growth, right? Sacrifice is a necessity. Any family knows that sacrifice is a necessity for the household. Well, think of the nation as a household. You have to face the consequences. You can't just take what seems to be the easier way out and get bailed out, because that money still has to get paid back to the government. And I don't think that they're ever going to pay that money back, which is another problem.
That money was written. That money was written off, so they don't have to pay it back. They only paid back, I think, what was it? GM paid back $3 billion of the $12 billion bailout that they received from the government, and the rest was basically just swept under the rug. I'm not disagreeing with you on that, but if you're telling people that well, you have to face hardship in this, okay, at what extent do you think people should face hardship until enough is enough, and you can say, as a country, we are rich enough as a country to afford bailing out these companies right now to make sure that average Americans, not rich Americans, average Americans making $30,000 a year can keep their jobs and feed their families? At what point do you say, okay, you know what, it's okay? 250,000, a million jobs, 2 million people out of work, and then you're going to say, yeah, it's fine, or like it just doesn't matter. Put millions of people out of work and gives a shit.
Yeah, that's a no-brainer, bro. I understand what he's saying, right? I understand Lyon's objection, but in this case, bro, I mean, yeah, if you want to let a bank fail, I get you. Don't bail out Freddie Mac and all these crappy companies that put us in the mess to begin with. But to save industry like that, that's a strategic move. As much as I don't like it, I mean, you couldn't let Chrysler, GM, and Ford go down. And by the way, didn't Chrysler do it on its own without
No,
help,
Ford.
or was it Ford?
Ford did it
It
because
was
Ford's
Ford.
European
Okay.
division. Yeah, because Ford's European division at the time was incredibly profitable, and actually really, really healthy. So what Ford actually did is they shifted their corporate structure from Europe to North America, and that's when you started seeing the new Focus at the time come out, the Fusion come out. Those were European Fords that they brought into the market. They were selling really well in Europe. So Ford's like, hey, why would I go remanufacture and go back to the drawing board? Why don't I just take cars that I know are successful in different markets and then bring them over? And that's what happened.
Oh,
So
interesting. I didn't
Ford,
know that part. Okay, so the European division. Nice.
yeah. So you remember the Focus? Like you remember the Focus went from a hatchback to a four-door sedan, and it was like went from like a round hatchback to like a square four-door sedan. Do you remember that time,
I had a
SD?
Focus, believe it or not. I owned one. Yeah, yeah.
So the Focus at that time, they went from the hatchback to the sedan. The sedan was a European car, and at the same time, they brought over the Fusion, which had a similar styling to the Focus. The Fusion was also a European car, like designed and kind of designed and perfected in Europe. So they brought them over here.
Yeah, mine was a lemon. Every time it would go -0, it wouldn't start.
Didn't say
I,
they were
I,
reliable.
I bought it new, and I had to bring it back to the dealer. The first winter, I think I brought it there 4 times.
What year?
Forget the year. It was a long time ago. I forget the
It
year.
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
I think it was in the
Well, that's
90s.
a
If I'm
major
not mistaken.
that's a
Sorry,
major
go on, bro.
problem all across. I mean, go anywhere in the U.S. when it's a -0 day, and you see AAA all over the place. You know what I'm saying? Because cars won't start. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
because they don't have a good battery, not because the car's a lemon. I had a good battery. It's just that I don't know. Was the fuel injector? I think there was something wrong. I can't remember what it was, to be honest with you.
Yeah, a lot. Well, the North American, late '90s, early 2000s cars didn't do too well in the cold, and that's why in Canada, Honda and Toyota for the last 30 years have been the most popular cars because it's cars that Canadians can trust that at -30 they can walk in and start the car and it starts.
No sweat. Yeah, if you have a good battery, of course.
Yeah, of course.
Those two
Yeah,
car companies
I kind of
are one
disagree
of
with
the few
y'all.
that actually just own their sole divisions, right? Meaning like there's Toyota, Lexus, and I think they might have Daihatsu, and then Honda and Acura. Everything else is like conglomerations, right? Like Ford, Lincoln, Mercury, GM has 7 or 8 different divisions. You have
Yep.
Well, like,
a bunch
funny
of
enough,
car companies that are owned by like major parent companies. There's only
I
yeah,
like
kind
like
of
like
I kind
like
of disagree with
Chrysler.
y'all with the companies being too big to fail because of how many employees they have. Um, that's up to a company to fix their issue, right? Not the government to fix the individual private companies' issues whatsoever.
But unemployment rates are a government statistic and one that they use to gauge the strength of an economy. So it is unfortunately a government issue if hundreds of thousands of people are now on the unemployed line. It is definitely a political concern, 100%.
But
Who
with
gives a
these
shit
car
about politics?
companies,
That's the thing.
many
It's not about politics. It's about the free market, bro.
yeah, many of the car companies, right? So if you're concerned about American jobs or Canadian jobs, if you're concerned about Canadian jobs, buy American made cars. If you're concerned about American jobs, buy Honda, Volkswagen. Literally. Most of the American quote unquote American made cars are actually manufactured in Canada or Mexico. Most Japanese cars that you buy in the United States, many of them are manufactured in the United States. Same with like Volkswagens.
Yeah.
One of the most American made cars you can buy is like a Honda Accord or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, I know. I know that, but the overwhelming majority of vehicles sold in the U.S. come from the U.S. So
Right.
it's. But you're
Not
right.
not the
There are a
American made.
lot of. No, you're right in that American car companies, have had a tendency in the last, let's say 10 years to offload stuff in Mexico for sure. I mean, so have Toyota and Honda and all these other manufacturers because Mexico has such a great labor rate right now. They'd be stupid not to do it. And Trump, as much as some people hate Trump facilitated the Mexico Canada trading and manufacturing between the three countries in order to facilitate that venture.
Hey, speaking of Mexico, guys, I don't want to ring any alarm bells, but I saw something really freaky today. Mexico did its yearly March of Independence, I think it is, or when they parade their military. And I mean, I can't believe I'm saying this, but there was a brigade, or whatever you want to call it, from Russia and one from China to join the parade. You guys hear about that?
News to me.
Like, what the heck? I think I kept the let me see if I kept it was a TikTok thing. Hold on.
Yeah, so the
No,
problems that we're talking about with like auto manufacturers and like bailouts and all that kind of stuff, many of these problems could have been solved. A lot of the problems could have been solved if people wouldn't think in terms of nations and countries and things like that. If you want to retain money within your company and be concerned solely about the employment of people within your country, uh, tariff laws, import and export regulation would be a lot different than it currently is.
Yeah, I agree with that, but that's one of my point earlier, Napalm. Like with the bailout came, unfortunately for Ford and the American manufacturers, with that bailout came a more inclusive manufacturing sectors for other companies. So basically, they told the big three, you're like, great, it's great you've had the monopoly on manufacturing in the U.S., but that hasn't worked out. So we're now going to allow other manufacturers to scale up their productions of vehicles in the U.S. And by extension, what that does to the market is ultimately it's supposed to bring the price of vehicles down. Except it had the reverse effect; the price of vehicles went up. But the idea was that if you allow most car manufacturers to manufacture their cars in your country, you remove duty fees, you remove import fees, you remove transportation, and it should technically bring down the cost of cars. Unfortunately, that didn't happen, but that was the
That
idea.
was the downfall. That was the downfall of American manufacturing, was them taking off those tariffs and incoming good fees. They made it cheaper for them to do it in other countries. That's
They
what sprang
disguised it.
Walmart. That was the birth of Walmart, because they needed a
They
place to sell
disguised it
all that
under.
shit.
Oh, sorry, Jeremy.
But
I was gonna say
oh, sorry, go for it, Essie.
they disguised it under free trade. That's all I wanted to say. Remember that?
Yeah. Like there's definitely an issue in North America with manufacturing of basic goods, and I mean like cheap goods overseas. Like it's a huge issue. I mean, it's anybody who thinks that that China cutting off the U.S. wouldn't have some massive implications, I think, is naive. We saw that with COVID. Fuck, we couldn't even get fucking masks without bending over to China. It's a fucking joke.
Yeah, what was funny was the governor of New York he was doing a speech during the whole pandemic thing, and he's like, we can't even get PPE, personal protective equipment, like masks, shit like that. He's like, we can't even get that. He's like, I don't know how we got in this situation. I'm like, are you an idiot? I know how we got in that situation.
Yeah, you gave it all away. Well, not you. I mean, the lobbyists, the corporations. Yeah.
Yeah, your governments, your governments. Doesn't matter if they're Republican or Democrat. Your governments gave it all away. Fuck.
Yeah,
Both sides. Both. Yeah.
there's been a very slow shift towards cheap disposable goods, right? From the think of it back in the day. If you walked into a house in the 1940s or 50s, the majority of the things that would be in that household would have been manufactured within the United States and could theoretically last your lifetime after you purchase them, or you have the ability to fix them with parts that are readily available to you to fix certain things, right?
The
And we
repair
shifted
part.
from we shifted from that type of mentality to okay, this thing that cost me $50 that would last a lifetime and or I might need to do repairs, which would be very simple for me to do, but would give me a little bit of cost. I'll go ahead and trade that product for one that's half the cost, that's only going to last me less than an eighth of the time span, because I only see today that the cost is half what it is. And I don't care where it's manufactured. I don't care where my money's going, as long as I'm saving that 50% on the purchase price. And we've slowly been shifted into that, and people literally just buy useless goods, don't care, everything's disposable.
And I would argue, Napalm, like that's a downside to capitalism, right? Because capitalism would tell you that you're better off selling more of a lesser quality unit than less of a higher quality unit at a higher price and a higher profit margin. And that is a downside to capitalism, if you ask me personally.
I don't know if it's necessarily a downside to capitalism. It's more of a shift in a mentality within a society, not that it is a downfall of capitalism. I think that's the way that people have been sold into how they should consume. It's not necessarily a downfall of capitalism.
Well, that's how capitalism does it. Planned obsolescence is great for capitalism because you want to keep making more money. Nothing's going to make you more money than selling a product that's going to deteriorate quicker, that you're going to have to replace quicker, than making something that lasts a lifetime. Maybe you could fix it. You're not going to sell as much. So capitalism wants to just get money, and that's the way to do it.
Yeah, and keep in mind too, Napalm, that whole basis of capitalism is that the free market will bring down the price of goods. So your competition, creates a product that is, I don't know, $2 cheaper than you. So okay, you go to your R&D team, you're like, well, I've got to find a product that can be $2 cheaper than that one, and it creates this cycle of a race to the bottom. And in order to get to the bottom, you're gonna cut back on the quality of your products, all because at the end of the day, capitalism tells you the lower the prices, the more volume sales you're going to get, the more successful you'll be.
Right, but is that necessarily a outcome of what you would call free market capitalism? And could you give me an example of an instance when free market capitalism was actually taking place?
Well, I would say that the race to the bottom is definitely a consequence of free market capitalism. Absolutely.
I would say the most.
You know what? You're both right.
The easiest. Sorry, I just want to say this real quick. The biggest reflection of what could be considered free market capitalism would be going to literally like a flea market or something along those lines, where you're looking at completely unregulated distribution or sale of goods and or services, where it's completely unregulated. The problem is we have governments that meddle in various different aspects and pretty much every single aspect of the economy. And then when things start to go south, we blame that on what we call free market capitalism, even though there's no free market at all whatsoever. It's controlled. The levers are controlled by very powerful individuals that have vested interests within manipulating the market. So I wouldn't say that that's necessarily a product of free market capitalism. It's a product of a different kind of capitalism.
You're both right. Those dynamics all play a role, right? The what you said and what he said, it both plays a role. But the thing is, all those dynamics, if played in the country, would still benefit the country in one way or another. The problem is you've outsourced part of it, which is the most important part, the manufacturing, the labor. So that creates two problems. It creates unemployment, and you're not able to control or make the product. So this is way more than just what you guys are saying. But of course, that plays a role. Yeah. Race to the bottom and all that stuff.
Yeah, a actual true free market economy would be one that you wouldn't even have a discussion about a particular country or a government or anything like that. It would just be a free flow and exchange of goods and services.
Yeah, but that's not the case, because if you have labor costs in one country that are tenfold than the other country, then there is no competition really.
Right. So you have governments that set specific rules and guidelines for employment. Thus, the government is meddling within the free, what would be considered a free market economy. So, just when you're talking about wage differentials between countries, you're not talking about a free market economy anymore, right? We have what's called the minimum wage in the United States. Is that continues to increase? Do you think that that makes us competitive on the scale of the whole entire world?
Well, that's the problem. They have everybody convinced that you need to compete in a global scale. Who does that benefit? Just the corporations. In reality, all you need is to make stuff at home and employ your own people at home. Who cares how much the corporations sell abroad? It doesn't really matter. Right.
Right.
But anyway, it's too late now. Yeah.
You're missing my point about setting market wages. If the government is already into the market saying what you can or cannot employ somebody, like the rate in which you can or cannot employ somebody, they have already eliminated what could be considered a free market. It's no longer a free market.
Right,
but
right. I get you now. Yeah.
but at the end of the day, if collectively as a society, the average American says, no, I'm not going to work for $3.50, and your government doesn't allow migrant programs, which I don't think they should, but beyond conversation for another day. Your country's laws don't allow you to go and get your labor cheaper elsewhere. Companies are just naturally going to go elsewhere, regardless of
Yes,
government intervention.
right. So you can't speak of any of the situations that transpire after that as some sort of issue or consequence of like a free market economy, because there's no such thing as a free market economy under a government that's going to try to regulate commerce. Period.
Yeah, I mean, truthfully, there never was free market. Never was a free market economy based on that metric.
Correct.
Can I get in?
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I agree that there was never actually like a free market economy. The idea of a free market economy is really philosophical, but the idea is to basically try to get it as close, right, to a free market as possible. There's always going to be players at the top manipulating things, but the idea is to try to get it as close to truly free market as possible, which we are far from, right? Especially since we got off the gold standard in the fiat dollar, especially since we started implementing a minimum wage and requiring businesses to now have multiple races. They call it what's it called?
Can I disagree
Help
with
me
your
out, bro.
statement for just a second?
You need black, brown. You need everybody. It's called
Diversity and inclusion.
diversity. They have these the diversity and inclusion. That right there, though it might sound good, right? Or the idea of imposing a minimum wage on certain states to protect the people, it's actually doing more harm than good.
I'll
Because
say
there's so
this.
many variables that come into play when it comes to the you got to think of the economy like an organism, right? And it's like an engine, right? And it's pissing and going up and down, up and down, up and down, and you need a certain oxygen to fuel ratio to make that engine run properly, right? But the government, it's not letting the engine run freely. It's hindering, right? It's hindering it by suppressing, regulating certain things, and you got government red tape, right, and regulations that they don't see all the outcomes, right, all the variables, but what they're doing is they're strangling the economy.
Yeah.
And the
But
more
just,
regulations that they impose, the worse it gets. Go ahead.
I just want to say two things. One, the getting rid of the gold standard from an economic standpoint was absolutely a smart thing to do. It's you can't have your economy dependent on a material that another country can just randomly dump and kill the market. It was as contentious as it is. Getting rid of the gold standard was a good thing.
Did you have another point too? You said you had 2 points.
Yeah, he said something at the end, and I kind of lost track of it.
Okay, I just wanted to say something in regards to what we were talking about, Lion, where there's like, as far as the free market economy is concerned, and somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I might not be 100% up on the history, and I don't know. It's mainly an oral history, so who knows? But I want to say that there was a time in this land in which we live on where there probably was a 100% free market economy, and that was prior to the Europeans coming to this land. I don't think the Native
So
Americans had any type of economical structure. Go ahead, you're robot.
You ever heard of Peter Schiff?
Yeah, I know who Peter Schiff is. Yeah.
So I get a lot of my advice from him, right? And he's an incredible speaker when it comes to these things, because I've never heard anybody break it down like he has. But like he's, the Industrial Revolution and all these things that allowed to, the innovation of technology and the evolution of technology forward, progressing forward. This was all driven by free market capitalism. It's what propelled the economy forward. Was the technological sector, right? The medical sector, and there's one more sector, I forget what it is. Oh, agriculture, right? All these sectors is what literally drives the economy forward. If you start hindering economic progress, innovation, if you start hindering innovation, that's when the economy becomes stagnant. You no longer have a new iPhone. You no longer have a faster computer. It just becomes stagnant. People stop buying things, and that's literally what hurts the economy, bro. Like, it has to do with innovation and technology. It's weird, bro. It's all connected. But yeah, go ahead.
No, I get it. What's the problem with a efficient, stagnant economy?
Well, if you have a stagnant economy, no one buys anything, bro. And it's weird because, like, unfortunately, free market capitalism just depends on consumers. If people stop consuming or they stop buying things, then basically capitalism falls. It just falls, bro. It can't progress anymore because there's not new technologies coming out. Silicon Valley and the technological sector is huge when it comes to the health of the economy.
Yeah, currently, but I'm just saying in general, like philosophically, what is the problem with a stagnant economy?
No growth, man.
No growth.
Okay. So if we seem to be complaining that the symptoms of capitalism and this disposable economy is a huge issue. It's the reason why we have shit goods, why people keep getting less and less pay for more hours worked and keep consuming stuff that they don't need over and over and over again. And we're just churning out all of this waste. Nobody's ever necessarily fulfilled. The things that we're working hard to purchase don't last us long enough, so we have to continue to keep consuming them. So we have all these symptoms, right? So what would be the issue of a lack of growth and a stagnant economy?
Lack of jobs as your population grows.
So stagnation doesn't necessarily mean a lack of jobs, right?
Well, as your population grows, it will. So if your economy is not growing and employing people, as your population gets larger, you'll have less and less people working, which will then increase your rates of
No,
poverty.
not necessarily, because the more people you have, the uptick in demand for products and services that are being provided, right? So you don't necessarily have to have a growth in the economy, meaning this ever increasing profit margin or whatever you want to call it, if you are growing at a rate that is in line with the population growth, right? So let's
So
say whatever
let
you
me
need to
ask you this.
manufacture and provide for a community of 50, if that community eventually becomes a community of 100, okay, you have people that are starting to help out in certain sectors, so those people are going to be employed to help produce the goods and services, however you want to define all of that stuff, for the extra people that are there. So it seems to be a natural progression, not just an unnatural, we need to grow for the sole purpose of growth kind of scenario.
Let's put it this way, okay? You have $1 trillion. Your economy has $1 trillion in cash in it for 100 million people, and now you have 200 million people, and at $1 trillion, everybody's living fairly well. You know, people are making a decent wage, and housing isn't ridiculously expensive. People are living comfortably. Now, keep that same $1 trillion to feed your 100 million people, but increase it to 200 million people. Are your people still living at the same standard they were, or has the standard of living gone down simply by virtue of just less money to sustain the amount of people in the economy?
I would say that they would continue on the same. So if there was no meddling in the money at all whatsoever, right? This is where the actuality of supply and demand kicks in. The problem is we never allow for that to take place because government and or large corporations have to try to step in to manipulate either the money supply or the supply of commodities and things like that, right? So there's constant manipulation in that. So if you had this population growth in the scenario that you're talking about, the supply and demand ratios would work themselves out to where everybody's still living at the same standard, right? Prices can come down, prices can go up. The problem is we live in a society where prices never come down, they continue to increase.
No, I don't disagree. I don't disagree with you on that. But what I'm trying to allude to, right, is if your economy needs $1 trillion for people to live comfortably, and you double the amount of people, the $1 trillion is now effectively cut in half, which means your people are living with half of what they had before. Which is why you need that economic growth in order to increase the revenue pool in your economy for people to be able to survive it. Like there comes a point where you just can't add people without increasing your economy. It's counterintuitive.
No. You have price adjustments. The problem is we don't allow for price adjustments and corrections to markets. We just don't.
We should
So
cap
what
some
you
prices.
so what your expectation is that companies chop their profit margins to make it cheaper so that people can live comfortably? Like, you think companies would actually do that without government intervention?
No, they could just go out of business if they don't have the ability to actually sell their products for the price that they think they need to make a profit, right? So they effectively go out of business, and you say that those people will be unemployed. Sure, they will be unemployed, but guess what? Unemployed people that aren't supported by the government need to find a way to feed themselves, and they find a way to
Okay,
feed themselves, and everything adjusts. The
so my
problem
flip
is
side, my
intervention,
flip
like you're
side.
saying, is what gives us the symptoms that we're complaining about today, but then we say that we have to have the interventions.
Okay, so on the flip side, I'm a company and I manufacture a product, and the population is growing. So does the demand. But I cannot scale my operations up properly because the economy doesn't allow it. So as a result, in order for me to stay competitive and not go bankrupt, I'm just going to cut people's pay. That's my only alternative. I can't get the material for any cheaper, and I need a certain profit margin in order to stay in business. And the only way I can meet that profit margin if the economy is not growing is to cut people's salary, which will then effectively shrink the economy. You see what I mean? So that's why in a capitalistic world, the growth of an economy is paramount. You need it in order for your societies to grow. Otherwise, they don't grow.
Right. That's why I'm saying if you think in terms of that, you're always going to get the symptoms that you're complaining about.
Yeah, but you just said it. If a company can't bring their prices down and stay competitive, then they should go bankrupt. So the only way I can keep my prices down and stay competitive is by chopping people's salaries.
No,
Right. And when
there's
you think about the economy across the board, many people are going to do that, right? Most, it's not just one company that's going to be faced with oh, some type of pinch within the market. Usually it's going to spread out across the whole entire economy. So you have
Yeah.
this ebb and flow. The problem is we only want the flow. We never want the ebb. And if you don't allow for the ebb and flow to take place, you're never going to have harmony within your market, which gives you the symptoms that you're complaining about and saying, well, we have to continue to grow in order for this to work. But then you're complaining about the symptoms of constant growth. Like, I don't know
No,
why you don't understand that.
No, well, I agree. Like, listen, I'm not disagreeing with you. I think what you're pointing to is the biggest issue with capitalism and in its current state is that this is exactly what's happening. But you know, because of that happening, we can't remove the one ingredient that keeps society healthy, which is growth. Right. So we need to be a little bit more proactive
I
and
don't
try
think
and prevent these.
I don't think growth keeps a society healthy. I think there's societies that were here on this land prior to us that were probably much healthier than we are that didn't rely on constant growth.
Yeah, but that's not the reality that we live in, and those societies supported maybe a million people, not 320 some odd million people, 320
Right.
some 100,000, 20 whatever amount of people live in the U.S. now. I mean, it's a shit ton of people.
But that's the problem. I don't think we should think in terms of these huge nations. I don't think we should think in terms like that, but we have been conditioned to do so. The average person won't show up for their homeowners association meeting, but they'll gladly go out and vote for the president of the United States. And that's the problem we have with our society. We've been convinced to think a certain way. So then we think, well, this is the only way that things can work out. We need to think in terms of 2.3 trillion people in this country. No, we fucking don't. That's our problem.
the
It's a
homeowner association.
systemic problem in the way that we look at our society.
They have a lot of power, don't they? The homeowner association. Some would
Yes.
argue they got more power than the president, but that's just a joke. But if I could get a few words in, I would just say this: we can all see there's a great imbalance, and if the producer of the products, if there's such a great imbalance in the producer and the consumer, the ultimate outcome is going to be the producer fails because the consumer cannot afford it, right? And that's what we see in America. We see America producing homes and cars, and we've seen the car bailout, we've seen the housing crash, and you know how many people are employed with just housing, the carpenters, the electricians, the plumbers, all of these things, all of these things, man, there's so many jobs. All of these things have been priced out of the market. And when we go back and we look at what a minimum wage is and when it was started back in the 30s, we look at a living wage and then we think about what gainful employment is. There's differences in minimum wage, living wage, and gainful employment. And if people don't have gainful employment, they're not putting anything in savings. I mean, these are all issues. So it's a system destined to fail, in my opinion. And a lot of people, when they think of to capitalize on something, they think of taking advantage of something. And if you're in an economic system and you're working with other people, you're either taking advantage of a situation, and there's a lot of people who do that, right? People get foreclosed on their house, they go and take advantage of that situation, and there's really no, there's no common, there's no caring about your fellow human beings and doing what's right. These corporations could really succeed and pay their workers a living, a gainful employment instead of a minimum wage or a living wage.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that, and I fully agree too that part of the issues that we're getting in North America is that we've allowed banks to give money to people who not necessarily who didn't deserve it, but they've given out some sketchy loans. They allow people to borrow excessive amounts of money and flush that back into the economy, which grows the economy at rates that are not sustainable. Those aren't necessarily issues of capitalism. Those are issues of greed and letting banks basically do whatever the fuck they want, and giving loans out to people who shouldn't have loans, and allowing people to borrow excessive amounts of money when they don't need it. But I don't see that as inherent issues with capitalism. I see it with inherent issues in banking more than anything else. Out where I live, nobody can afford houses because for the last 15 years, our government has basically been handing out. Well, basically, since the housing market crash in the USA, our government's been allowing banks to hand out low interest loans to people who, when the interest rates go up, can't afford it. But what this did is it created a runaway economy where, housing pricing went from relatively affordable to relatively unaffordable, just because people can borrow money and they can just buy their way out of shit.
Well, I keep hearing these problems that are within the economy, and we seem to be talking about when the government intervenes and does X, Y, and Z, or the government sets certain regulations, it causes this issue, but we don't want to talk about the root cause of the problem. We just keep talking about the symptoms. Like how do we take care of these symptoms? I mean, it's the same as thinking of health as every single symptom can be just taken care of as a pill that masks the symptoms, so you don't realize the symptoms are there without actually figuring out what you're doing to your body that causes the pain to begin with. And we just keep taking the pills over and over and over again and keep wondering why we're sick.
So I have a question for you. How would you have resolved the mortgage situation that banks got us into without government regulation? Because banks will tell you, hey, it's a free market. If I want to give a loan out at 0.5% interest over the next 50 years, it's within my purview to do so. They don't really care the ramifications that would have on a society on an overall basis. They just care about getting more loans. So how do you go about kind of preventing that without a government intervention? Not to say it's good or bad. I'm just asking, like, how would you go about doing that without some sort of overarching, regulation?
Remember, they were mortgaging our kids. They were giving our kids $20,000 and $30,000 worth of loans without even making sure that those jobs existed in their field of study. There was no plan to make sure those people were employed. They were just given money. Young people had mortgaged their lives, forget properties. Probably still happening.
Yeah, I would if you want to know my solution to the mortgage crisis that was caused by the banks to begin with, you want to know my solution to that? Take the whole
sure.
entire country and anybody that was residing within a residence at that point in time just had sole ownership, all loans completely forgiven.
Well, the federal government's going to have to do that anyway. There's no one paying back trillions of dollars to anyone. So that's
Yeah,
part of the
I would
when they
say
reset.
I would say we go back to, I don't know, maybe something that seems a little bit more like it's been talked about in a book that a lot of people don't like, where we have certain time frames in which people are forgiven of their debts as long as they work towards satisfying them, right? If we start to be operating in a society like that, I don't think we run into these issues that we have right now, where people are mortgaged to their teeth for half of their life, or have to go to some sort of place of higher education, thinking that that's a necessity for the life in order to be able to feed themselves and put a roof over their head. And somehow we think that we need to go into hundreds of thousands of dollars of debt that we pay back at interest for things that don't necessarily even cost what the sticker price is, right? Certainly education being one of them. I'm not a big fan of the usury to begin with. So let's eliminate that. You want government to do something? Make it at least illegal to charge interest. There you go.
Look, the new potential hybrid engine where you might be able to start a water powered hydrogen generator will change everything if it becomes cheap enough. I mean, this mandate they made for electric cars is ridiculous. There isn't enough electricity. So they're going to have to flip that around. They're going to have to realize what they've done, and they're going to lose power. The oil industry is done. They're going to lose power naturally. We don't need to take over this country. We don't need to take over that industry, because I think the free economy will bring these engines to life. And the stronghold that the oil industry has had since their leader, I mean, our leader of our country under Bush rule, which is CIA and is oil, was a very, very, very long time after Eisenhower warned us that he'd lost control from within that office, and they killed Kennedy for thinking he was president. So if we don't go back to at least there and ask who runs this country, it's true, nobody cares. People just don't care. And that's why they do what they do. But in fact, the monopoly board's been full. And when new energy comes around, there's no place to put it. So if they're, we kind of got to flip the board. The game's just gotten ridiculous. They own everything. They are the banks. And there is more than there was, 150 years ago when they made that monopoly board. We didn't know it was rigged, that they were the bank too. We thought everyone was playing the game. Turns out there are bankers.
But yeah, the problem with completely flipping the system is people need to change their mentality to begin with. Because if we have the same mentality and we just want to flip the board over, what's going to change? Oh, we're just going to get back to the same spot we were before.
I thought about this a lot, and I came up with an interesting point. The greed and bullshit that we're normally dealing with is probably a learned response coming from fear. In other words, if they have artificial scarcity, like oil, like money, then we're always going to be in fear and then trying to get ours. And therefore, the greed is a natural reaction, probably going back to days of famine when, if you didn't have a couple of years of food, your life was in fear. So scarcity, I think, causes fear, which causes greed. And I would dare to say it's possibly reversible. I don't think it's inherent. I don't think it's inherent.
I would agree with you. I think we have been convinced and sold this idea or concept that we live in a world of scarcity when actually the creator provided us a world of abundance.
How abundant is it too? Like, it's just crazy teeming with abundance, just teeming everywhere.
Like ridiculously abundant.
Yeah.
And then we think for some reason, when we grow up in this idea of scarcity and thinking that some other man has some sort of authority over us that we need to listen to, we get sold this idea of scarcity, convinced that we can't benefit from the abundance around us, and then we start to get greedy. So yeah, I definitely agree with that for sure. And I feel like
prosperity over profit. Fuck profit. If it isn't prosperous, who cares? In other words, let's say medicine was doing good. Let them make money, but they're not doing good. They got us in a big, huge nightmare trap.
And we also have this idea or concept of like I think it's even foreign to, I always try to harken back to like Native Americans or Amish people, right? For most of my ideas. But to the Native Americans, the concept of property, I don't even think is in their society at all whatsoever. Like everything is the property of the creators. We're just being stewards of it. But when you get sold this idea of scarcity, that every man for themselves, oh, you got to get yours before they get, before somebody else gets it, kind of scenario, then we have this crazy idea or conception of property. And when you have property, you want to hold on to your property. And when you want to hold on to your property, you want to make sure that you acquire more of it and make sure that nobody else can get it. And it just perpetuates this cycle, which is ridiculous. Instead of looking at, okay, we live in this world of abundance. I don't think we're operating very, very in tune with nature. We don't need to be these crazy environmentalists. We just need to figure out how to be in tune with nature so we're not creating the problems that we need to save ourselves from to begin with, right? And much of that can be when you come from the idea or conception of abundance. If you have abundance, you give away. You don't hoard for yourself. When you realize there's abundance, you share. But when you think it's scarce, you try to hold on to every little thing that you can.
Yeah, I think I keyed on that when I was realizing, like, are people greedy? If I fixed everything, are people generally greedy? And I'm thinking probably not. They're probably sharing and caring to a fault. You know, where they do find other people. Let's say if someone wanders by and it's at the end of summer and they stick with you for a few weeks and it turns to winter and they got to stick around because they're snowed in. Next thing you know, they're eating your food and you don't, you know, by 6 months later, you're starving because you didn't have enough for their family too. The next thing you know, they're looking like you're an asshole for not sharing with them. You know, and it's like, geez, I didn't mean for that to happen. I was just being nice.
So you guys just highlighted the main problem with society, and just like people say all the time, it's not a political problem, right? It's a moral problem. The same thing with the economy, man. Like free market capitalism theoretically would work if people were morally and ethically right, right? And they were honest in their business practices. And you can't fix the economy. Doesn't matter what economic engine you throw at it. You can't fix the economy by by electing a new president, left or right. It's because that's not what's going to fix the government or the economy. What's going to fix the economy, it comes down to each family instilling good morals in their children. And if everybody had good morals and were honest in their business practices and cared about their fellow man, free market capitalism would work. I know it would.
Or just free market in general, like tacking that word capitalism on it just really kind of like, I don't know, draws in the ideas of I don't know. I just don't know. The problem is lots of times it's the labels and everybody wants to attack the labels, but how many people have actually read Adam Smith's The Wealth of Nations, right? Like the people really understand that concept of capitalism and things like that. But either way, like the free market 100%, right? Like the minute you start dabbling in that, like for those of you that have read the scriptures, what was the one time that it seemed like Jesus lashed out and he overturned the tables? What was taking place? What's that scenario?
Merchants in the temple.
What were they doing?
Merchandising. They're selling stuff and buying, and I don't know, man. I don't know exactly
I
why.
think it was more than that, and I don't know. Correct me if I'm wrong, North. If you're in here, have the ability to talk, but I think that scenario or that thing that took place in the Bible there was actually usury that was taking place, changing of money. I'll look it up again and go through it.
So
But it's my understanding it was usury.
maybe I was gonna say capitalism does have like some negative connotations, especially now, because they're promoting socialism or democratic socialism, and they make capitalism like this evil monster, and they're trying to put socialism in its place. But capitalism, it's not inherently evil. It basically, you're capitalizing on supply and demand. So you see demand for a certain product, right? And you're going to capitalize on that. And it doesn't mean you're going to take advantage of somebody or a family or a business or a population. You're just capitalizing on an opportunity, and that's not inherently evil. You might see something, on the horizon. Like you might see something about to, like, that's what it comes to stocks and studying the market. New technology is coming out all the time, and you can capitalize on that if you study the market, whether it's housing or whatever it is. Capitalizing on opportunities is not evil, man. You know what I'm saying?
Neither is usury, as far as I can tell. Looking it up, usury is a normal relationship. Even in a parasitic relationship, may not be harmful to anyone. I'm trying to find the bad part of usury. Am I missing something?
It's scripturally forbidden. But regardless, crony capitalism, right? Crony capitalism. It says here on Google, an economic system characterized by close, mutually advantageous relationships between business leaders and government officials. And it says here, the bank has strongly rejected accusations of crony capitalism. So that's what we have today in America. And I do believe that relationships between the employer and the employee should be private. Wages should be private. The business has no, I mean, not the business, the government has no business, right, intervening in relationships between employees and their employer. And now, when you go to work for somebody, you decide your wage between you and the employer privately. You don't even share that wage with your fellow employees or coworkers. You keep that stuff private, and your worth, right? Whatever you're worth, your boss is going to decide that, right? Not the government. The government's not seeing how much you're worth. And when they implement a minimum wage, a lot of these businesses that are starting up, like mom and pop businesses, some of them can't afford a minimum wage. Sometimes they can only afford maybe, a nephew or a family member to run the business. And they struggle, and a lot of times they're not even getting a fair wage because you're trying to help your uncle run his business. You know what I'm saying? When you impose a minimum wage, they've done this in Puerto Rico, they've done it in Africa, they've done it in other places, and they've experimented. And almost every single time, as far as I know, according to what Peter Schiff has said, it always ends up in disaster because businesses can't afford minimum wage, and the government thinks it's a good incentive, and it just ends up turning sour, bro, every time, even in PR.
Well, what it does is, like, the minimum wage is allegedly if you want to look at the economic pay scales as rungs on a ladder, you have people that are just starting out in employment, right? In our country, I mean, we even have laws and regulations around how old you can be to actually be employed, right? So not only do we have a minimum wage, we have a minimum age as far as employment is concerned. But what we're talking about here is somebody that has no experience in the working world, who is just coming into a trade or a business and is just starting out to learn how to work for money. And somehow we have the government saying, okay, that bottom rung of the ladder needs to be $15. Okay, well, if it's $15, but we can only employ X amount of people at $15 an hour. Well, if previously the minimum wage was $2 an hour, you employed 10 employees at $2 an hour, 20 employees at, $10 an hour, whatever, however you want to work out all the scales. Effectively, what you're doing is you're forcing companies to increase the prices of their products or decrease the amount of people that are manufacturing or making or selling those products, which ultimately makes them either work more or not as efficiently. So you tend to cut corners to be able to afford the wages, but still are tending to charge more for the products to begin with. So you wind up less people employed, crappier goods and services at a higher cost. This all
Not
tends to
necessarily.
happen when the government comes in and continues to bump up a minimum wage. Oh, we got to increase minimum wage. When effectively what you're doing is you're taking somebody that might not have the skill set to improve from that base rung of the ladder. I mean, it just is what it is. We have people within our society that either mentally or physically don't have the ability to have more value than that bottom rung, regardless of how old they are or how much experience they have. That bottom rung is where they need to be. If that bottom rung keeps getting moved up and up and up, effectively you are making those people unemployable. And you're
That's been the
pushing people out of the market.
That's been the narrative for a while, that this is like entry level, and the wages are like for an entry level person. I would say you can't enter level 1 going in debt, right? And a lot of these young people, they get I've seen it, man. These young people, they get so many hours, they don't get like 10, 12 hours at one place. They have to go to get 3, 4 different jobs, right? And they're getting this low pay. And I've watched it many years, not just, current times. But I've often said, they can't even afford the basic hygiene products and rent and insurance on a car. They can't even afford the rent, let alone the basic hygiene and the transportation, whether it be a bus, a bicycle, or anything. And so it's real easy math to do. And to even enter into level 1 or entry level position, this is why I say you need to go back and look at how was the minimum wage originally formulated, and did it keep its current formula all the way up until today? And then you need to look into a living wage, and then you need to look into gainful employment. And we need to look into capping some of the prices on the products, because you can't just up the prices of the products and put yourself out of the market, but you can still the corporation can still make gains each month, right? And make extreme gains and pay their employees a gainful, have them gainfully employed, not just a living wage, just enough to get by with basic necessities, or minimum wage. But we have to look into how these things were formulated. What was the equation for the minimum wage when it first started? These things don't. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I respond to North? Yeah, North. The thing is with like regulating prices, like that's goes against free market, bro. And I understand ethically it's wrong to price gouge, especially during a natural disaster, and I am against that. But normally though, under normal circumstances, I have no problem with Apple, for example, if they wanted to theoretically charge $2,000 for an iPhone. If they want to do that, that's their prerogative. If people still want to buy it, that's good for them, bro. You know what I'm saying? I have no problem with that, and that's the way it should be. There should be no government overreach whatsoever. If it costs $200 to make an iPhone and they want to charge 10 times that, that's their prerogative, bro. And if people find out and they still want to buy iPhones, that's their prerogative. We should have no regulations regarding that.
I get you. I understand that, but here's the thing. It's like I said in the beginning. You're looking at it from the opposite side. I just want to tell you this. The producer of a product, what he makes to take home, there can't be such a great imbalance of what the consumer of said product makes and takes home, because the end result will be, and it's just common sense among the producer and the consumer, if the producer makes such a large amount opposed to the consumer, then the consumer is not going to be able to afford the product, and the producer is going to go out of business. And this is just, I don't know if it's willful ignorance. I don't know what it is, but this is the thing. People are always talking about these entry level positions, and they talk about these teenagers coming out of high school. A lot of them know how to frame a house. A lot of them know how to run electric conduits. They know how to do plumbing. They know a lot about these things. They've had hands-on experience. So it's not that they can't, further themselves and the work site and the crew and the people. They can. And there's many other examples of that. But to give it all to an entry-level position and just keep it at that level, if that cannot even buy them the essentials to house themselves, to feed themselves, and to clean themselves, then that's not an entry level economic system you want to be a part of, because it's destined to fail. If you
Right.
can't even entry level in and grow and gain, it's meant to fail for the population, the
Yeah,
majority.
the reason that they can't afford a lot of those basics is because as you bump up the minimum wage, right, you're effectively increasing the cost of everything.
No, that's the problem. See, the corporations can still make gains, and they can still be profiting each month on all the products and still give their employees gainful employment. They can do that and still be
People
profitable.
get
It's not as if they would fail. And I think producers have actually shown that if they pay their workers right, there's been some examples. If they pay them gainful employment, they have a vested interest in keeping that company going, and they'll go out of their way to keep that company going. There's examples of that. So, yeah.
Yeah, you can pay
most people
people
think
gainful employment, right? And you can increase people's wages. Nobody's saying you can't do that. And the people that pay well, those jobs are in demand, meaning the best qualified people for those positions are getting them. You look at something like Costco, where I think their starting wage is, $20 an hour or something like that. It's well above minimum wage. They don't even have minimum wage workers that work there. Well, guess what? Their employees demonstrate that they're worth the money. Now, when you have minimum wage being at whatever it is, and employers are just trying to get people that can do the job or are willing to do the job, a lot of those people aren't necessarily worth what they have to pay them in order for them to be there. And that's where
Yeah.
the discrepancy comes in. So now you're paying more for somebody who is worth less. That's why you're ever increasingly, you are going to see cashier jobs going away. You're going to see self checkouts. You're going to see automations that are going to eliminate much of the jobs that had been considered entry level. Get your foot in the door with a company. Start here. Be this little grunt. Take this person's money. Take their order. All these jobs are going to go away because companies can't afford to pay people to do those positions. Now, many people started in those positions. I have a friend who started at McDonald's at minimum wage, making $4.25 an hour, who now makes $350,000 a year working in the fast food industry. Now,
That's not the case for most.
it's not the case for most, right? But would he be able to do that if those minimum wage jobs are completely eliminated, and then the only people that you can employ are at such a high rate that it's not even the entry level guys that are getting in there? It's people that have now saturated themselves in $100,000 worth of ridiculous student loan debt for a degree that means absolutely nothing, and the only thing that they can do to find employment is work in the fast food industry. Now they've got a qualification that's higher than somebody that didn't do that, and they feel like they're getting paid way less than they should to do a job, even though they're probably getting more than somebody who is, I don't know.
I would just say the employers need to do a better job at the interview if they want to find someone who's going to work and actually work. And a lot of these places are like, how do you say, the employer can fire you for any reason, right? Now, some places are not like that, but I would say that I don't know of a company like McDonald's or let's say Walmart or any of these other corporations that have a history of paying very low wages and making their workers do excessive amounts of work, right? Picking up 2 and 3 other shifts jobs or so on and so forth. Now, I don't know of any of those companies that make a profit that cannot pay their workers a gainful employment, cannot give them gainful employment and still make a profit without upping the
How do you know they're
cost
both?
of the goods and services? Because
How do you
we're
know they're
not
both?
doing the actual math, are we? We need to actually go to a specific, company or whatever we're speaking of, and actually do the math instead of just assuming that, well, the end result's going to have to be you're going to have to up the cost. The corporation is not going to be able to sustain itself. That's
So
ridiculous.
what's
We haven't
gainful
even looked at
employment
the math.
then?
Well, gainful employment wouldn't be just to cover your necessities like clothing, hygiene products, food,
Mm-hmm.
a shelter over your head, transportation. It would include for you to be putting aside money, to be saving money. Now, it's
Sure.
not like, oh, I need you to put aside $100,000 each week. I need you to put aside $10,000 each week. But it needs to be more than the necessities of your life so you can have something to put aside so you can grow into that, whatever you want to be at the next
Can I
level.
respond?
Based on hold on.
All right.
Based on what standard, right?
Well,
Because
based on the
somebody even
standard that
working at
we
minimum
displayed,
wage, somebody even
based
working
on
at minimum wage can find a way to have all of the things that you just talked about if they choose to make decisions that might not be what everybody chooses to make.
Well, I
Hold
was
on.
basing it
Hold on.
upon
Hold on.
this. Well, he asked me
You know what?
what I'm basing it
All
on.
right.
Yeah, I know, but let me answer what I'm basing it on. I'm basing it on you not having someone work for um, less than they could sustain themselves. I see what you're saying, but you need to give me a specific example because people that I use, and I've been talking about this for over 25 years, man. I've seen people make
Same,
$4 and $5 and things of that nature, and
same.
less than that. And I still see people like waitresses making $2 an hour, right? So,
Mm-hmm.
okay, so here's the thing. These people, you can do the math. They cannot afford shelter. Now, you say they can afford shelter. Now, I want to know within the system, where is this shelter? Where is this house that they can go live in that they're going to be able to afford by working at these places? Can you give me an example? And have food put in their belly, and have transportation, and be able to wash and clean themselves, right?
Sure. Yeah. So most places, most areas, obviously, people have the ability to pay their rent and have the ability to have housing because not everybody's homeless, right? Transportation is feet and or a bike. If you live far away from where you work, probably not a good decision, right? So there's many different decisions that people can make. But now what you're all what you're also talking about is the problem with people meddling in things like housing and forcing those rates to go up. So it's all unfortunately based off of government decisions that have put high rent as part of the equation, that has put high interest rates as part of the equation. I mean, there's just so many different factors to this that you can't just pin it down and you can't say, okay, now the minimum wage has to be what? $20 an hour? What should the minimum wage be right now, North, based on your equations?
So based on what one bag of groceries, what one meal costs you, and I'm not talking about dog food or some kind of cheap off-brand, some artificial food, some spam or some crap like that, right? I'm talking about food that will actually give you sustenance and give you nutrients, right? So how much does one meal do you think does it cost a day? Just one meal.
One meal?
Yeah, one nutritious meal. How much does it cost?
Depends on who you are and where you're at.
Let's say, I don't know, let's say you're in New York City. Let's say you're on the East Coast. You could go east, mid, wherever you want to go. Because it all evens out. We take into account the cost of
Sure,
living.
I'll take
So,
where I'm at in Central Florida. It all depends. If you just want to go get like, are you talking about fast food? Or are you talking about like a nutritious meal at the grocery
a
store?
nutritious meal. A
Okay,
nutritious meal. Yeah.
gotcha. So I literally just had a Nutritious meal. I ate an avocado. Is that considered a meal, or do I need more than that?
You just had one avocado,
Yes,
right?
sir.
How many calories were in the avocado?
No clue.
No clue.
No, I wouldn't call that a meal.
I wouldn't call it a meal either. So do you
Okay,
think that
so
would?
I guess I survive on one meal a day because I have a little bit of fruit in the morning, sometimes some fruit in the afternoon, uh, maybe some breads, depending on how I mix
Yeah,
that
but
up. Maybe some
yeah, but how
eggs.
big are you? How big a boy are you though? How many years have you put other things in your body, like steak and things of that nature? How big a boy are you?
It's I haven't had a steak in probably like 5 or 6 years.
What's your weight?
I weigh 175.
What did you weigh 6 years ago?
175.
Okay. So what's your fat percentage?
Less than 3%.
That's pretty good, man. Well, it seems you're eating healthy. I mean, you're just eating fruit every day. Is that what you're saying?
Fruits, vegetables, some grains. Probably twice a month I'll eat some elk or venison, eggs, cheeses, stuff like that.
Okay. All right. So do you think other people should be able to eat elk or venison once a month, twice a month, maybe?
Yeah,
And
I
just
think
tell
they
me
should
how
be able
much.
to go out and harvest it themselves too. And one deer would last a person a whole entire year if they have the ability to properly store it.
Are you getting your avocados out of your yard or are you buying them at a grocery store?
Um, it depends most of the time from the grocery store, but I do have neighbors that grow different avocados, which are actually 4 times the size of the little one that I ate today.
Okay. Now, how much is the lowest cost of renting a place in Florida where you are?
I would say you could probably find a room to rent for $500.
Okay, $500 a month. Would you say that was the same around 15 years ago?
Roughly.
Yeah, roughly, right? Yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree. So we have seen a little bit of increase in the wages go from what, like 5 to 7.25 to 8 to 15, right? From nine
Yeah,
to
so a
15, maybe.
doubling of the minimum wage. Yeah, more than double actually.
Okay, so I've been speaking about this for a long time, and I think everything has gone up. Even, since I came out of high school, I think everything has went up 400%. No matter if it's a candy bar, a piece of land, a soda pop, whatever it is. But I would say the wages have not went up that much, but the cost
Right.
of everything has gone up that much. Now there's no account for that, and there's no reason for that. With the workers still getting paid the same, which they're the one producing these things. It never made sense to me. But what I'm saying is, if you're going to tell me it's $500 a month to get just a basic shelter over your head, how much is insurance for a car? And let's just say they're not paying full coverage. Let's just say maybe liability or something like that. What do you think that would be?
A car is not a necessity. I don't think a car or insurance is a necessity.
Okay, no
I just
car, no insurance. Okay.
I slightly
So,
disagree with that.
so all
Can
right, so
can I get
five
in
hundred
here real
dollars.
quick, dude?
Well, real quick, let's just finish the math.
All
$500
right.
for the shelter. All right, are we gonna have clothes? Are these clothes gonna be donated to us? Are we gonna go by a church and get clothes, or are we gonna pay any money out for clothes? Especially
Sure,
for
yeah, you
like
can pay
work
money out for
uniform.
clothes.
Okay, so you can pay some money out for clothes. So we got what, at least $700?
For
Let's say
clothes? A month?
600. Well,
No.
500 is the rent, right?
Yeah.
So let's say clothes.
Two
Let's
hundred
say
dollars a
what?
month on clothes? I don't even
Let's
spend
say
that.
well, let's say $20. Okay, so $520, right? Now, what are we eating? How much is your fruit and your grains every day, and your elk and things of that nature for once or twice a month? How much is that a month? What's your
I would say
monthly
the
food
average.
bill?
So, like, in order for somebody to eat healthy for a day, I would say probably $25 a day in food costs.
Oh, great. So 25 times 30, right? So what do you have there? You have 6, 8, 90 bucks, or no, not $90.
55.
520, 520, 555.
Oh,
Okay.
sorry. No.
So you're pushing, you're right, 600 or more right now, right?
Yeah. I would say food costs for a month would probably be somewhere between $500 to $700 a month.
Okay, so you're like 500 plus, let's say $700 a month. That's $1,200 a month, right?
Yep.
Okay. Now that's just to get yourself fed and to go to work, to come home and go to sleep. That's $1,200. Okay. Now these people that are working at these, we're not talking about the $15 hour. We're talking about the minimum. Is the minimum $15 an hour now in Florida? Is that what it is?
I think it's 14 right now.
14. Okay. So it was much less not too many years ago, but it's at 14 now. How many hours a week do you think they're getting? Maybe 20?
No, I mean, if somebody's paying for their own rent, isn't in school and or living with their parents or something, some type of situation like that, they should be working at least a minimum of 40 hours a week.
Okay, so they have two jobs then, because most people making 40 hours a week, entry level positions have two jobs. They don't have one job that
I have
gives them
4.
40 hours.
I have
right?
4. Who cares? Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. And they're all in different areas, right? So it's
Mine?
gonna take a little bit. Well, not yours necessarily, but others. For the majority of people, uh, this is the way I've seen things work out. People in the country were trained to go work in the city, and people in the city were trained to go work in the country, and things of that nature. It's kind of a plan and it's a pattern, and it's been that way for a long time. And I watch people going from 3 counties over to come here to do work, and then I watch these people go from here to go to another state to go to work, or 4 or 5 counties over to go to another place to work. And I'm sure you've seen those type of things too. And it's all in the plan. But I would say right now you're at over $1,200 a month, and I want to know, how much do you think they're taking home each week?
Well, food, shelter and clothing, we're at $1,200 a month, right?
Yeah, and that's for a great place to rent. You said it was only $500 a month. That's not bad
Yeah,
at
you
all.
can find a place for $500 a month, easy.
It's not
Yeah,
bad.
that's assuming it's a room
$100
with
a
no
month.
privacy, right? Like that's just a single room with no actual living space for $500 a month.
It depends.
So how much are they making each week? How much are they bringing home?
But
Per
anyways, we
month,
can
if
run
they're
with
making
it.
$14 an hour and they're working 40 hours a week, they're making $2,240 a month.
How much they
All right,
taking home?
let's get to it, bro. What's up? What's going on?
I think he's just trying to highlight, you know, how minimum wage isn't a livable wage. I think that's what
It's
he's
not
trying to do.
gainful. It's not gainful employment, and if you take
Yeah.
into consideration how much they take home, right?
Right.
If you take into consideration how much they take home, it's for basic necessities, and these things are based on a formula that was done in 1933, and that's
You
in
realize minimum wage is
1938,
not
and
for
that's what I'm
gainful
trying to.
employment. It's for people to get their foot in the door.
Which makes no sense whatever. You can't get your foot in the door when you're in debt. I have taken some of these young people to work because they can't afford the gas to get to work, because the job won't give them the hours when they first start out. Then they have to get another job and 2 or 3 jobs, just like you have 4. I know kids, I know people, who are not very old at all, going into entry level, and bro, it's hard for them, man. And
Furthermore, too many companies hide behind the entry level positions as a means to keep salaries and headcounts low.
Correct.
Again, on both, I think at the core of it, greed is really the problem. But what do I know?
Yeah. So real quick,
I mean, yeah, you
please.
say that. So, I don't know how many of you guys have actually been intricately involved in the operations of the business down to the penny of where everything's coming and going for every single penny that comes in and every single penny that goes out. But labor is typically going to be one of your larger expenses and one that's controllable, meaning it's one that's more easily controlled than any other expenses that you have within a business. So your
It's not
margins are
necessarily that
made.
it's not necessarily that it's controllable. It's that it's a hard figure. So on your reporting sheets, headcounts and salaries are a hard figure. It's a hard cost. It's one that you're going to encounter every single pay cycle, every single So
Mhm.
it's a hard cost.
But it's
So it's the
controllable as
easy.
well.
Well, so is efficiency. I mean, as somebody who
Yeah,
had a staff of 50 people at one point, I was
same.
less worried about the salaries, and I was more worried about efficiency. I have no issues paying somebody a fair wage if my
Well,
efficiencies are where they should be.
right. You have to be concerned with both, right? Because if it's not efficient, then you have to have more people there. But then you're you have to pay attention hour by hour. What's coming in? What amount of business are you doing, and adjust your labor accordingly. Otherwise, you can completely blow what profit you could be making solely based on mismanaging your labor. You don't want to have 50 people on staff at midnight, right? You probably want to have those people 50 people staffed during your peak hours. And as soon as things start to slow down, you need to start cutting your labor. Otherwise, you could completely eat up your profits by mismanaging your labor. Just by not paying attention for a few hours, all your profit for that day could get lost into labor cost.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it is
I
controllable,
don't.
and it's one of the most important things that you have to deal with when you are running a business.
All right, hold on. I've
Yeah,
been trying to get in. I've been trying to get in,
go for it.
please. So
Go for it.
the idea with minimum wage or gainful wage, either way, requires government overwatch, right? And then to decide the gainful wage for every person, that sounds very subjective, bro. Um, and then for the government to then implement a gainful wage, they would have to have an oversight on everybody's, fat content, their height, you know what I mean, their weight, how many kids, like everything, bro. You'd have to fill out like it's like filling out a welfare form, except worse, because you have to add all this, bro, and you don't want the government involved that far into your life, bro. And it all gets back to relationships. It goes back to the relationship between the employer and the employee, and you decide verbally or unwritten contract, right? Your wage. It's up to you. Now, if I understand that there's people out there that they just get whatever job they can and they don't have versatility, like they don't have opportunities like that. Like they don't have a car, they don't have a license, and they but at the end of the day, bro, we all have to survive in this world, and the government should not be implementing anything like that, bro. It sounds like a logistical nightmare to implement a gainful wage universally, all companies, and this is a problem because I understand McDonald's is a monopoly and it's a multi-billion-dollar industry, but to implement a gainful wage, then you'd have to evaluate each company, bro. It just gets insane. It just completely insane, bro. And that's why
Yeah, it has,
it comes down to the person and what they're willing to. If you don't like 11.75 an hour, then you don't have to work there, bro. Go somewhere else. And if people are willing to work for that much, then that's the way the free market works, man. If you don't like
Yeah,
it,
but
go somewhere else.
here's the problem with that though, and here's the problem with that mentality of if you don't like it, go somewhere else, right? If every single company is like that, you have nowhere else to go. So the only thing you can do is be at the mercy of a greedy corporation who deems your position to be worth $4 an hour. And if you're not happy, don't worry about it. There's plenty of other suckers who will do it for $4 an hour, and that cycle of shit will continue, and people will never get out of it. Meanwhile, around them, everything else costs more money. The cost of life costs more money. So really, in effect, what you're doing, and I agree with you, too much government implication in minimum wage is a bad thing. We've been dealing with this shit in my country for the last 15 years. But there is a certain point where you cannot allow your companies who basically control your economy to dictate that people aren't worth a certain amount. It's because if not, it is a cycle that your population will never get out of. And you see these, and unfortunately, not that I want to bring the raise card, but you do, because a lot of this shit is kind of self-inflicted. But you do see that in communities where the only jobs that are available are minimum wage jobs. Those communities have little to offer their constituents, and it just creates a cycle of bad, just horrible, and it doesn't get any better. Now, unfortunately, those communities go into their grocery stores and steal every fucking thing there is, and then they wonder why shit costs more money. It's a conversation for another day, but at the core of it, some involvement, some regulation is needed. Over-regulation is always bad. I will always agree with that, but some regulation is needed. Corporations have shown time and time again, they don't give a fuck about people. They don't care if people suffer. They don't care if they destroy the environments in which people live in. They are only there for the money. You need some regulation to try and temper that down a little bit.
Yeah, and the reason they have the ability to do that is they have like little to no liability for an actual human being because they're government structures to begin with. They're entities. They're not actual people, humans. They're none of that. So ultimately, complain about corporations all you want, but a corporation is a governmental entity. Not meaning it's a government, but it is a piece
I
of
would say it's
paper
the
housed by
opposite.
a government given the ability to operate.
So I would say it's the opposite. I would say the government is now a corporation, whereas before it wasn't. The government is now basically a for-profit organization where individuals are basically self-employed and are being bought off by side deals to make policy decisions. So I would say the government is more corporation now than it ever was.
So can you tell me a corporation that is not recognized and regulated by the government?
In which capacity? Because as soon as you have I don't know how it works in your country, but
It's
as
a
soon as you have
government.
as soon as you have a business, a business number, you're effectively paying into the man. I mean, you don't really have a choice.
Right, exactly. It is a problem of the system. We just think it's the way things need to be, right?
Yeah, but
We're
again,
complaining about corporations, but corporations are legal entities that are only allowed and recognized because governments create them, allow for them to be created, and support and regulate them.
right, but again, like the flip side of it is, and we've seen this happen. You allow a corporation to build a factory in some town, and without regulation, that corporation then dumps all of its crap and all of its waste in non-ethical manners,
Nope.
right? Which
Nope.
then
You're
has an
wrong.
effect on the
You're wrong.
population. No, I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong. This still happens today.
You said a corporation comes in, and I told you a corporation is nothing more than a recognized status by a government created with governmental rules and regulations, allowed to operate and have limited liability and or no liability tied to a specific individual or somebody who may or may not be doing the actual polluting. So the problem stems from the creation of a fictitious entity to begin with that we think is a thing that we can't really come at anybody specifically for the things that they do, either environmentally or harm against other people. You come at the corporation itself.
Okay, I
That's
understand
one of
that.
the biggest problems. It's a problem from like Jump Street.
Sorry. So what are you saying? Deregulate everything and let corporations decide what they deem is right and wrong for population? That's
I
the
don't think
solution?
you're understanding the concept that a corporation does not exist without government.
Okay, but take their government out of it and allow a corporation to exist without a government and without regulation.
If you
What do you
understood,
think the end result?
if you understood, you wouldn't phrase it that way. Take government out of it and then the corporation. The corporation is only a corporation because a corporation is a recognized legal status within a governmental structure. So if you take the
No, I
government
understand
out of
that,
the
Napalm.
corporation, you don't have a corporation. What you have is Mr.
Okay, you
Smith.
have a company.
Mr. Smith.
Whatever. You
No,
have a
you have
company.
Mr. Smith doing bad things and then Mr. Smith being liable for that, either either paying people back for the harm that he's done to the environment, the harm that he's done to the people, and or being put into prison for destroying the environment or harming somebody or any of that. Mr. Smith actually having the liability falling on him, not a corporation that the minute gets into trouble can just dissolve, and the people who are running that corporation can just go ahead and start another one. Because all the
No, I'm
liabilities
not.
on the corporation, not on a fucking person.
Okay, but I'm not disagreeing with you that corporations have too many loopholes. But at the end of the day, the very thing that you're bringing up right now requires the government to be involved in one shape or another. As the DOJ, the Justice Department is integrally associated with government, as much as we want to like it or not. So no matter which scenario you present, if you want to hold somebody accountable, you need some form of regulation. That regulation is going to come from an authorized whatever body of whatever you want to call it, be it government, be it whatever. But irrespective of it, there's no scenario where a company owned by Mr. Smith could be held accountable without some form of regulation. And if you remove that regulation, Mr.
You're
Smith is not.
completely missing my point.
Well, your point doesn't really make much sense, Napalm. Like, to be honest, like you're saying, hold the individual responsible, but who's going to hold the individual responsible?
Like I said, you can have your quote unquote government, or you can have third party intermediaries, whatever you want to do. The same way that if the kids down the street come into my yard and cause property damage, I can go down the street and talk to their parents and say, hey, this is what happened. Got it on film, whatever you want to do. The parents are like, I really apologize. What is it going to cost to fix it? I'll take care of it. Boom. There's liability. Things get
Okay,
rectified. There's a
I'm a dickhead.
responsibility
I'm a
that's taking
dickhead
place. When
parent.
you
Okay, but
start to get
Napalm.
corporate structures and things like that, you remove the liability from the people who are actually doing the actions. They hide behind the veil of a fictitious legal entity that has no flesh and blood. It has nothing that you can do to punish it. It can actually just say, I can't do this anymore. I'm going to go ahead and dissolve myself. And then it all goes away, but nothing actually changes when they've destroyed land or they've destroyed people, and there's no recourse in the way that you can get recourse from people actually taking responsibility for their personal actions. So when you say, well, these corporations are going to do X, Y, and Z, and these corporations are the problem, corporations are a systemic issue within our system, meaning they are legal fictions created by governments. The only way that they can be recognized is by the governments.
Well, I mean, like Napalm, like this goes on. This exact thing you're saying also works on an individual level. The only way you're an American is if your government recognizes you as a human being born of in the United States. The same applies to a company. Like you want to play the scenario where your neighbor's kid stole something from me. I caught him on video. I go walk up to the neighbor and I try to hold him accountable, and that neighbor just turns around and says, "Man, I don't really care." What do you do then? You said, well, you've got to give me my stuff back. They're gonna be like, yeah, I don't really care. Go cry somewhere else. So then what do you do in that case, in that scenario?
Yeah, so then we would get together a jury of our peers, and we would have a court.
Well, exactly. And then within that court, you're going to establish a form of regulations that says you can do this, you can't do this, you can do this, you can't do this, and you're right back to the same structure that you currently have now. The issue that we have with our structure is
What
that
does
we
that have
allow
to do with
these.
a corporation?
Well, because it's the same scenario. You're saying like we should hold individuals responsible, but you still need a structure of authority to hold individual responsible. So it doesn't matter whether or not it's a
who shows up
corporation
in court for
or
the corporation?
an appointed figurehead, whatever, a lawyer.
Right. Right.
Okay. So who would show up
So
for Mr.
who's
Smith in
actually
court?
responsible for
A
the actions
lawyer
of the
would show up for.
corporation?
What's that?
Who's responsible for the actions of the corporation?
The person who is in a position of authority. So if it's the CEO, then it's the CEO. If it's a board of governors, then it's a board of governors. That's typically how it goes. And then
let's say a corporation.
the problem with corporations is they go out of their way to not have a person who can, you know, kind of die on the sword, if you will. I'm not saying that that this is the perfect system here. I totally agree with you that massive corporations have way too much power to loophole regulations and
It's not
allow them
even
to get away
loophole.
with murder. I
They
agree
have
with
the
you.
power. They have the power because they have no personal liability. So the people
But
hide
John
behind the
Smith,
corporation and do shitty things because they know that at any point in time they can completely just dissolve a corporation or allow the corporation to fail and
that's
even
not
take
entirely true.
profits
That's
out of
not
it
entirely
and
true. There's plenty
start a
of
new
cases,
company. We see it
Napalm.
all the
There's
time
plenty of
within
cases.
trades around me where people will start a company, they get horrible reviews, they're outstanding millions of dollars in damage to property, all that kind of stuff. All they do is they're like, okay, cool, dissolve that corporation, and then they start another one and continue on their merry way doing the exact same thing.
Okay,
And
but
there's no actual liability.
you do realize though that Napalm, you can start a corporation, right? Like you can have a corporation of one person. You don't have to
That's
have
the
a million
problem.
people work. You don't have to have a million people working into your business to be considered a corporation. The second you have a business number, you're technically speaking a corporation, right? But
Dude,
there are plenty of
you have no
corporations that have.
idea what I do
You're
for a
born and you
living.
get a birth
You have no idea
certificate.
what I do for a living, so you think you're teaching me shit, bro.
I'm
Like
not
I
teaching you things. I'm
understand
just
that.
telling you.
But the problem
Okay,
is what you institute there is a separation of liability from the individual to a fictitious corporation. That's what you're doing in establishing that.
but again, if you are your own CEO, you can get charged for things that your company did. This happens. It even happens in the US. There are people who are at the head of multi-billion dollar corporations who get charged with crimes. Like this happens,
Yeah, if it can be
right?
shown that they personally were committing a crime, yes. And usually the only time that takes place is if it's a major financial crime.
Or environmental crimes, like, and then I agree with you that oftentimes in major corporations they kind of bleed down the blame to somebody else. I'm not arguing that, but what I'm saying is on an individual level, well, you know, you could have your own company go bankrupt and absolve yourself of any mistake you may have made. Like that applies on an individual level as much as on a corporate level.
No, it doesn't. Not if you don't
Yeah,
have the ability to create a fictitious corporation that you can just dissolve. I can't dissolve me as a flesh and blood man. I can't
yeah, you
just
can.
dissolve
You set up
me
a company,
and
you dissolve your
absolve
company.
myself from personal responsibility for things that I've done. I can't do that.
Yeah, most corporations can't either. They end up fining the actual company itself. So you can't hold an individual responsible. Okay, fine, maybe to a certain extent, but they still hold the entity of the responsible. The entity still gets fined whatever amount of money they get fined.
Correct. But the scenario that you put forth was these companies come in and do X, Y, and Z and can just do whatever they want and completely destroy the environment and blah 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 and all these things. And I was like, yes, it's much easier for them to do that if it's a corporation as opposed to individuals doing these things. That was the point that I was making. And the reason that the corporations can do that is because corporations are legal fictions that have regulations by the government specific for the corporations that allow for them to do certain things. Whereas the individual doesn't have the ability to do that. That's my point, is that the government created the system to begin with. So when you're saying the problem isn't government, it's the corporation, it isn't the regulation, it's corporations are allowed to do this, it's a collusion of both of those factors. And
Okay,
both
I'll agree with
are
that.
symptoms of the system in which we have been born and raised to think that this is the way things should operate. And I think one of the biggest problems we have in society in general is people's lack of responsibility for personal actions that take place, mainly things that deal with insurance companies. I think insurance companies shouldering or shifting the liability off of the individual into a much larger conglomerate or whatever you want to call it, I think is a huge issue, to be honest.
Yeah,
People
I'm
make
not.
poor decisions because they have very little there's very little recourse for their personal actions.
Yeah, I don't disagree with that. But unfortunately, your only way out of that is through regulation. Like you're not going to absolve yourself of that problem without regulation that puts blame on the correct person. So it comes back down to, at the end of the day, like you need some form of regulation to try and contain certain companies from taking advantage of your population. Which is why you have these stupid minimum wages that keep going up way too high, which is why you have all of these weird shit, because instead of fixing the actual problem that they have, which is holding these companies to account, they try to fix it elsewhere, and it doesn't work.
Okay.
How do you hold the companies accountable? What do you mean?
Well, the only way you can do that is through regulation, but the regulations mean nothing if you're not enforcing them, which is, to me, the biggest problem that we have with corporations is we don't enforce our regulation, we don't enforce our tax laws, we don't enforce a lot of these things on these corporations that allows them to run free and do whatever the fuck they want.
Oh, we 100% enforce tax law. That's
Oh,
where you're
fuck no,
definitely
they
wrong.
don't. Oh, fuck no, they don't. All the biggest billionaires in the world hide all of their money in stock markets and like in non-liquidable assets. Like, of course
Hold
they
on a
don't.
second. Hold on a second. You said enforce tax law. So what tax law
Yeah.
are they breaking? What tax law are they breaking?
So if you as a company want to take all your profit and go dump it into stocks, which the ultimate goal is to be more profitable, you should pay taxes on that. You shouldn't be able to go hide your revenue in stock
So
markets and
what tax law are
investment
they breaking?
pardon me?
What tax law is being broken? Who's breaking that tax law and not being and it's not being enforced? Can you give me an example?
Well, at the core of it, what they're doing is they're reducing their revenue. So they are gaming the system to reduce their revenue as a way to loophole the tax laws that they have in place. That's what they
So
do. They
what
do that. They do that not by putting money back into the business, which I would have no issue with. If a company wants to take all of its profit and throw it back into the business and help their business grow, then I have no issues with them getting a tax credit. But I do have an issue with a $10 billion company taking its revenue and then investing it in stocks to not, as a measure to not pay taxes on that revenue.
Hold on. So you said a lot of stuff there. What tax law are they specifically breaking? You said the problem is with enforcement of tax law. I completely disagree with that. What tax law specifically is being broken and who is breaking it?
I'll find you some documentation on it.
That's cool. I'm a tax accountant, by the way. So, what tax law is being broken and who is breaking it?
Who's your accountant and what does he do?
And I deal with this stuff, dude. Like I've spent the last 2 weeks dealing with financial bank account reporting. It's called FBARs, and you do it through FinCEN, which is the financial crimes. Dude, go ahead and let me know who's breaking what tax law and who's not being actually that it's not being enforced. Let me know because I have a duty to actually report it. So you let me know who is breaking what specific tax law. See, that's the problem is most people can just like speak in platitudes like that, like saying, "Oh, the tax laws aren't being enforced." No, most people don't understand the tax laws. Most people think that just because a wealthy individual isn't paying taxes, that somehow uh, they are breaking the rules. No, that's not the case. Most wealthy people just completely structure their lives differently than the average individual does. And it's all well within the laws and the regulations. There are some blurring of lines, certainly, especially within corporate structures and how certain, let's just say, certain corporations and or partnerships are established for certain specific reasons, and some of those blur the lines. But if they're ever found to be non-compliant, there's definitely hefty fines. Just because somebody understands the tax laws and understands how to navigate them doesn't mean that that the tax laws are not being enforced if somebody is, in your opinion, not paying what they should or should pay. Should pay is subjective. If you want to look at the objective, look at the actual law and find somebody who's breaking it.
Okay, sure. My counter to that, would be if the tax code is specifically amended, okay, to allow or facilitate the, we'll call it the hiding of revenue. Okay, so you have a tax system, okay, but somewhere along the lines, somebody was able to amend that particular system and put something that allows somebody to loophole and effectively avoiding having to adhere to that particular tax law. So while not directly breaking tax codes, if you want to put it that way, there is definitely a system that has been put in place through lobbying to allow these people to pay less taxes. So irrespective of whether or not it's specifically breaking a specific law, the mere fact that there is a system in place that allows them to do them in the first place is wrong.
So I'm still trying to figure out like where something is quote unquote wrong. Like I get you, there's a ton of collusion. Most of the people who write the laws are the ones that own, control, and invest in many of the corporations and or businesses that benefit from the laws. I don't disagree with you there. But to say something like tax laws aren't being enforced, I think is just blatantly incorrect.
Okay, fine.
They're
I can accept
definitely being
that. Fine. I'll accept that. I'll accept that in terms of a black and white. You know, in terms of let's keep it black and white. I'll agree with you on that one. I don't think. I'll put it this way: people aren't probably deliberately out doing tax evasion, and if they are, they obviously will probably get caught doing it. Fine, I agree with that. But there is still a massive measure of tax avoidance, which is not necessarily breaking
Yes.
laws, but finding ways to not pay taxes, which to a certain extent I
That's
think
your
is
duty.
massively overdone.
That's your duty.
What do you mean?
If you run a business and you say you're doing tax avoidance, but you're not breaking laws, you're just finding ways to try to avoid taxation, but it's not illegal, right? Meaning you're not doing illegal things or violate, right? Most of the people who actually break tax laws are smaller businesses and individuals that run businesses. Mostly that's where people are breaking the law as far as taxes are concerned, is
Yeah, I
within
agree.
smaller business,
No, I agree
right?
with that.
Because they don't want to, they realize um, how much their business gets taxed, so they just don't actually adhere to the law because they don't want to pay it. Now, a business finding out how to legally avoid paying more taxes, meaning how can I take this profit and ensure that it's not necessarily a profit, it's a reinvestment back into my business, or it's a reinvestment into the retirement funds for my employees, or however they want to do that, I would say is the duty of a business owner to figure out how to reduce their tax liability legally because it's a benefit typically for the business itself
It's their
and the
moral
employees to do
obligation.
so.
Yeah, I agree. So yeah, dude, listen, I totally agree with you on that, right? I totally agree with you on that, and I would expect anybody to play the game. I don't fault people for playing the game that they're given. I don't disagree with that. If the tax laws and the tax code allow you to shelter money somewhere, I think you're stupid as a corporation not to do it. I'm not putting fault on the corporation for doing it. I'm putting fault on the regulators for allowing it to happen in the first place. That's more where I was going with that. I totally agree with you, buddy. Like if you're a
Well, yeah,
company and you have the opportunity to save money on through a tax code program, you should do it. I'm not arguing that at all.
well, yeah. The reason that the regulators allow for certain things to happen is because the problem is within, as I've said pretty much all day, it's within the governmental structure. It's within government. We have these people that get into government and they can be rich, but they go into government to do their civic duty and come out not rich, but wealthy. And the reason that they come out wealthy and not just rich anymore is because they have tailored the laws to benefit the things in which they are invested. That's where the scheming is taking place within government, not necessarily within the corporation. The corporation is following the letter of the law most of the time, not all the time. But typically, the corporations and businesses are following the letter of the law, especially when it comes to tax law, because tax laws, I would say, are the most enforced laws. That's why IRS agents carry guns. Um, so yeah, but the issue is the
This
people that are
conversation, I'll
writing
say
the
this.
tax laws write the tax laws to benefit the way in which they can profit the best.
I'll say this. This reminds me of the that debate Trump had with Hillary Clinton, where she kept on ragging about his taxes and like this guy hasn't paid this, and starts fucking ragging on him. And he's like, you know what? You're right. I haven't paid taxes. Well, you know why? Because the system allows me not to. And if you really cared about me paying taxes, you'd amend the system. But we both know you're not going to do that because your buddies are all taking advantage of the system. So listen, I agree with you on that. I'm not disagreeing with you on that. But I do think at the core of it, it is an issue that regulations or the way the current structure is made allows companies and wealthy individuals to hide their revenue as a measure to avoid paying taxes. I think that is
Well,
a problem at the core of it. I don't blame a company for trying to avoid taxes if the system allows it, but I do think the overall action of doing that doesn't benefit society as a whole. That's just my opinion.
sure, but all of those, as you call them, loopholes, they're there for anybody, right? No, it's not like you can't take advantage of these things as well. The problem is
Yeah,
most people just don't have an education on how they should structure their life legally and financially. And if you do it in the way that wealthy people do, even on a smaller scale, you can certainly take advantage of it as well. And
I
if you
agree. Don't
think
hate
that
the player,
somehow
hate the
like
game.
taxation is charity, I would 100% disagree with you. Charity is when you willfully give to somebody in need. Taxation is, in my opinion, not charity. So when you say people aren't paying what they need to pay in taxation, I just don't agree with that. Everybody pays what they need to pay in taxes unless they are doing something illegal, which typically they're caught.
Right. Again, that's why I'm saying don't hate the player, hate the game. Like my point to this is that there are too many laws in place that allow for tax evasion. Like I don't like there are too many figures in place that allow for tax evasion, and at the end of the day, that takes money out of your tax system, which could then be used to better society as a general and as a whole. Like
Tax
like like
evasion is different than tax avoidance. So just be sure
That's what I
are
mean.
you
That's why I said let's separate tax avoidance, which is actually illegal, with tax evasion, which is the system allowing them to do it. That's why I said let's separate the two. I'll agree with you that tax evasion is illegal and probably very well enforced.
it is, yeah. And most companies and corporations don't participate in tax evasion, they participate in tax avoidance.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Okay. Because you said something different there, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, sorry. That's how I meant to say it.
Yeah, so I can't really talk about a lot, but you guys would be amazed if you understood how large entities are structured and where money goes and all that fun stuff. It's not as simplified as one may think, and it's very interesting.
Man, that's pretty cool. Do you remember Captain Planet, the cartoon? Developed by TNT, Ted Turner. Looking for positive role model.
Maybe?
Kids. That's remade it. It's like what Captain Planet.
Our powers combined.
Yes, I do remember. Yeah.
Your powers combine. I am Captain Planet, right? And then cue the theme song and sort of a Sailor Moon-esque sort of transformation. Then eventually he's like, "The power is yours." You know what I mean? And then like the kids like they feel like this brainwash of like self-empowerment or whatever, false self-empowerment. And then I memed it like, "The problem is yours." That's really what we have for environmentalism. Thinking about problems, you know. That's all you gave us, Captain Planet. Oh. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring the room down. That one. But I can see how I did it. I can see how it happened.
No, that's my bad. I think I probably talked way too long about topics.
No.
So my bad.
I can see it. You know, kind of like Aragorn and like Two Towers. You know what I mean? Like, you see, like that Hobbit was here, and that. Like, no, I can see it all. Like how I totally killed the chat right there. But yeah, Captain Planet. I'll say it anyway. We need like a Captain Flatnet. That's what we need.
What would Captain Flathead do? What would be his power? Sex.
Like I don't remember Captain Planet. His powers. I don't know. He just like I don't know. Like take natural shit. He's kind of like Storm from the X-Men, but like a little more powerful than that. Kind of natural powers.
Like he was like Mr. Nature kind of thing.
That's what I recall. Like honestly, like I haven't done like a deep dive and an excavation on this cartoon series. Like, yeah. But I think my, if memory serves, that was his power. Yeah.
You have meddled with the primal forces of nature, Mr. Beale, and I
Ooh,
won't.
man. He talked to him cold like he was Jace or something, right?
Captain
That'd be
Planet,
dope. Yeah, it would be cool if we could revoice Captain Planet, but with the voice of Jace.
Ooh, Jace, are you in here? Is Jace in here? Yeah.
Yeah.
Give us some Captain Planet lines, Jace.
Yeah, just thinking about it.
Would
Okay, we'll
Captain
have to-
Planet then become winded by walking his dog around the block?
Yeah. Very funny, Napalm.
I'm here for the funny.
Yeah, like I wanted to recommend he get like an inhaler or something like that, but then I'm thinking like maybe he actually is short breath because like he's around like crazy chemicals all the time or something.
Are you saying he needs to use the respirator more often at work?
Or maybe he's got like an undercover chloroform like habit, and he just has to like hit it every morning.
Just a little bit, not too much though.
Yeah, just enough to pass out in the like the mop room, and then go back to work like he just came from the bathroom. Where you been, Jason? Like, oh, yeah. He's like trying to catch his breath. They're like, don't worry about it, man. Just get to the lab. We were looking for you for hours.
Typical chemist with a huffing problem. Do you remember back in the late 90s when that was like supposedly a big issue? People huffing.
Oh, that's still a big issue. People shouldn't be doing that at all.
I just remember it being like newsworthy at that time. It was like, oh, the next epidemic is kids huffing chemicals.
Oh.
The suburban white kids are huffing chemicals. What shall we do?
Yeah. Carlon becomes your master. All bets are off. Napalm.
Would you say we have to whip it? Whip it good?
Whip it into shape.
Shape it up?
Is that a shape claim? So you're claiming we need to make a shape claim about it. We need to whip it into shape. You said these words. You said these. Oh, man.
My favorite shape is flat. My favorite color is clear.
Yeah. Your favorite color is sphere? What?
Clear. Clear.
Oh.
Transparent.
Yeah. What's something that like flat Earth is that starts with the letter T? This is more of a for anagrams or not anagrams, acronym.
True.
True. Is that it? like not horizontal, but some say like T. Yeah, true.
I guess true would even be correct in that sense, maybe.
But if you just have flat, right, and if you're just like flat, that's our group. It stands for flat, level, and some other word that starts with T. And we could say that, and it'd be catchy, I think.
But ironically, it doesn't, like, if you wanted to true something, doesn't that really mean to make it flat? Am I wrong in that?
You might be.
I guess true would be like
Angularly,
yeah, like if your bike tire's out of balance, you want to true it.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I just like that the first letter is the whole word already. So it's just like it's like flat is stands for flat. The F stands for flat. Level and true. Yeah, sure. All right. We got that so far. Maybe you'll think of a better idea in there. Who knows?
Oh, shit.
All right, Napalm. It's been fun having me here. I'll get in touch with myself later.
Have your people talk to my people, Snacks.
I'll let you know. Okay.
Do you guys think it would be possible to create a like a holographic world? To create an entire world out of just like holograms? Would that be possible?
Isn't that kind of what we're living in?
Might just be what's going on, but I mean, what do you think about actually being able to replicate it though, or like recreate one?
Mm. I mean, you could do that on a. I don't think you could do it as intricate as reality maybe does it, but sure.
And
What
in
do you
what
What do
ways?
you mean?
No, go ahead. Well, I was gonna ask which ways do you think like reality is holographic?
Um, I think when you break everything down, it's all very similar. And I honestly think that everything is vibrations within a certain thing, right? And everything can be broken down to a vibratory nature. And that vibration of this fundamental property is what we call energy. So fundamentally, everything is energy or vibration. So, in that sense of it, I would say that everything is kind of a part of the whole, which is really what a true hologram is, right? Is every constituent part is contains everything for the whole, right?
I would say that
Does that make sense?
that recent flat Earth proof of the stars with a time lapse video shows that it's definitely some sort of holographic projection.
I don't know what you're talking about, but
There's a time
sounds.
lapse from Germany to South America. Pilot does a time lapse going not exactly, but he goes north to south and south to north, and the stars don't rotate above him as they would on a globe prediction.
Mm.
Never seen it.
I think I've seen it. I just don't know if I don't know how that relates to a hologram per se, but
The stars are on the horizon the entire time, but as you go down to the ground, then somebody would say, "Yeah, that star's at my zenith." But then you go up high in the sky, and all the stars are on the horizon. None of them are going above his head. What's going on there?
visual perspective, I'm not sure.
Was that like
Yeah, I mean,
was that a purposeful non sequitur, or were you just thinking of that other topic? Because it's just it.
well, I heard like hologram or something put in there. I didn't hear the whole thing.
So you weren't listening.
I listened to the word hologram.
Well, what you were, I mean, wherever we want to go with the convo, but I guess it just seemed, yeah, it is a whole separate topic. Yeah, that thing you brought up. I, mean, I guess we could shift to that, or because I'll just say real quick, Napalm. Yeah, I was just gonna, when you were finished speaking, Napalm, I was just gonna confirm and say, yeah, because yeah, you were saying how holograms have like the whole is contained in each part.
Yeah. So
And
if like it,
yeah, and vice versa. Then the part, the whole, the part.
yeah, and if everything breaks down to what we can best describe as energy, however you want to look at that, and energy is expressed in waves or vibrations of what, if we want to call that some sort of fundamental element, then this whole reality is existing within some sort of energy, and energy is contained within everything, and everything ultimately would be energy. I don't know.
Do you think light is inherently holographic?
Yeah, I guess you could say that. I mean, maybe I should best ask you what you mean by hologram or holographic.
Yeah, my mind. There's a lot of different directions that one could begin to think of this through. Well, okay. How about the idea? So, if everything we observe is ultimately well, let me first ask you this: do you think that everything is ultimately light, physical matter, non-physical matter? In your mind, does it all break down to light? And then I suppose maybe I'll just say my thing too with that while I ask that. And then at that point, is light then a holographic functioning phenomenon? Like that, like it's holographic by nature in terms of its ability to create like an entire like 3D world.
Yes and no. It's hard to talk really about light because everybody just associates light with illumination, which illumination is kind of a byproduct of a certain portion of light in which we can see the illumination. So most people just associate all illumination or all light as strictly being illumination, but light, in my opinion, is everything on the EM spectrum, and really every type of energy could be considered light. I think that material matter, or things that have compactness of matter that comprise like mass or whatever, is just a conglomeration of light at such a vibratory nature that it becomes, at our scale, it gives the appearance of being solid, or some type of like hard light, if that makes sense. So yeah, I think that you could probably say that light and energy are somewhat synonymous. So yeah, I guess everything kind of is light, or everything is energy, and energy and light are kind of analogous or the same thing, possibly.
What about the idea that that what we're seeing is actually like a manifestation of light, but it has like the added tactile sensation to it, which we call matter. Which
Yeah.
Yeah. Wait.
Well, I think that can be like a property of light at a certain vibratory nature would be what we would call like matter, right? Like a validity or whatever, however you want to kind of like define that, in the same way that illumination would be an attribute of light as well. Just a different vibratory nature of light gives us what we consider illumination.
Yeah, I almost think of it as like a lighter density rather than the heavy. Yeah, it's like all on density scale in terms of the more dense, we would call it matter. Than the more kind of ethereal, as it were. It's more, light is more kind of seems to kind of propagate through the medium, and yeah, it has this whole reflective quality.
It's not heavy, it's light.
Yeah, it's lighter. It's lighter light versus heavier light.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I think it's all made up of the same stuff, right? And I don't know how much you've heard about like Walter Russell. Are you familiar with Walter Russell?
Yeah.
Because he even broke the table of elements down into like a vibratory scale, and based it on different like octaves. And I think, to me, intuitively, that makes way more sense. That all these various manifestations of what we consider elemental matter, or whatever you want to call it, right? Everything on the the periodic table of elements, whatever you want to call that stuff, ultimately is just comprised of energies at different vibratory stages, and those different vibratory stages give us manifestations of these things that we can see or experience consistently based on how their vibration scale is. To me, that makes perfect sense. It also makes sense when the Bible says that God spoke this world into existence, right? Like with his breath and voice. Voice to me is a vibration. And yeah, that whole concept just kind of makes sense to me. And we live within the universe, the one song. It's all one song.
Yeah, it all sings
You know,
together.
in their model, light should actually have weight because they say that as when objects get hotter, they weigh more. Like if you have a steel test mass that weighs 100 grams, and it weighs 100 grams, but then you get it hotter because it has more energy. So light has energy, so it should have some weight to it. If you have energy, right? Is that crazy?
No.
Yeah, light is heavy, but it's also light. Its weight is very light.
I mean, if matter is made up of light,
or you know how they spell it, LITE, light,
like Miller light.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you guys this. And I was gonna say this to you before Napalm as well, because it was when you were speaking, I was thinking of this too. Like if we're outside in the forest and we're just hanging out under the sun, beautiful day, and I pick up a rock and brush off the dirt, and then I just like hand you the rock, and then you take the rock, and I'm like, and if I asked you, what is the like, if you were in your mind able to break that rock down to its in all of its constituents down to the base elements or even the base core of what it is, even beyond elements, if you want to go take it metaphysical, however, where does that whole path go in your mind in terms of what that rock is made of, and as in your mind breaking that down? Of course there's like atomism, and there's all of the atomic theories, and there's all of the theories in the mainstream, but I was just curious, Napalm, like in relating to what we were talking about before about the like holographic nature of things, and then light and the different densities of light. I wonder what your thoughts were on that.
So you're saying like my understanding or concept of like a rock, what consists, like what makes up a rock, the elements in a rock, is that what you're saying?
Well, yeah, meaning that material, it could be anything really. It doesn't even have to be a rock. It could be anything. It could even just be like anything, something physical. In your mind, like if you were able to break that down to its core constituents, like more, to deeper and deeper levels, what would be at the base of it? Like what is like the elemental force that's even allowing that physical matter to exist?
Ether.
That is correct. 1,000 points. You win a new car.
I mean, I don't know
absolutely.
I don't know how to best explain it, right? Because to me, it's just it's a vibration in the elemental, most fundamental thing. I don't even know, you know what I'm saying? Like, it is the background. It is the canvas in which the whole entire existence is painted. And without the canvas, you have nothing to apply the paint to.
And then is light the paint?
Sure. It's analogies are hard because they all fall apart no matter what, right? But
yeah, I know
yes,
exactly. It's just fun, but it's still fun to try to like because that's an interesting way to see it. Well, okay. Do you think light is at the like base of ether, or is light an expression on top of ether? Like, what's more core between ether and light? What is a more like broken down to its like quintessential elements? Which one is
I think light is like an ether modality, right? Like it is, and depending on what you're talking about as far as light is concerned, what portion of light or what vibration of light, what octave of light are we talking about? Because it's all a different modality of the same thing. Light, matter, everything. Everything can be broken down and down and down and down. And ultimately, what you'll end up with, in my opinion, is the basis of everything. And that's, I think, has only been best described historically as ether, in my opinion.
Yeah, in my understanding,
Well,
ether.
everything has a vapor point, right? Everything has a vapor point. So if you took rock or steel or whatever and broke it down to as far as you can, I mean, you'd end up with gas. No.
Exactly. So ether is not the same thing as light, though they come from the same source. Ether to me is more likened to spirit or wisdom, or it is the substance where all things emanate from. But light can come from the ether, but ether is not technically light. It's more likened to spirit or gas, like napalm. I mean, Jeremy just said.
Well, light is a modality of the ether.
Yeah, I could see that because the creator is both light and spirit, right? But they're different. They're distinguished.
Yeah, if we want to talk about spirit, like that is the other side of the coin. And I don't think we can fully comprehend or even verbalize properly that side of the equation, but it's just as robust as this side of the equation that we do experience, which is the material side of it, the spatial aspect, but there is a counter spatial as well.
Like what? Sorry. Somebody saying something? My speaker's messed up.
What? Is somebody talking or your hot mic?
My mic was on the floor. That's mic was on the floor. Hey, listen.
Kosho's mic hotting right now.
Well, my mic was on the floor. And my speakers were. It doesn't matter what the problem is. Listen, I
Nah,
posted.
Kosho just thinks Mike is hot.
Okay, dude. Yeah,
It sounds like you picked your mic up off of like the floor with a bunch of other like papers and stuff. That's what it sounded like.
Yeah, that's what I did.
Maybe some wrappers, maybe some who knows what.
I got 2 bottles of Ensure.
Some extra tinfoil since you're over there manufacturing tinfoil hats.
Okay. All right, guys. Anybody got anything else? Anybody got anything else? Okay.
It's roast Kosho hour.
I mean, we could go on and we could make this flat. Will you fire an event up, Gio?
God. Listen to me, dude. Before Lion leaves the room, okay? I came here to say something's Lion. I posted a video yesterday trying to follow up on our conversation about dimensions, and it was the wrong video. I watched it later. It was ridiculously stupid. I'm going to post the right video, so hold on.
All right.
Dude, there's
Well,
only
well,
three dimensions, bro.
Napalm, let me. I know. I wanted to ask you that Napalm with the light and the ether thing, because and we can jump around topics. I mean, if there's multiple strands going, it's cool. But I just want to say to Napalm real quick. I wanted to ask Napalm, do you think that when it comes to like I'm just gonna use the word light, even though there's a lot of other components to that, but between light and ether, do you think that light is required for ether to function, like that light is the foundational element, or is ether a foundational element of in which light then is added to it? You see, like, what I'm asking, like which one was like original and which one was added to the other first? Like which one's more essential of an element of between light or ether in your thoughts on it?
Well, I think ether is the energetic background from which light is a modality or is manifest from due to vibrations within the ether or the conjugate of the magnetic and dielectric. So the vibration or the interplay of those two is what manifests in different modalities, most of which we could consider light. Hopefully that's not too confusing.
Can I add to that? Water, light, and spirit are all modalities. I could be missing one, but for those three have always existed, in my opinion. I don't know which one is preeminent. Like, I don't know, but in my understanding, they all have existed forever. They've never, like, light, water, and spirit have always existed. They didn't begin to exist. They've always existed. It's hard for us to fathom that.
Yeah, water's an interesting one because I think water is the one thing in this material world that may not be considered the same as like a vibratory frequency of light. Water seems to be elemental. And not in a like periodic table of elements kind of way, but like fundamentally elemental. Because even if you want to go into like stories of the Bible, right? I mean, take that book for what you will, right? I know it triggers people, but there is no creation story of the creation of the water. Like it was there. The separation of the waters and then the rising up of the earth from the deep is kind of the story there. And
Yeah,
if
exactly.
anything, yeah.
Light wasn't created. Water.
You cut out, Lion, or maybe it's just me.
No, yeah, he cut out.
I think what he was going to say is water, light, and spirit were not necessarily a portion of the creation story. They were already in existence, at least biblically.
Yeah. Fire might be one of those. I'm not sure. I think that fire, to have fire, like on Earth, we need oxygen. And people wonder, how do rockets work in space? This and that. Like, I don't know, man. But at least those three, I know for sure. because apparently that's what the creator is made out of. That has always existed: water, light, and spirit. And then, well, we talk about ether. Well, what's the ether? Now, I bounce ideas around. Like I used to think that the ether was like an electromagnetic um, fabric, right? Instead of the fabric of space and time, it was more like, in my mind, the only way I could rationalize it or model it in my head was to use that model, except instead of using time and space, it would be um, like an electromagnetic fabric that just permeates all things. But then when like I started dabbling with the idea that maybe it's not an electromagnetic fabric per se, but more like an ocean, right? Look, when the scriptures talk about the abyss or the great deep, not the abyss, but the great deep. I think it's referencing like an ocean, right? In an ocean above and an ocean below. And that seems to make more sense. But it could also be spirit, right? Like this idea that not the vacuum of space, but that there's actual like particles in that space. It's not just a complete vacuum. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? But I don't know. What do you think? What's ether?
Um, I think it's it's so hard to really explain this. It's the elemental framework in which the interplay of the magnetic and dielectric at specific vibrations gives us manifestations of everything that we experience within reality. And if there was no interplay or movement to it, I think it would cease to exist. But it is the fundamental framework or foundation of reality as we know it. The canvas.
Yeah. Canvas or fabric, like the background, counter space, whatever it is, the ether. It's hard to say what it is, but it has to be a combination, bro, of light, spirit, and water. Like either one of those or all of them, or neither of them. You know what I mean? Who knows? But
Well, I think it's very possible that, and just take this as something that's just coming off my head right now, but like the most fundamental material modality of the ether in this realm is water. Light is the somewhat transient between the material and immaterial, or the spatial and counter spatial. And spirit is the most fundamental modality of the ether in the counter spatial realm.
I'm just curious. I might miss something, but I'm
you
just
know what
curious.
I
Sorry, go ahead.
sound sound vibration.
Yeah, well, sound is just a vibration of air, and light is a sound wave in the ether, as Tesla said.
Well, like when you say that Yah spoke, right? There's no air.
Yeah, it's just vibration. How
Yeah.
else would you properly articulate that spirit vibrated something into existence. How would you best describe that on this side of the equation or within the material world? Say that God spoke the world into existence, right?
Yeah, it's all human interpretations of whatever actually happened, right? So that makes sense. Hey, I was just curious, Napalm, because I was deafened for like 15 minutes or something. But can you just elaborate on what you said about, or what, like, because I heard you say something about water. I was curious
No.
what you meant. Like, you didn't say anything about water.
You're asking if I could elaborate. My answer is no.
Oh, okay, asshole. I'm asking if you, I mean, because I heard you say something about water. I was just curious what was the importance of water, and because you made it sound like it was like a fundamental, and what you were describing. I mean, I'm not knocking what
Yeah.
you were saying. I'm trying to elaborate. I'm just trying to understand what you were saying.
Yeah. So, like Lion and I were talking about, so even within the creation story within the Bible, like, water was something that was already pre-existent and was not talked about as being created within the creation story in the Bible, along with spirit and light, right? And I just have this tie right now where I basically said it's possible that water is the most fundamental elemental modality of the ether within the spatial realm. Light to me seems to be the transient modality of the ether that is on both sides of the equation, both the spatial and the counter spatial. And spirit seems to be the most fundamental modality of the ether in the counter spatial realm.
Interesting idea. Okay, I see what you're saying now, because that is actually true. Yeah, in Genesis, I never thought about that. It doesn't really describe the creation of water. Right? It just kind of describes where the waters are, or whatever. So that's interesting.
And that is just me spitballing off the top of my head right now, just now thinking about the possibility of that.
It's
Well,
not.
I
Yeah, it's not like we
obviously.
can ever prove it.
There's another verse that says he created all things. So
Yeah, but it doesn't specifically. So I see what I see what Napalm's saying, and I'll be honest with you. I was gonna agree a little bit more, but the truth is, I don't agree. Now that Jace is here, I really can't even agree at all. But that's only
Do you
because I
have to
know.
kowtow to Jace? Do you have to change your opinions if Jace is around? What's going on?
Nah, I almost no. Honestly, my opinion that I was going to state was going to be a semi false one. I was just trying to relate with you guys a little bit, but because I agree with what you said. Like, it's interesting
oh, so
because
you're a
it's
hypocrite.
not really stated that way. Not a hypocrite. It's kind of a rude way to say it, but
I'm
but it's kind of accurate.
just calling
But
it how it is,
regardless,
man.
fair enough. Um, no, but my point is, because I wanted to get along. I didn't want to argue about it, but I was just going to say that, yeah, it's true that it doesn't say the creation of it, but the only thing I would probably dispute about that is obviously water's not even fundamental. Like, we understand there's things that constitutes. There's things that make up water. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. So that's the only reason I disagree with it, but it's an interesting idea. Hey man, is it dishonest to tell people that you were going to be dishonest? I don't think so. I don't want to take away from what you guys were talking about, by the way. So, feel free to continue about the eater or whatever. I always think it's interesting, actually, especially your take on it, Napalm, because you do have. I feel like I say this. I always say this, but I've said this to Lemon, Geo, Witchit, and I think even you, Napalm. But you have a take on the ether that is it parallels in a lot of ways, or it's satisfied by the quantum fields. You know what I mean? It's just you know, for some reason, you know, you guys don't accept the quantum fields for certain reasons, and there's slight differences between what you guys are saying. But yeah, I just think it's interesting to hear you guys talk about it because, yeah.
Yeah, it's very similar, right? And I've said it before many times, like these ideas or concepts of the quantum fields, and each quantum particle has its own quantum field, and so on and so forth, is just another way of saying that it's the quantum field is the vibratory scale in which the certain quantifications of that vibration take place, meaning it's like the octave scale, that those vibrations are taking place, and we quantify specific portions of those vibrations into what we call particles, even though they're just energetic vibrations.
Excitement's in the field or whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, and excitation in the field is
Yeah.
like saying, yeah, it's it's a vibration in the ether, right? And its manifestation into this realm happens on a certain scale, and to me, that scale is vibratory in nature and broken down by octaves. And if you want to call it different um, quantum field, sure.
Well, you do. I've said this to you before, probably, but you do understand that there is. So let's say that you want to go with that. That like the ether is the conglomeration of quantum fields, and actually the quantum fields are like different, as you say, modalities of the ether or whatever it is.
Mm.
There's one reason though that has to be the case that these are distinct fields is because of the interactions they have with one another and the interactions that some don't have with others. Like uh, there's distinct interactions between the fields, which kind of define them, I think.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, in the same way that on a piano, certain notes in various octaves interact with one another and can harmonize in certain scales. And that's all it is. And saying the first octave is such and such, and the second octave is this, that, or the other. I mean, just because you want to quantify the octave does not negate the fact that all the octaves, all the scales, and all the notes combined are literally just vibrations of air.
You know, I'm not gonna tell you how to make analogies because you can make analogies however you like. But I've told you before I didn't like that analogy about the octaves only
It's
because it
just
sort
too
of
good.
implies. Well, I think it implies that, like I said, it's just different scales of the same thing, and almost a better analogy would, but I would still have problems with this analogy. Would be more like if they were like different instruments in a sort of way, like an orchestra. You know, they can play the same notes, or they can all play notes, but even that's not a good analogy because, like I said, there is something about the fact that some fields have specific interactions with other fields, yet no
Harmonies.
interactions with other fields. You know what I mean?
Hmm. Yep. Some have harmonies. Some are not harmonic, meaning they're not going to amplify. Like a harmony is going to be a combining which tends to amplify, right? And if you have that harmony, so you're saying this field interacts with this field. Well, yeah, it harmonizes with that field, which gives you something. It manifests a much. Um, it increases or amplifies. Therefore, it gives you the manifestation of something else. Where if it's not doing that, you don't think it's interacting because it's not harmonizing. I don't know. That's just the way my brain works, and I think that it's more on that level than however you want to try to describe it with particles bumping one another or whatever you want to do.
I'm gonna Jace get in real quick because I see he opened his mic, but I'm just gonna say,
I'm good.
I do. Well, he's got something to say too. I'm just saying, I respect at least that you have that you've thought about it. You have like a unique way of thinking about it. And there's regardless if it's right or wrong. I'm just you know, most people don't even do that. So I don't know if
I'm
that
just
really
listening, Kosho. You can keep talking.
Oh, the truth is, I'm not really.
You got permission to talk, Kosho. Keep going.
I'm just not. I'm not. You know, this is not my forte. You know what I mean. But at the same time, I was gonna say something to something you said. Oh yeah, well you're describing a little bit more. I think than the quantum fields actually kind of describe is sort of more in line with string theory, because string theory sort of says something like what you're saying, like where it's like each particle is like a different vibration of these one-dimensional strings, something along those lines. But anyway, like I said, I'm not really an expert on any of this stuff, so.
So you guys were talking about light and where light comes from. Have you guys heard about the dark photon?
African American photon.
Yes. Yes, it's an all occlusionary photon.
It's 2023, man. But what about what's the dark photon?
Well, that's what they're touting now, the dark photon. They're saying, well, just like the regular photon carries the electromagnetic force, this dark photon, they're saying, well, it might carry the dark energy, like dark matter. I believe they're saying, yeah.
I think it would probably be dark energy. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be dark energy. Yeah, yeah. One of those two.
Well, dark matter is not really a force. Dark energy is more of a surprise force than dark matter. But yeah, I'm clueless on any of this. So
Yeah, this just came out. This is essentially what they're saying. Dark light.
I have a dark light. All right, hold on. Dark photon. You always bring the good stuff, SE. Let's see.
Let me see if I'm even saying it right. Let me see. I'm trying to find the article.
What, you think it's pronounced differently? Dark K.
That article Witsit gave me a couple months back had some stuff in it about dark photons or whatever.
Here you go, gentlemen.
Raki has brought this up, maybe, or something.
Don't be trying to steal my stuff and giving it to other people.
Let me see. Oh yeah, it says discovering the identity of dark matter.
Told ya.
Well, you know, these things are worth investigation beyond the titles and subjects of the articles, because like when they say things like that it's been giving serious consideration, I'd like to yeah, I like to, you know, quantify that, or really understand what how much credence has been given and what sort of
You
ways.
asked them how much they were drinking at the time when the article came up, and were they
Okay.
were they in an office setting or were they partying at the time?
Well, you understand that writers, like some of these science guys, like Scott Veach, he has a science degree. He's a writer, right? So these writers are really trying to, you know, they're trying to deliver something that's it could be fantastical sounding, but may not be true. So
I don't know
That's
why you brought
often
Scott
the
into
case.
this.
If you're not reading it from the journal, the scientific journal that the primary research was published in, yeah, it's often the case that it's just sensationalism.
but like I said, we're just
Well, it
worth the
is.
investigation. It's not.
How
Yeah,
would
it's
you
worth
read it
the investigation.
otherwise? Sorry,
Me
Kosho, I
personally,
think we both spoke.
I read the primary research reports that the authors, the people doing the research, publish. Read like
Have you
news
read it?
stories.
Have you read the original report?
I've probably read like thousands of scientific research articles.
No, this particular one I'm talking about.
Oh, I don't know. No, Kosho said it was like a news article.
Are you sure it's not billions? Why only thousands?
Yeah,
Not
go with
old
the
enough
B.
for billions yet.
You know how long a billion seconds is? I think a billion seconds is like 33 years. So if you could read a whole paper in 1 second, it would still take them 30 something years to read a billion papers without sleeping.
1 second. 1 second for me is like a billion seconds for Jays.
I'm not even 33 yet. Like I'm younger than that.
Think of
I
it,
forget you're
dark
younger than me.
photons, dark packets of energy, dark light, basically.
Well, you usually
To me,
this
this sounds like.
Yeah, go ahead.
Well, to me, this sounds like gasping, like the last gasping breaths of a scientific theory gone completely awry. Like they don't know what they're saying anymore. They're doubling the size of the universe. They're finding other universes. Oh, have you guys heard? Have you heard that one?
Yeah.
The James Webb Space Telescope, they claim they took a picture of another universe. I don't know if you guys heard that one. Not a galaxy. You guys heard that one?
How could
I
it
saw.
take a picture? That doesn't even make sense.
I know.
something worth
I know.
investigation.
That's the beauty of it.
Yeah, but that
Well,
the
no, not in the. I mean, it doesn't make sense. As in, it doesn't sound like you're reporting what they're saying properly, right? Because the scientists would never say something that ridiculous.
I know, but they did. Here, I'll try to find the article. I know it's absolutely ridiculous.
Can I paint a picture? And it may not be an accurate one, but this is the way I see it. There's plenty of, first of all, there's established science theories. And then there's people exploring and experimenting on fringe things, new things, anything. And then there's people who are perusing these published papers and they come across maybe something that's fringe or just some idea somebody had, blah, blah, blah. And they happen to have a news outlet, so they just report on that. And they report on it as if it's exciting or something. And maybe it is exciting, but sometimes there's not much to it other than the fact that somebody happens to be claiming it. You know what I mean? Like somebody happens to be investigating it or claiming it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that it's established as the case, right?
Yeah, well, there's two things to that, right? Like, there's always like a frontier of science, and people are always hypothesizing things at that frontier. It doesn't mean that every hypothesis is correct or one that you should give any credence to. Some people they just publish papers to put ideas out there so that others can take those ideas and maybe develop them. And then secondly, you can't really trust what you're getting from news sources when it comes to scientific stuff. You have to see what the scientists are saying, not what the news is saying.
But one thing that is interesting, or that's often good, is in these articles, like I said, written by these news outlets. Oftentimes, they might point to the paper, like they might have a link for the paper or something like that in the article. So that's it's a good place to start. Is those things.
Yeah, there's some that are good, but like in the context of like when people like SE and these other guys are trying to say they're debunking science and pointing to news articles, like that is just not. It doesn't cut it. Like if you want to just kind of see what's going on in the scientific world and you're not like super concerned about it being exactly accurate and correct, like the news is fine. But when you're making claims of debunking things that science is wrong, et cetera, you have to go to the science, not to the news.
Yeah, well, you're trying to take the higher ground here, and I don't know if you think you're succeeding or not, but it's your own scientists that say that I repeat when I bring up, for example, the 5 Sigma and the early universes and all that stuff. It's not just me repeating some article, right? It's me reading tons of these articles by different scientists and all saying the same thing. Now, you can come here and claim the higher ground that you have some superior knowledge than anybody else, right? But you don't. So, I mean, it is what it is. Your own scientists have found very many discrepancies in the model. Now, if you want to just brush them away, it's up to you. But don't for a minute think we don't understand what we're reading and what we're saying. Because I can go
They
into
have
detail if you like.
explained this stuff like many a times. Just because you ignore the explanation doesn't mean that's the explanation.
No, I'm not ignoring anything. I'm explaining. You want me to go into detail? Name
You
which
are,
part
because
of
you're
the
bringing the
cosmological problem you want me to explain to you.
same stuff up that's been explained by myself, by Chronic, by many other people to you. You just ignore what we say. Just keep bringing the
Well,
same
SC, you could
things
explain
up.
something to me? I don't really get.
Sure.
If it was
If I can.
actually debunked, SC, regular astrophysicists and cosmologists wouldn't be using the model anymore. It would be debunked, right? So they're still using the model because it's obviously not debunked, like you said.
Obviously, you have no clue what you're talking about because there are many scientists that are just making. They're going into fits. As a matter of fact, one scientist here in Canada came up with doubling the size of the universe to come up with the discrepancies of the early galaxy formation. Now, whether you believe it or not, if you're a science denier, that's on you. But don't try for an instant to tell me that I don't understand the model and I'm not explaining the problems properly. If you don't get it, tell me
You're
which part you don't
demonstrating
get.
it right
Don't
now.
interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. If there's a
You're
part that you
demonstrating.
don't get, tell me and I'll explain it to you, sir.
You're demonstrating it. The guy who came up with the doubling of the model. So all the 99.5% of the astrophysics community that doesn't accept his hypothesis as it needs much
Show
more
me that number. You
evidence,
just made
any
that number up. Show it to
evidence at
me.
all,
Where? Show
needs
me something
any
that
you're
95% of
interrupting.
them said anything. You're just
You're
making shit up, bro.
interrupting.
And you're very,
Interrupting.
yeah, my bad. You're just very arrogant and you're pissing me off. Go ahead. My apology.
Yeah, because you're lying about science.
96.6%.
I'm correcting you, and you don't like it.
No, I'm
Right?
not
So
lying, sir.
people
I'm
like
telling you.
Becky, Dr. Smethurst have done videos on this. Literally, the guy, there's no evidence to support what that guy's saying. It's just a hypothesis. People hypothesize things all the time. You could watch Dr. Smethurst's video. The astrophysics community does not accept that the universe has doubled in size. It's just an idea that the guy has put out there that with more supporting evidence could potentially, if we can find more supporting evidence, could then potentially be considered serious as an
Keith, you said that if
explanation.
95%
But for the
Okay, my
of the
turn
time,
now. See if you cannot interrupt
for the
interrupt me.
time, it's just a
See if you cannot
hypothesis.
interrupt me. My turn now. Now, I never said that what this guy did, the doubling, is accepted by anybody. That's not what I said. What I said was the Big Bang, the cosmological model that you subscribe to, has been under fire, and they found many discrepancies. One of them, what I was very specific, was the baby galaxy formation. That has been proven by many, many studies, not just one, not just by one guy, by many. They've done all kinds of studies and they've confirmed that those galaxies shouldn't be there at the size and time frame. Do you understand that?
No, because that's not true. Chronic has explained this to you. He's provided. I have a couple sources from him that literally say the opposite. But nonetheless, even if it was true what you're saying, that really does nothing for the Big Bang model. What it does have to do with is the development and formation of our models for how galaxies form. It would have an impact on that, but it really doesn't do much for the Big Bang model. Maybe it would need to be slightly modified, but other than that,
No, you couldn't be more wrong if you tried. Let me explain to you why, sir. The reason is those galaxies didn't have enough time or matter to form the way they have. The time frame of your cosmological model does not permit that. Maybe you should familiarize yourself with the model a little bit better.
I'm much more familiar than you. And like what you just said has really nothing to do with the Big Bang. As long as the galaxies didn't form before the Big Bang timeline, which that's not what these studies are claiming in any way, shape, or form, then it has no real impact on the Big Bang. What it does impact is our models of how galaxies form and that kind of thing. But as far as the Big Bang in general, it's really not going to change much.
Yes, it will. Let me explain to you why. It's not just the Big Bang, it's the whole cosmological model. Let me repeat it to you one more time. Maybe you didn't catch it, right? It's not just the Big Bang, it's how the galaxies formed and the time frame and the amount of matter. Do you understand?
Yes, exactly. There's going to be changes in the models for how galaxies form.
No, there can't be
Exactly
changes.
correct.
You don't have enough time. You don't have enough matter for the way your model predicts for that to happen. It cannot. It is wrong.
There's
Do you
already
understand that? There's
there's
nothing that you
already
can
new
do to change that.
hypotheses out there for how the galaxies could have formed under the standard cosmological model, which is lambda CDM of the Big Bang, with just different mechanisms of galactic formation.
Negative.
Accrete
Negative.
together.
Tell me when you're
What do you
done.
mean negative? There's
I'll
people who
explain
have
to you. Stop
published
talking and I'll
the
explain to you.
hypothesis. There's people
Negative.
who have
This is
published
why.
the hypotheses. There
Are
isn't
you
a
ever
negative.
going to
Let's see. The
stop talking,
papers have
bro? Are
been
you ever going to stop
published.
talking?
Negative.
I'm sorry you don't like it, man, but they're out there.
Right. This is how conversation happens, right? One guy talks, he stops talking, then the other guy continues, right? Now, you're absolutely wrong. Your model does not allow for those galaxies to be the size of the galaxies there are now at that time frame. Now, maybe you don't understand it or maybe you don't like it, but you're wrong. Your model does not allow for that, sir.
It's fun. It's hilarious. It's just like silly things. Like, well, maybe you don't understand when you haven't like the first understanding of any of this stuff.
Part I
If
don't
it was just
understand.
wrong, like
Tell
you
me which
said,
part.
if it was just everything you're saying about the time, blah 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 blah, there's already new hypotheses out there for the lambda CDM model, which is the cosmological model, not the Big Bang. We don't even know that. For the lambda CDM model that allow for their different mechanisms of galactic formation that allow for these galaxies to have formed. So,
No,
like,
you're
you're just
absolutely
wrong
incorrect.
across the board. These papers have already been published. They've already been put through peer review.
Negative. You're absolutely incorrect. First of all, your cold dark matter has been proven by 5 sigma wrong. That's another aspect. That's out the window. Even if you allow anything you want, there's no time frame which allows for galaxies to be 13.5 billion years old in the time frame where there are at around 300 million years after the Big Bang. You're absolutely wrong, sir.
I mean, you just keep screaming that like a lunatic, but it doesn't change the reality, man. I'm sorry. Time to wake
Yeah,
up,
it
dude.
doesn't change. And listen, what you say or what I say is irrelevant. Anybody here could search. Don't listen to me or him. Search cosmological, their Big Bang model. Search the time frame, and you'll see at 300 million years after the Big Bang, where they found those massive galaxies, it is impossible. I repeat, impossible in their model for that to happen. There's no way around that. There's just no way around that.
Well, there's a
Again,
couple ways
like
around
you
that.
said, no one has to listen to you because that's just silly. What an honest person would
I just
do
looked it up. It
is
says you
look up
recommended, and I
the
found that you're right, SC.
look up
I looked it
the
up in like 2 seconds.
Thank you,
You
look
guys
thank
are
up
you,
right.
no thanks. This guy's just
the
shooting his mouth off
he's
and
just
and
talk
taking a
over.
higher
Hold on,
tone like
guys.
he usually does.
I
Yeah.
know, but guys, come on. We gotta be fair to each other. Let's let this finish.
You're terrified. That's why you're
Romans are hot.
But
Terrified?
nonetheless, an honest
I'm having a
person
great
would,
time
oh my
proving you
God.
wrong, buddy.
So an honest person would just look up the JWST data for the galaxies and then look up in the primary scientific literature the new mechanisms for galactic formation within the lambda CDM timeline and see that there's already new hypotheses for these
I heard Neil
for
deGrasse
different
Tyson
mechanisms.
say that the
But
James
yeah,
Webb
when you
Telescope
want
got
to confirm your
hit by a
bias,
rock.
right, you can
It's a little
easily
messed up.
Google things to do that, and you'll just remain wrong forever. And actual scientists will just laugh at you when you say, "Oh, the Big Bang's been disproven," blah 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 blah. They'll just laugh.
I mean, he's one of the 95%. Neil deGrasse Tyson says the James Webb Telescope got hit by a micrometeorite, and now it's all fucked up. So I wouldn't
James
trust
No,
that
believed.
matter.
listen to this. No thanks. No thanks. He's in complete disarray, right? Anybody right now, just Google what I told you, right? You're gonna see how many scientists are gonna say exactly what I'm saying. They're scrambling right now. They're scrambling. They're discovering black holes where they shouldn't be. They're discovering gases that there should be there that are not there. And he's gonna interrupt me. I know he can't handle it.
Too
Everything
many
that I'm
chinks, man.
telling you is 100% true. Everything. I promise you.
Can
I
I
didn't
say something real
interrupt you.
quick,
That was
Chase?
someone else. You've been interrupting me like an admin. But all right, so what's the
Opposite day.
timeline? Put a timeline so I can come back and say, okay, you're wrong. What is the timeline for at the point that lambda CDM and or the Big Bang will be discarded by science? Is it a couple months, 2 months, 3 months, a year, 5 years. We got to put a hard limit on this so we can
When did
know
I ever say it's going to
when
be
you're
discarded?
wrong.
When did I ever say that?
Because you're telling us that it's been debunked, so scientists are going to throw it out. That's what we do.
No, I didn't say
Hasn't
that.
even been
No,
proven. What are you talking about?
I didn't say that. Let me tell you what I say
So
because I
now
can
you
see you're
won't have the
triggered and you're
courage
making
to
stuff
put
up and you just
time
keep
on it.
on blabbing, bro. You just don't stop blabbing.
Yeah, you're talking over me. So now you don't have the courage to put an actual time limit on for when we're going to discard the model that's incorrect.
It's a
So you're
megalomaniac.
just making
Tell me when I can
baseless.
speak. Tell me when I can speak uninterrupted. One
It's
sentence.
just baseless assertions.
Are you done, sir? Thank you. I know it's hurting you. I know it's tough. What I'm repeating to you is what scientists found by observing stuff. Your own scientists, they themselves say there's many discrepancies in the timeline. I was specific in what it was. Let me be more specific. They were looking for, example, a 5-month-old baby. That's the galaxies they were looking for at that time frame. And what they found was fully formed galaxies. It's like finding a 13-year-old child. Now, if you don't understand that, and if you don't understand the problem, that's on you. Don't try to make us or me look like we're not intelligent and we don't understand. That's your model. Now you either support it or you change it. It's on you, sir.
Yeah, I already told you. I agree. The model for the formation, the mechanisms of formation for galaxies is definitely going to be updated. There's already studies published, peer-reviewed, about new mechanisms for that.
No, there isn't any. You cannot speed up time, sir. You cannot put matter where matter does not exist, sir. Do you understand that?
Can I speak on this
No,
for just gap?
they don't do that. It's silly. They have new mechanisms for how the galaxies form, how matter accretes together. There's no speed up time.
What mechanism? If there's no matter there, what mechanism? Tell me. Please inform us, the dumb ones. You're the smart one. Tell us what mechanism
There's
caused
no
early
matter.
galaxy formation.
What do you mean there's no matter? See, this is like your non-understanding of the Big Bang. The Big Bang, there was matter uniformly everywhere. That's what the CMB is. So what do you mean there was no matter?
He doesn't even know his own. He doesn't even know his own model. It's astonishing. Do you mean you do not understand? Are you going to cut me off, or are you going to let me speak?
No, I was just. Can I go after you though? Go ahead.
Yeah, you don't know that in your model in the beginning, right? There wasn't enough time or matter for those galaxies to form as if they were 13.5 billion years old. In other words, they needed that much time to form that size. Is that plain enough for you? Do you not understand that?
Yeah, I agree. The galactic formation mechanisms have to be on board. That's like
I can't understand what you're saying, bro.
But
You're breaking up. You're breaking up.
it's not proven.
I can't. You're break. Is it just me or is he breaking up?
He's breaking up.
I don't know what you're gonna do,
Is it
Jace,
better
but I
now?
cannot. Yeah, I think it is. Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
yelling a
I agree
lot.
with you that the galactic formation mechanisms are going to have to be updated. That's what the data has been showing us. But
How?
this secondary claim,
No, don't go to
I
the
would read
secondary
the
claim. Stay
studies
there.
that have been
How?
published.
How is it going to be updated? Stay with the first
Well,
one.
no, you're making a secondary claim that the Big Bang is somehow wrong because of that. Then you said there's no matter, which that doesn't make any sense. The Big Bang model claims, one of its claims was that the matter is uniform. That's why we have a CMB that's uniform almost everywhere. With little
That was
small
energy. That was the
animatronics that
energy.
we can
My
control.
God, man.
No, it was from when the matter, the nuclei of the atoms, the universe cooled to a temperature at which the nuclei of the atoms could capture electrons, and those captured electrons relaxed to the ground state and released radiation all at the same time. And that's
Okay,
what the
okay, and I don't want to
CME
argue
is.
about this. Just stop talking, man, for 2 seconds. I'll give you the matter, okay? I don't want to argue about this, even though you're wrong. Forget about that. I gave you the matter. Now, how about the time? You need 13 billion years in order for those galaxies to have formed, and 300 million years. Can you please tell me the mechanism or how that is explained away? Please, sir.
Yeah, that's under the regular solar nebula kind of mechanisms of electromagnetism and gravity. Those are going to have to be updated. And people have started publishing new ideas for how galaxies could have formed in a faster way than the old timeline that they have.
So you're going to have to speed up time. You're going to have to manipulate time and these theories,
No,
correct?
you're manipulating the speed at which the galaxies can form, rather
How?
than taking 13 billion years or whatever you're saying. It would take a shorter amount of time for the galaxies.
How? How? That is impossible, sir. Physically impossible. Yes.
I
You
would
need
look up the
time.
studies. Look up the
No, there's
studies
no
of the
studies. You have
mechanisms
space time in
that
your
people are
thing.
proposing.
Holy cow, man. You just can't stop
Sorry.
freaking talking, man.
After you go this time, I gotta say something. I see.
No,
But
just hold on. Hold on a second here, man. Their model, your model has space time, right? In order for those galaxies to form, you need the time, right? If you don't have the 13.5 billion years, those galaxies cannot form. Now, what this guy's saying is some pipe dream that he thinks they're going to come up in the future. You understand that, right? There's no way that they're going to manipulate time for that to happen.
I can't
He's not saying
demonstrate
that.
it any better than he does himself of how he doesn't even know what he's doing.
Listen, dude, don't
So
try
go
to
ahead,
act
go
smart
for it.
here, bro.
Hold on, SC. Hold on, SC. Because we've talked about this before, and yeah, you're familiar with the topic, but when I've said this, and I've said this because Chronic has told me, there's 2 points here. One is that there's two methods for dating these observations. One of them was a crude method, and one of them was less crude and more precise. I think one of them was what is it called,
Kosher, you're
photo.
a year back in time, bro. They've done
Yeah, hold on
other
a second.
studies.
Hold on,
Yeah.
hold on a second, man. Because there was an issue with dating those galaxies, and so that gave it
Yes.
a wide margin of error. Regardless, the second problem is that the assumption or the models for the galaxy creation formation are riddled with assumptions that use our current galaxy and modern galaxies as the as a huge way to make those predictions. And so there's a lot of assumptions riddled in the formation of galaxies. And so what Jace is saying is correct that it's true that they have to develop more correct models for the formation of galaxies in the early universe. But that's not really to say that they're looking for more time or something. They just need to have
They
a
have
more.
to. There's no choice around it, Kosho. There's nothing you can say, bro. It's a very gallant try, right? There's no words that you can speak that's going to change this, bro. They found a teenager where a baby should have been. End of story. Hence, your model is wrong. That's it. There's no way out of it.
There's nothing more we need to do. He demonstrates it himself. I don't even
Adam.
think he knows that it's not time that forms galaxies. It's electromagnetic and gravitational interactions that occur over time. It's not the time itself that's putting the galaxies together. Like, what are you talking about?
He got you on that straw man, SC. He beat you up on that one.
No,
Well, no, but that's
yeah, I feel
that's a good
bruised.
point, though,
Listen,
man.
he could double speak all day long, right? It's their model. Their scientists found that it's wrong. All the scientists know it's wrong except Jace. It's just a fact. Just Google it, YouTube it. You will see there is a big problem in cosmology. That's the end of the story, man. There's nothing they can say will change it. Nothing. Sorry.
I've talked to Chronic about this because even myself, who's not an astronomer, I can see that we have a universe that's much less dense now than it was in the early days, much more dense back then. Okay, same amount of matter and energy. Okay, so the matter and energy must have been in closer proximity. So I can predict, I can assume that there were probably different. Like a different schedule for how galaxies were formed in the early universe. It must have been a different timeline, significantly. They use assumptions based on our current galaxy. So I think that there's a lot that would have to go into to actually making correct predictions for how those were formed. And like Jay said, they're currently coming up with different models for that, newer, more correct models for how those formed in the
So they
early
were
universe.
wrong. So they were wrong then. The Big Bang
Well,
cosmological model, as we know it, was wrong. Correct?
The Big
Jace
Bang
and
model
Kocho?
is not how galaxies
I knew
form.
it. I knew it. They can't say it, man. They cannot say it.
Because you're just lying. The Big Bang model is not how galaxies form.
I didn't
Just
say
said they
the
were
Big
making a new
Bang
model.
model is how they were formed. I said the whole cosmological model. Don't try to put words and change things, bro. We've been talking about this for an hour now.
Just
The
put a
whole
timeline on
cosmological
when will it
model.
be discarded? At how long from now will it be discarded or totally changed? So that we can come back
I'll
and
tell you.
evaluate
I'll tell
if
you.
you were correct or if I was correct.
I'll tell you if you stop speaking. As far as I'm concerned, your model is dead right now. Right now. Now, when these scientists are going to agree or say it, it's probably never. They're probably going to come up with patchwork and trying to like double the size of the universe or come up with stories like you. But yeah, I say
So
it's
you have
dead
no
now.
courage to put a time on when it'll be discarded.
I just did. It's dead now. Listen, Jace.
That means you're
Dead
just making
now.
baseless. You're just making baseless claims. That's all you know.
That's my opinion. Correct. And what are you doing? You're doing the same thing, right? Giving your baseless assertions, right, Jace? Right, SC.
No, I haven't made any claims.
You're breaking up, bro. I don't know what you're saying. You're breaking up. Either stop walking the dog or do something. Look, you're
I feel
going to
like we're
have to
talking
come
about
to
this.
terms. Kocho, you're going to have to come to terms, bro. Your own scientists, your own equipment has found these things, right? It's not my fault. Everything is wrong. They're finding black holes where they shouldn't be. Early galaxy formation. They're finding all kind of discrepancies. Gas where it shouldn't be. Gas that's missing. All this stuff. You can't just throw away 13 billion years of time. I mean, you can try.
You're just demonstrating your cluelessness. It's great.
Look, you can either insult me or come up something, give me a mechanism how these early galaxies form, or else just just admit they were wrong, bro. It's not you didn't do anything here. It's not
You're
you. You didn't
making the
make a mistake.
claims. You should be up on the research. There's mechanisms in the research. Go look them up.
No, you
That's
tell us.
what an
There's no
honest person
mechanisms that
would
can
do.
speed up time, my
Before
friend.
they make baseless claims, they would look up the newly proposed mechanisms.
Take your cells, your snake oil, and try to sell it somewhere else, bro. Here you're talking to intelligent people. You have to speed up time. If you don't understand that, it's
Oh,
on
make me
you,
laugh.
buddy.
You're a goon, dude. You just said you're an intelligent person,
I
and
didn't
then
say I
talk about
was. I
speeding
said
up
this
time.
place has.
You're a
I never
goon.
said I was. I said this place has intelligent people.
Okay, but SC, I think let's bridge the gap once more, because what Jace is saying is not incorrect, man. Like what you're saying is a bit extreme and absolute, SE, whereas what you're leaving out, what you're kind of alluding to, you're sort of drawing on the truth, because it is true that these are flaws with models that have to be corrected so that we can come closer to the truth. But this is the way that science works. This is what Jace is saying, that yeah, there are flaws with models, and they need to be corrected so we can have something closer to the truth. But this is the way it always works.
Science is
It's
a
method.
method. It's not like this is how science works. It's not like a machine.
Well, methods. If science is a method, and somebody says this is how science works, then this is the way the method works. I don't
Just said you
understand why
have,
you have a
yeah.
problem with that.
You had to change
This is
the
the way the
method.
method of science works. The method of science, method man doing science. This is the way it works. He would, let's say you have a line. Let's call that line the truth. And let's say you have a pen and your eyes are closed and you're trying to trace that line. Anytime that you go outside of that line, you make corrections for that. That's called a new discovery or a mistake or a flawed hypothesis or something. And then that allows you to know how far away you are from the line, and you go back towards the line. So this is the way that always works. There's going to always be incorrect assumptions or incorrect hypotheses, and sometimes correct ones. And they're going to tell you how far away you are from the truth. That's the whole
Not
point.
science. So not science then. It's not a method, right?
That is
And
science. That's how
an
science
assumption
works.
is not a method.
Assumptions. That's what a hypothesis is. A educated assumption.
It's not the
It's like
method.
a
Like make a guess, make an assumption. That's how we figured it out.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's an
Oh shit!
hypothesis is an
I didn't
educated
know.
assumption.
I didn't know that was the method. But then maybe Jace is right. If that's the true scientific method, maybe Jace is right. You just make something up. You make an assumption. You make it. Maybe I think it does this billion quadrillions,
No, but
and it's science.
You're talking about the
Well, I'm
beginning
right
process
because I
of this.
work as a scientist. Right? I'm right, genius, because I work as a fucking scientist, so I know how science is done.
Your field is in question, bro.
Crystallography?
No, it's not.
The
Biochemistry and molecular
methodology,
biology is in question.
the methodology behind the way that you perform the science is what's in question. If you think you can just observe nature and at that point call it science, that's a problem.
No one's saying that.
I'm sorry, man,
No one's
but
Just touch
science
your
is
phone.
never going to incorporate the supernatural, right? It was literally developed to be methodological naturalism.
One thing is something I
But
want to
go
throw
ahead,
in,
Gosho.
if I
Let's not
may.
go too far off topic.
If I just want to throw something in, the observation that Tori just made, like when we have things in their natural state nature, we don't disturb them, right? That is such a profound perspective to have, because you're not influencing or introducing any energies to start making observations for the globe. I withdraw. Thank you.
Well, that's true. But regardless, what was said about the observations and about the assumptions and the hypotheses, a lot of times these are the beginning process, the beginning of the process. This is not the conclusion or the solution. It's not the end of the process. This is where the process starts. So making assumptions based on observations, or making observations to seek out your assumptions or whatever it is. These are the beginning process, and then that's certainly not the conclusion. So to say that you make an assumption, and that's how science is done. That's not how anybody does science. That's
Well,
just a hypothesis.
you made the observation, right? And then you're going to make a hypothesis about why that observation happened. and then you're going to set up an experiment with independent and dependent variables. Isn't that correct?
That'd be one way to do it. Yeah, you want to test your hypothesis. Yeah.
Yeah. So then, like with these crazy, theories on cold dark matter and all that, what kind of? I mean, do you think that there's an experiment you can set up, or like what would be a better method than an experiment in that case?
No, they do experiments. You can do experiments that only include observations. For example, like that you can make observations at specific times, or something along that line. Like for instance, uh, there was a observation, or there was a prediction that a supernova was going to be gravitationally lensed. And so it's like they're not going to actually experiment with the sky to do this. They're going to look at the sky at a specific time to see if their hypothesis was correct, right? So, there's ways to experiment in astronomy that don't include actually manipulating stuff, and then there are also ways to experiment with astronomy which do actually include hands-on experimentation, like chemistry and stuff. But there's all sorts of stuff you can do with astronomy.
I got you, but that experimentation of gravitational lensing, you haven't even done an experiment to verify gravity. So it's like, what are you doing?
They just make
That
stuff
in
up,
itself
though.
is experiment. It is testing the theory of general relativity about gravity. You're making a prediction based on the gravitational lensing that should be occurring at that location.
Do
So
you agree, though, that relativity is just a mathematical framework? It's not like a scientific
If
like
that was
experiment that
true,
we
though,
prove the cause and effect. You know what I mean? We haven't proved the
right?
cause yet. So now you're going to
If
take that cause and apply it to other things like lensing of a supernova or something?
yes, because if what you were saying was correct, right, when Osho made that prediction, right, he wouldn't see the effect because it's just a mathematical theory and a mathematical framework. It's not a real thing. So when he observed the sky, his prediction wouldn't come true if what you were saying was correct. He shouldn't see exactly what he predicted to see.
No, I never said the math doesn't work, but it's a reification problem is what you're doing. You've reified time and space into a fabric somehow, and now you're using mathematics that make that work, and then you take observations and you're like, look, this must be true because of our reification fallacy we made from the beginning.
Yeah, if what you were saying was correct, when Kosho looked at the sky, he wouldn't see his prediction, right? Because it's just a reification. So he wouldn't see exactly what he predicted, wouldn't be what he saw because he just reified, right? So it doesn't have any basis in what's actually going to happen. That's it's a simple logic, man. You're
No,
arguing
no,
for
no.
like coincidence theory. Like we're
No,
wrong about
you're
all this
saying
stuff, yet somehow we can make all these predictions and observe that they come true all by coincidence somehow. No, these predictions come true because the sophisticated hypotheses, theories, and mathematics that go into it are correct. That's why we can predict all these things.
okay, they're correct. The mathematics work. I'm not arguing that. It doesn't mean the cause is correct. You have good mathematics. Congratulations. That doesn't mean you know anything about the cause. You've performed
Of
trial and
course
error
it
basis.
does. It's not just coincidence, man. We literally do statistical analyses to determine if what our results are showing is just due to some random coincidence. You have to actually rule that out. So like your whole hypothesis is just discarded.
I don't think I'm getting through to you. I don't think you even understand the great mistake that you're making because you're so stuck in your paradigm that you can't even step away for a second and analyze it from the outside view.
The great Jace does not make mistakes.
Nope. I guess I don't, apparently.
I know it must be tough for you, Jace. I understand, bro. I mean, I'd be, not feeling too good right about now with all this, evidence piling up, especially by my own
Jesse,
side.
come
Yeah.
on, man. Don't kid yourself. Don't kid
So
yourself.
Jace, I have a question for you, man. Like, you're claiming in your model that folks in the northern hemisphere, let's say North America, are literally upside down in reference to people in Australia.
What? What's
In your model, people in the northern hemisphere, like in North America as an example, are they literally upside down reference frame to people in Australia?
What do you mean? Right down for everyone on the globe Earth models towards the center of the Earth. So they're always right side up unless you're standing on your head.
Okay, I'm saying to you that like time exists for everyone at the same time. So if I'm in Canada, North America, and people in Australia, as per the globe model, are on the quote other side of the world, then I'm asking you for your model, is it your claim that they're literally upside down reference frame to me right now being in North America?
Sure, I guess. I mean, I kind of get the silliness you're asking. Like, if you were to take a third person stance where like you're like one of like those pictures from space, you're looking at the whole Earth from space, but you could see people, right? You would see, the people that are, say, the Earth has the north, the way it's oriented, the northern hemisphere is facing upwards for you, and the southern hemisphere is on the bottom facing downwards for you, right? You would see the people in the north would be facing upwards, and the people in the south would be facing downwards because the Earth is a sphere.
I appreciate you for putting that on wax.
And Killian, I posted a video.
No, you didn't.
That might answer your question.
Stop it.
I posted a video that might answer your question, Killian, about the upside down Australians.
Stop lying. I'll check it out, dude. Thanks for sharing. I appreciate it.
No problem, man. And there's something I both appreciate and also have disdain for. It's both Australians and Canadians. So I'll just say that's a compliment to you, Killian, and also USC.
I don't know why you gotta have disdain for Canadians and Australians. Why you gotta make it so personal, bro?
Personal guy. But just
You
watch
know,
that video.
level.
It's funny.
You know, level is the same for all of us, right?
No, I don't know that.
What do you mean, no?
It's a very confusing question.
Why?
I'm supposed to be working right now.
Simply like, bro, are you not sitting? I don't know where you're sitting, your residence, wherever you happen to lay your head at night or rest your ass at during the day. But like, you have a tabletop counter, whatever, in front of you that's literally showing you level. And if you don't, I'm so very sorry about that. But like, everybody should have a place where they can place their cup of water, their plate of food that is observing level.
Well, I'd say it like this: if somebody's not directly above or below me, then based on my, paradigm, the way I see the world, we all have very different plums, and so yeah, level for you is going to mean something different than it does to me. So I think when you say level, you're assuming that we have the same horizontal and vertical.
Okay, so it's your claim then that the depending on the distance, the spread, if you will, of the observation points, that those points actually have an axial relationship, i.e., an epicenter that they point towards, if you will.
What do you mean, like the center of the Earth?
Yeah.
Yeah. Center of mass or something. Yeah.
All right. So that based on that claim, then, and do you agree with the 3960 mile radius claim?
Is the claim that that's like an average?
I don't know. It's the number that, from my understanding of the globe proponent, it's given. That's what it is. Is it not? Am I mistaken? Please inform me if I'm mistaken.
Well, I don't think you're not mistaken if you claim that it's a shorthand or it's a average. It's certainly not the truth in most places, so it's difficult to say. In most
Right.
places, it's not the radius, but it is the average or a shorthand. So
Okay, so then my question becomes, if we were to unpack that number, right, that you give us a 3959 radius, you're going to say this structure, this globe model has this dimension to it. Then we can break that dimension down, like macrocosm down to a microcosm scale, and start to understand how that number shows itself locally. So my question to you then becomes, how does is there a sample set, a sample distance set even that shows and demonstrates a 100-mile distance with a 1.25 mile drop encumbered within it?
yeah, not in the way you said it, but yeah. Actually, this is something I've been working on for a while. Is a GPS, but let's say you don't have GPS. If you're willing to use a different way to measure that 3959 over 100 miles, you could use the arc of the 39th parallel and all the triangles that they made, because they made triangles that, based on their size, correspond to being on the surface of a sphere of 3959. So, although it doesn't directly demonstrate it the way you said, it does demonstrate it, I guess.
Interesting. That's all I can say for that one, man. Thanks for the chat, Kosha.
Let me say it like this, though, too.
Yeah.
Also, if you were looking for that 3959, specifically in like the difference between two plums, and you imagine that the epicenter is at the center of the Earth, and those that angle or whatever angle, the difference between the two plums extended to the surface, then by that calculation, or you could calculate that a 1 degree angle that started from the center and got to the surface would measure about 69 miles, from one another. Like that would be the distance, arc length over the surface of the Earth. And so you could test it that way as well.
Interesting.
Is it logic?
Thanks, man.
Let me just say this, because I hate to be the guy that does this, and maybe I won't be, but with GPS, they're making devices now that are becoming more affordable to make these measurements. Once I get my hands on them, okay, I can do exactly what you just asked, which is make a straight line measurement, or make a measurement 100 miles, and make a horizontal straight line. So that starts at one point and goes 100 miles, and make a measurement on the surface of the Earth and compare it to where the difference is between that line and the surface of the Earth. That would be something that you can do with precise measurements of position. So, yeah, and these tools, some of us can get our hands on it. I just don't have. I haven't bought the. They're a couple $100. Soon they're going to be less than $100. But yeah, then you can make centimeter precise positions in which you can use to establish very long straight lines, which would be very useful for the measurements that you guys are interested in making.
Okay, so let me go follow up question to that then being, why is it then when we go up in altitude, we don't see deformation in the horizon presenting itself over a distance? Like, I mean, I have no idea what the distance is from, whatever elevation I'm going to view it to, or view it from, sorry, to be able to state that, it's 100 miles and there should be a 1.25 mile drop over that distance. But question being, how come the quote curve doesn't start to show up as we rise in elevation above the surface?
I think that has to do with the way that we view things. And so what happens with the horizon is anything in front of the horizon, anything before the ground starts being obstructed by itself, everything seems to rise up in our vision. So anything before the horizon will seem to rise up until it gets to the horizon. And then, as I said, the ground begins to obstruct things beyond it, including the ground itself. And then you're going to have a calculation for how much that happens the further you look. So what I mean to say is, if you raise up and your horizon is now further and further, all you're really doing is making a circle around you that defines the furthest point you can see along the surface. And in that circle, you're not going to see deformations or anything like that, because things are just behaving the way that your vision it works. The way your vision works is that things before the horizon raise up into the horizon. So yeah, I don't know if that answers it, but
And that's funny because we agree with that idea. Like, you and I agree with that. From a standpoint of, like, for sure the sky presents itself as a dome, right, where there is curvature involved in terms of what we're viewing above the horizon. But I'm just referring to, like, this is the ground that we're standing on, and it seems to present like a circular fashion around us, because we can see out, like we see out the radius of a circle to the very point, the node, if you will, of a circle. And then we can look around. As we turn around, we can literally observe the circle around us. And then we look up and we see the peak. There's no edges in the sky at all to even constitute that there's just edges in the sky. But, like, the surface itself appears to be flat and stationary, from a standpoint of what we're observing. And that's the thing where, like, the horizon interacts with our perspective. It presents itself as flat.
yeah. But that's because what you're doing is you're looking. So the way it presents itself is not directly. It's not going to directly come out to you and say, "Hey, I'm curved." But by virtue of the fact that you're looking around and the things that are before the horizon, they obey, perspective and this kind of thing. But what's being ignored is that the horizon actually creates things that are beyond it. They fall at a specific rate, rate of the curvature of the Earth or whatever. And that's what you should be looking for in the evidence for the curvature, because it's an almost indirect method of viewing it, but it's the only way we have, by just making observations, because anything before the horizon is not going to give you the intuition that there's curving. So
Okay, hold on. So you're saying to me that as things disappear, angularly dissolve themselves off into the horizon line, i.e., they go past the point that we can no longer visually resolve them. You're saying to me that they've gone beyond physical obstruction at that point, to steel man what you're saying?
in most cases, there's some cases when what you're saying is true, but if you wanted to be careful that that wasn't the case, you would just choose a sufficiently large object. So a ship
Could
is a
I
good.
could I ask a
Go
question
ahead.
real quick? So, what would be the angular size that you start to not resolve the object?
It depends on what you're viewing it with, right? Like, the horizon is
I
defined
have
as
a optical
the
instrument that allows me.
technical dude. Like, we chatted this morning of a morning for me, right? And you interrupted me consistently. I backed out. I'm not backing out of this conversation because you just got here, right? But I am going to state that this conversation needs to be moderated if you're going to interrupt me. right? Because,
Yes,
bro,
sorry.
I'm not going to get into it with you right now. I'm like a few minutes away from preparing dinner. I'm sitting to have this conversation, and I'm having a great conversation with Kosha, which I appreciate it.
Bro,
But I will walk all over you right now with this because, bro, this stuff is important because the horizon, again, is defined where the floor meets the sky, period. Right now, when things go beyond that point and we can no longer optically resolve them, i.e., see them, we can then get a viewing device like a telescope and bring that object back to view by reducing our distance to viewing the horizon line, right? So that object comes back to perspective. Zoom cameras do the same thing. This is the point in what we're observing. Thank you for listening to me.
Zoom cameras don't necessarily have better resolving power than your eye. It's just they have magnification, but even at some point the zoom cameras will not bring the object back. It will just be obstructed in half, and no matter how big your optical instrument is, that won't bring back the object.
Can we give
And
Coach
you
like a
think
chance to get back in there with him?
no, just fine. He's tactical French cat's fine.
Let him
Just like
finish.
we'll all try not to interrupt each other. Then that'll be it. But go ahead, tactical.
I finished. I asked a question.
Well, that's the thing, right? There's
They
video footage out there that
spoke
exists that show boats interacting
We
with the
didn't hear
horizon,
your question.
taking off into the distance, right? And you get something that again reduces your viewing distance. Your viewing distance, telescope, binoculars, whatever, and you're able to see that thing again. They have shoreline mounted binoculars where people can sometimes even put on a quarter and they can view how these boats interact with the horizon as they sail off into the horizon line itself. Right? These are things that happen. And the thing about it is once it happens and you see it, you can't undo it. You can't claim that there's an edge when you just reduce the distance to the horizon line with a perspective change.
I mean, because if it's just the resolving thing, the object that I would be looking at can be 1/46th of Jupiter's width right now, like optically, and I would be able to see it with the instrument that I have. So it has not to be only that.
Okay, I've got nothing for you in terms of celestial observations. Right, I realize you're using a telescope. You're using a telescope, are you not?
Yep.
He's pointing out that in the sky there's no horizon, right? There's no like there's nothing else like in the way like for the ships to merge into and have like a distortion mirroring at the surface. So therefore, the same thing should happen on the water. He thinks it's weird.
No, I didn't say that. I said that object that
You don't
is
need to say.
one.
You could say less. You could just say less.
I mean, you're. Why are you?
I mean, we're just doing like a butt. We're just doing like a butt in the middle of a conversation thing. It's everybody's doing it.
What's interesting too is the horizon then a physical place. Tactical, is that what you're saying?
Nah,
But I just wanted to address the no thanks. No, I didn't say anything about celestial observations. I said that if something is 1/46th of Jupiter's width optically right now, I can see it, and it's pretty damn small. It's like 1 arc second.
dude, and that's the problem, right? Is I can't bring in perspective when you're going to talk about stuff in the sky, right? And then why I was saying, I said
He's
it
not
earlier,
talking about stuff in the sky, bro.
bro.
He used that just as a size reference. He's not
Yeah,
saying
which has never
anything
been
in the
measured.
sky.
It's never been measured. No one's measured the size of Jupiter.
It's 47 arc seconds now.
Good diversion, dude. Yeah, so there's the number. Fuck Jupiter, that's the number.
It's just that
girls go to Jupiter.
You
Again, the thing that I want to make really clear. I'll withdraw after this. The thing that I want to make clear is right where we have the horizon. We gain altitude, we go up higher, and then we seem to that area or that line where the floor meets the ceiling or the floor meets the sky seems to extend out further, right? And then we know that objects that are on the sky, like planes, and we know objects that are on the floor, like
cars and boats all ride along the floor to that line. Right now, the observation when it comes to, again, how stuff is measured when it comes to the sky, I can't even begin to make that claim. Number one, I don't have a telescope, right? And number two, it's something that we're observing in the sky that we can't claim we have any idea of how it functions, because it's out there. We can't touch it. Thank you.
You can observe it and know quite a lot just based on observations, but yeah, let's not go there as we were talking about the horizon. The reference of Jupiter was just reference of angular size, because I thought you guys might realize that Jupiter is a dot in the sky, so something that's 1/46 of that dot in the sky is pretty small. And that's, let's say it's a dot, so that dot, if it was on the horizon, I could see it. So a boat going further and further, it could be 1 arc second and I will still be able to resolve it. So it disappearing
All right,
off
well
the
then do us all a
horizon.
favor. Listen, go take get your telescope, take me a picture of Jupiter on the horizon, and then I want another one when you're done that one where you can somehow zoom out on Jupiter until it disappears. So I need those two things first. You got to show me Jupiter, like what angular size it would disappear, and then you got to show it to me like touching the water on the horizon or something. So
And
that's fine.
see, the next problem that comes in, let me just say real quick, is the next problem that comes in is you claim, Tactical, that the stuff in the sky are solid objects, right? Based on the pictures you present. The thing that we're seeing here is that when you take these pictures, like take pictures of the sky with a P1000, the stars don't show as solid state. They show as altering. This is a problem.
Dude, he's not claiming anything about the stuff in the sky. Like, what is with these dishonest tactics? Like, if you're speaking the truth, you should not have to use these ridiculously dishonest tactics. The guy is saying nothing about the stuff in the sky. He gave you the number for the size he's talking about.
Yeah, so if you're talking about boats over the horizon and shit like that, you're talking about a convergence. The boat's hull is residing upon the water. Can you give me the angular measurement of 6 inches above the water to the water line at a distance of 4 miles? What's that angle? What's that arc angle?
I'm unsure, but if you claim that the angle is too accurate to, resolve it, I can have 6 meters of, how's it called? Focal length. So if that helps.
Yep. Foreshortening comes into play, and everything seems to converge towards one specific.
Yes, that's called the vanishing point, and when you
Eye
magnify.
line, right? Yeah, and when things start to accumulate all in one specific area, there's a ton of information, and that information becomes unresolvable from other information at various increments, and that changes depending on conditions of the atmosphere in which you're viewing it, as well as many other factors. So
Yes,
it
but
depends
if
on the optical device you're using.
the information which is condensed in a small point, it can be magnified and the information can be shown over a bigger area. So you will be able to resolve the data that is on that object when you magnify.
Yeah, yep, due to an increase in aperture. So what aperture increase would you need to be able to resolve that? Which
Not
is
aperture increase, focal length increase.
It's a combination of the two.
No.
Yep.
The diameter of your aperture just tells you how much magnification can you achieve at max. The angular
It's
size
aperture.
No, it's focal length and size of your sensor or lens that you put in. That's the only thing that matters when you magnify things with a telescope. Aperture just tells you what
I'm not
limit
talking
not.
about magnifying things within a telescope. I'm talking about resolvability over distance. The resolvability is not necessarily magnification. It has to deal with your aperture. It's along the lines of the Rayleigh criterion.
Alright, so the resolvability of my telescope is 0.3 arc seconds. That's the smallest division that it can resolve.
What's the
Your
aperture of your
telescope, I'm going to
telescope?
smash it. I'm going to smash
Well,
his telescopes on the ground one day. If I ever see you, I'm smashing it. I'm going to watch you cry.
12 inches or 305 millimeters.
12-inch aperture, is that what you're saying?
Yep.
Okay, so
Is that
what's the
what?
problem?
Hmm?
So what's the problem?
That at what distance will my telescope not be able to resolve, for example, a boat or a building, so that I will not see information on it?
What's the conditions you're looking through?
Well, first of all, you're trying to take a whole entire object and not just a portion of it. So that's going to play a role and a
I
factor. The problem that you guys conflate is that you think disappearance is solely based on the total object disappearing due to the inability to resolve the whole entire object, right? But we deal with convergence and optical phenomenon that we call perspective effects, as well as atmospheric conditions that can include things. We've got demonstrations of bottom-up unresolvability on known flat surfaces, not including ones where they take the camera and drop it halfway below the line, where the camera is actually above the surface. It's demonstratable and repeatable over and over. You can actually do it for yourself. The problem is you guys just don't want to do it for yourself because you might realize the error in your way.
right, so including perspective, which is change of angular size with distance, unless you claim that there's an infinite amount of small dots that also like disappear with the distance. But anyways, including atmosphere, because the 0.3 arc seconds is without atmosphere and vacuum. So including atmosphere on an average day, I'd be able to resolve like 2 or 3 arc seconds. So if data was 3 arc seconds apart, I could resolve it. So that's also very
That's
small
cool.
thing.
Yeah, that's cool.
I've seen many things disappear without it going bottom up, just going into obscurity. Like if you take a boat and you go 10 miles offshore here in Florida, the buildings don't disappear bottom up. They just disappear into the opaqueness of the atmosphere.
That's why you need to wait for a clearer day, or maybe use an infrared camera.
An infrared
Oh, so
camera.
you basically what he's saying is you need to wait until we can cherry pick the one that best matches our model, and then we'll claim that this is how it works.
No, that's not my point. If the atmosphere is preventing you from seeing an object that is further away, which we know we can see on the other days, maybe let's stick to the time when we can see the object directly. Because, yeah, you can't see an object when it's foggy on the horizon.
It's always foggy on the horizon. There's never a day that you can't you think the horizon's a hard line. That's where your mistake is, because you
I
see the
don't think
water.
that.
But if you were to look up from the water a little bit, that's unresolvable.
Yeah, I
Just
don't think that
mass
it's a straight line.
turbulence.
Especially on the horizon, there's like majority of the optical effects that happen.
Well,
Especially
then
like
welcome
over
to
water.
flat Earth, bro. Because on a globe, it would have to be a hard line, and it would be in the same place every single day.
No, because
It's a
of the existence of
geometric.
atmosphere.
We can just figure out geometrically, right? Can't
But
we Google the radius of the Earth and it'll give us numbers, right?
without the atmosphere, you could calculate and it would happen every time. But as we already stated, atmosphere plays a big part when seeing objects close to the horizon. On the both models, atmosphere makes every observation of the horizon a trouble.
Yeah, but we never see the horizon where it's supposed to be according to the geometric position. It's always moving every day,
Because
even during the day.
because its geometric position would be if we had no atmosphere.
No, that's not that. It's not possible that that would be the case, because you're going to have to invoke other non-scientific nonsense.
Like
Like you're going to say, because refraction, That's the reason we have the black swan image when that's not the case at all, right? Because what law of refraction are you using?
Do you disagree that refraction exists? Or are you one of those who say that it needs to travel through two mediums, and you most likely mean like from air to glass?
Yeah, that's that. Well, if you're looking at Snell's law, the law of refraction, that's what it says. So
you know that in the Snell's law we can input two mediums which are the same medium just with a different density or a different refraction index, and would still work.
Okay, well then you're not using Snell's law for the purpose it was designed.
No, you can input any value of refraction index that you want in the Snell's law equation and it would work. That's what it was made for.
No, it doesn't work like that. Snell's law was made because it's a difference between two isotropic mediums. Examples are glass, water, air. You could go ahead and read the definition for yourself. Now, if you want to say, oh, we could just input air with two different densities, this is another thing you guys mess up so majorly. The air closest to the ocean is the least dense, right? Doesn't it have the most humidity?
No, it's the most dense.
Oh, okay, so more humidity equals more dense air. Is that correct?
Yes, but don't talk to me as a...
Go ahead and Google that for me. Go ahead and Google, is humidity create a more dense layer of air or a less dense layer?
But that's still not my point. I wanted to ask you, so what data do you input in the Snell's law equation for it to work, in your opinion?
He asked you a question. Can you answer it? Hot air more dense, hot air less dense, that kind of thing.
Yeah. What is humid air? What do you believe? Is it more dense or less?
Humider, I thought you just said close to the ocean. But humider, I think it's less dense than non-humider.
Okay. Where does the evaporation cycle begin? Doesn't it begin at the top of the ocean? So wouldn't the layer right above the top of the ocean be the most humid?
You're looking over an ocean, almost all the air will be very humid.
Okay, exactly. So we have a least dense amount of air down. And then when we're looking at the black swan, we're at what? 1 foot or whatever, 5 foot observer height. And what are we looking through? We're looking directly straight through. In your model, we'd be looking up technically. So we'd be looking through a less dense medium straight near us. And then as we go up, it'd be even more less dense according to you guys because it's, the gradient.
And that's a different refraction index.
So this is why sinking refraction is more analogous to standard atmospheric refraction than any other type of refraction, which is why standard atmospheric conditions give you the appearance of sinking refraction. Thank you, Andrew Thomas Young.
And Thora, can you answer my question? So what value would you input in the Snell's law equation for it to work in your
Snell's
opinion?
law is like, I'll give you an example of Snell's law, real world.
No, I don't want an example. I want the equation.
You take a pencil and you stick it in a glass of water and it appears to be in a different position in the water. You have air and water there. So what you would input into the Snell's law equation is the air and the water. Yeah, and then you would come up with the angle that you're seeing. You cannot do that with the atmosphere.
Air and water is not a number that you can type into an equation. What is the data that you need from the water and from the air to input the equation?
You can just go ahead and look at what Snell's law says. I don't have to know that exact information.
If you're referring to a law,
and if you want to say that, no, we're going to use Fermat's principle instead, please show me where I'm going to enter in density and temperature in the Fermat's principle.
I asked you a question and you didn't answer, really. You brought up the Snell's law, so I think you should know the equation. I didn't bring up whatever you just said.
I know the important parts of Snell's law, and you're saying that we're going to go ahead and use Snell's law math for the atmosphere, which is incorrect.
I didn't.
Which math are you going to use then to decide that the black swan is refraction?
That's not even what I asked you for. I just asked you for what value do we need to get an answer from the Snell's law equation. What type of data do we need to get from those two mediums to calculate it?
Dude, that's not the point.
Only one medium, not two.
But
that's the problem.
Air is one medium.
But that's not what I'm asking you for. I don't care about the mediums that we will type in. It can be water, it can be air. Let's stick with that. So what do you need to get from the air and from the water to type into the equation so you can calculate it?
This is a non sequitur. You're not
Yes,
just
it
going to
is.
run off onto some other tangent here. You're missing the point. The point is you're not going to be able to use Snell's law. I don't care what numbers you want to put into it through one medium.
Angle of incidence.
So I did not receive an answer to my question. I still, if you are bringing
I
Snell's
answered your
law,
question. It's called a non sequitur.
no, let's assume that I have no idea what Snell's law is, and you just brought it up as a point. So I want to know more about it. Is this
I
a
explained with a real world example for someone that has no idea what it is. Snell's law is when you stick a pencil into glass, that what you're seeing, the apparent change in position when we know the pencil is obviously not in a different position, that's the law of refraction. That's what's going on there.
okay?
Now, I don't care about what the mathematics are, what needs to be done. If you can understand that simple demonstration, you can understand there's no way we can apply that to the atmosphere.
So okay, now I have an understanding of theory of how it works, but I still don't know how to quantify it.
If you want to quantify it, go learn more about it and do little pencil and water experiments. But it is not going to be the case for the black swan image.
Yeah,
There's only
you're
one
trying to
medium.
conflate two different things. Yeah, you're trying
Yeah.
to talk about Snell's law, but then try to talk about Fermat's principle, and then you're trying to
I
equate
didn't
that with
bring
the
up the
atmosphere.
I
But
didn't bring up the whatever
the
principle.
problem with that is Snell's law deals with two different mediums and an angle of incidence, meaning the difference from the normal in which you're viewing that object would give you the fraction, and it's all based on the refractive index of the two different mediums and the
Napalm, why
angle of
are you
incidence.
gaslighting me? I never brought up the whatever principle you're talking about. I never talked about it.
Okay, then let's talk about Snell's law. So what's your response to what I said, other than the fact that I did mention Fermat's principle, which is what you should be using, but you don't want to talk about that. So let's talk about Snell's law, the incorrect one.
I just wanted to know from Torah what values would I need to input into that equation for me to get an answer from that equation.
Like I just said, you need to know the refractive index of the two different mediums, and then the angle of incidence at the barrier of those two different mediums, the deviation from the normal in which you're viewing the object. So if you have two different mediums and you have two different refractive indices of these two different mediums, and you know the angle of incidence in which you're viewing the object, then you can do the calculation of refraction. Do you have that and what you're talking about?
I'm not talking about anything, I was just asking a question. Okay, so now I know that I need two refractive indexes and a angle.
Angle of incidence at the barrier of the two different mediums. So you
Impossible
need
to
to
find
determine
it.
that. Exactly. So you would need to determine that in order to figure out the angle of incidence or your deviation from normal.
You can't apply it to the atmosphere. You just cannot do that. There's no glass. There's no two mediums. You have one medium, so you can't. You're trying to apply something that you can't do. You do not have two mediums to begin with. You have one. You have air. That's it. One
Air
medium.
can have different refraction indexes, which is what you need for Snell's law equation.
You need
Now
the
we just need
angle of
angle.
incidence.
Yes, I
Dino.
was going to talk about it. Now I just need to figure out the angles, which would be the harder part, but I think it's doable. So now we know that half of the Snell's law can be done with the atmosphere, as we need two refraction indexes, not two mediums.
That's You're never going to be able to figure that out. The atmosphere doesn't have hard barriers from one layer to the next. It can be this pressure, and it could, go from 1 meter to 3 meters, but then in another place, it only goes from 1 meter to 2 meters. So it's not like a plate. It could be like a wave shape, dude. It's not going to be a hard barrier that you're going to be able to decide the angle of incidence.
Yeah, you got to have the two different mediums where you have the hard barrier, what he's talking about. and then the angle of incidence. You've got to have the two separate mediums. You can't just have air and different warmer air or more humid or more dense air or whatever. It's still just air. It's not two mediums. It's one medium.
But
That's
in the
the problem.
equation, it doesn't say you need two mediums. You need two refraction indexes.
The definition literally says two mediums.
Yes, it does.
And the equation
It says you
doesn't need
need
two
two
mediums. It needs two refraction indexes of
Yeah, if you want to do it
something.
wrong.
No, I have the thing that it requires me to have, which is two refraction indexes, two angles, and then I do something with them to get the answer. So I
You
don't
can't
need to
get it from
input.
one medium. Can't get it from one medium.
But I'm not typing air and air into the equation. I'm typing the refraction index of one specific part in the air and the refraction index of the other part in the air. That's doable.
So you just said air and air. So you are using air and air. You just said that.
And the equation requires me to
Oh.
have two refraction indexes, not two mediums with
And the
refractive
angle
index.
of incidence. How are you going to calculate your angle of incidence? You're never going to be able to calculate it, okay, Tactical French Cat? That's the problem. You guys have just made up this refraction claim without knowing anything about it. We've falsified the radius, bro. Get over it and figure out what your next move is. And it's not refraction.
Right.
I don't think if I even brought the refraction up, but sure.
Refraction is dead. Forget it.
You tell me how you could practically measure the change in the refractive index of the air across an entire optical corridor that you're viewing over miles.
I have
You
no
tell
idea.
me where you've gathered that data. Yeah, exactly. Nobody does. That's why it's guesstimations and approximations. And then you have these models which are built off of observations, which is where your whole entire model was built from to begin with. So falsification isn't possible with optical measurements or observations when the model was built solely based off of observations and atmospheric conditions in a normal or a quote unquote standard situation, which means average. So there you go. There's unfalsifiability to any observations or observational claims of whatever you guys want to use observations to say that this is evidence for the model. Your model was built solely based on observations. And then you come back and reaffirm the observations to confirm your model. It's just affirming the consequence or begging the
I came here
question.
to discuss resolvability, and I think Tora put me into a discussion about the black swan and refraction, which I was not here for.
You were talking about things on the horizon being obstructed, okay? That's
No,
where you're going to
refracted.
end up in the conversation if that's what you're talking about, because some days things aren't obstructed, bro.
But I didn't make a claim that it is a physical thing. I was just asking questions to, I think it was Killian, or I'm not sure who I was talking about. So that if his claim is that it's resolvability which makes the object disappear, then what if I use a big instrument which has a lower limit? And I didn't claim that it's impossible on a flutter that will happen, or that it's only possible on a globe because it's a geometric curve. No, I didn't say that. I was just trying to figure out his point.
My point is that objects disappear in the distance to the naked eye. We can then reduce our viewing distance to the horizon line by introducing something like a binoculars or a telescope, and the object comes back into view. That sheer observation on its own takes away any kind of claimed edge or the potentiality of a claimed edge being there. This is the point.
I think I already agreed with someone in this chat today that refraction can cause the flutter to look like it's obstructing things. I think I already agreed with that.
Let me ask you a question about refraction. Could you locally demonstrate refraction?
Well, and also, what convinced you? What convinced you earlier with somebody else in the chat? Was it like a demonstration in reality? Or,
No, that's just how it would work. It's not.
Yeah.
It's not just for one model. It would work on both.
Okay, so it's something in reality that convinced you of the flat Earth. I got you.
No, it didn't convince me of flat Earth. I'm just saying that can work on both models. It's not just for one.
But the explanation that flat Earth offers is something that you can see in reality. I got you. Yeah. Doing what they're claiming it's doing, opposite of what the globe claims it's doing. I
Not
hear you.
really.
So refraction on the globe high obstructs things in reality.
It's the same for both models. It
So
doesn't matter if
refraction,
it's
okay.
flat or globe. The refraction would still look like it's obstructing something.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay, no tanks, if I may. So again, locally, can you demonstrate refraction?
Yeah, sure, and the easiest way to do it is like, with water and glass, like Tora said. That's the easiest way for refraction with like a gas. You need a lot of it. So if you give me like a 2 kilometer tube,
I'm asking, so you would use the cup of water to demonstrate refraction?
If you were to give me like a 3 kilometer tube that I can use to put gas in, then I could also locally demonstrate refraction with gas, but that's a bit more to do than just gas and water. But that's the easiest way to do it.
Okay, so I'm going to ask you about
How
a
does that
local
apply to reality? How does that
observation.
apply to reality is what I want.
Well, yeah, God Rocker. Let me just ask this question. I'll withdraw after this because I got to grab my food. But thank you for the space, man. Appreciate it, partner. And I'm tailing in on this. My question being, and I'd like you to tell me what it is I'm observing. I set my oven for 425 degrees Fahrenheit. It dings. I open the oven and I notice that the temperature that's listed on the panel of the oven, those numbers start to move. What would you call that?
I don't think that's refraction. That would be the heat moving the air, but I think that would be kind of a refraction because the air makes the path of light a bit different.
All right, perfect. So we agree that there's optical lensing occurring in the medium that we're observing, i.e., us, our eyes, and the numbers listed on the panel of the clock. But we also know for a fact that hold on. I'll just say this. We also know for a fact that those numbers never move, right? They don't change. They just appear to move based on the introduction of the heat signature to cause the optical lensing.
I know where you're going. Yes, on the flat Earth that would
No,
work.
I'm not. You're not here for your third eye ability to see where I'm going. You're here for the conversation, which allows us to finish our sentences. This is what I've been trying to beat into your head since 9 a.m. my time local this morning. I appreciate you for being here for the conversation, but please allow us to finish our statements. Go. That means speak.
All right, go.
Remember, you knew where he was going, and you were going to say it. Yeah.
No, me. Oh, yeah. That we know that they don't move, and when you're looking at something in the distance, you know that it doesn't move, but it appears to move. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a curve or geometric, whatever that we as guys claim. So that could work on flat Earth too. I know what the point would be, that the heat from the air, I know, something like this. So yeah, I already agree that it would work on both models. With whatever optical effects you would claim, yes, it would work.
You're getting me on the. You're confusing me. Maybe Killian and you can work it out, but you're confusing me with it works, like with it happens. So it happens on both models, or it works on both models. Like, can you differentiate those two?
It works on both models and happens only on the one because only one is the reality.
No. It works means something. Like it means it's performing a function, right? And like it happens is just what it is, right? So it happens. Okay, so it happens on both models. That's one thing, right? So it happens on both models. How does it work on both models?
I think you're
I'm asking you.
It doesn't matter the shape of the Earth, the physics don't change. So when you have an atmosphere on flat and globe, atmosphere will still act the same way. It doesn't matter the shape that's under it. So it works on both models, it's not relevant to the shape.
And what are the effects that you guys just went over? The effects of it?
Objects appearing to disappear bottom up or obstructed. That's why I never really bring up this argument, because I don't know jack shit about refraction to talk with you guys about refraction. That's why I only talk about resolvability, because that's the only thing I can actually bring into this conversation.
What's interesting is the two models are different in a very distinct way. In the way
I
that
can
on
be
a flat
your.
Earth, you're look. Am I roboting?
No, but yes,
No, my bad.
and
My
I
bad.
understand.
No, let him finish. Let him
Alright.
finish. I interrupted him. Let him finish.
I was just gonna say, when you're looking off of a sphere, you're looking through the gradient. When you're looking on a flat Earth, you're looking through the same density of air the whole way.
Yeah,
No, I was
but
just gonna say I could be your refraction guy. Hit
yeah,
me
you
up.
most likely know it better. I'm not good with this topic. That's why I never bring up evidence like, oh, Earth is a globe because bottom up obstruction. No. You guys have few explanations which, yes, they would work if they were true. Sure. I'm not disagreeing with that, but yes, Thor, when you're on a flat Earth, you look through basically the same gradient, so there shouldn't be any refraction. But still, refraction works the same on both models. That's why I said the thing would work on both models, because it doesn't matter the shape, atmosphere would still refract light. Unless you were to, for example,
Yeah,
give
but
me some calculations that are
well,
specifically
I mean,
for your model.
you guys went over it earlier with the less dense air being at the surface, so that would cause up. I guess that the claim that you're making.
No, I'm
Is that
not
why your
making any
model works?
claim. No, and I'm not claiming
Okay.
my model works. I'm comparing
Okay.
two. I'm not defending one specifically. That's why I'm not saying, oh, it works on a globe, not a flat Earth. No, it works on both. That's not something that's arguable about.
Right. Resolvability at the surface is different than looking up to the sky.
No, it's the
There's no
same.
there's no well, yeah, sure, but there's no horizon. There's no mixture of information. There's no
There
absorption of
is.
the light.
There is. There's
What?
actually quite a lot.
The black matter? What?
No. When the object that I'm looking at is below 20 degrees, not only is it blurry, also its light is getting refracted. So I see an object and I see a fringe that is red on the bottom and blue on the top. That's called atmospheric dispersion. And I need to correct for that if I want to get good photos of, for example, Saturn from my location. So it doesn't matter if it's on the horizon or in the sky, the effects are still the same.
Yeah. So like, what would you like? I mean, so what would you be able to do? Would you be able to zoom out on Jupiter and get that angle?
What angle?
Like how small until you can no longer resolve Jupiter? Because you just, I mean, you obviously can't do the horizon.
That angle doesn't exist. It doesn't matter how small it would be in the field of view. My telescope would still be able to see it because it still takes up a part of the field of view.
You'd be able to resolve it, or
Since I can see it with my eyes, it doesn't matter how little I magnify with my telescope. I still be able to see it.
like it's still there. You just can't see it. Like boats are
No, I
still there.
can.
You just can't see them. Or oh, you can see them. Okay. So there's no point you could ever zoom out. Is what you're saying?
No, there's no zoom out that I could do to stop seeing it. I would
Yes.
need
I
to
mean,
be
it's,
on
yeah.
minus magnification since I can see it with my eye. The telescope that has like 1,000 something times more light gathering ability.
Have you ever tried turning the telescope around like that seagull did in the Mermaid? Little Mermaid. Try that.
Why would I be turning my telescope backwards to the thing that I want to look at?
No. You want to test what's the smallest angle you can get at that, right? Isn't that what you came in and asking me? I mean, you asked it, but like you have the equipment for it, so solve it.
Turning
Right?
my mirror away from the object that I want to look at is like, a very stupid idea.
No, I want to see a picture of you doing it. I want
Go
to see.
stand in front of a mirror, turn your back to the mirror, and tell me how you look.
Yeah, that's what I want you to do. I want you to turn the telescope around, flip it around, and look through the big end, and tell me if you can make out Jupiter.
French cat.
Yep. So
What's up, man? What's your favorite What's your favorite thing about the heliocentric model?
there isn't any. What
There's
would
no
be
favorites.
no? What? How can you have a favorite in like a model? That's
Okay. Let's say how do you see the future of space travel?
for now.
Yeah.
It's probably going to get, monopolized. There will be private companies which will want to get money from it, like it's going to be now.
What do you think? When can you be able to go to space?
Never. It's for the rich people. I'm not one of the rich guys. The people who will not have money will be left on Earth, and people who have money will live in space, and the Earth would most likely end up as a garbage bin.
Like, isn't there like a Hollywood movie about this?
Probably.
I forgot the name of it. No, I know that there is a movie about this, where the rich people live in some kind of spinning wheel or something.
They're all about this. Every space movie is like about that. Once they're already like established and
Yeah, but
colonized in space.
that's quite probable. You see that rich people now want to live their lives on the cost of you living a worse life. So if it happens to be they live in space and have fucking good life, and you live on Earth and basically live on trash, well, what they're going to choose? Space.
So when do you think they're going to like build some kind of habitat for these rich people?
I don't know. Probably not in the close future. We don't have rockets that will be able to build something like that. Maybe Starship, but well, it exploded on the first launch, and on the second it'll probably also.
Out of curiosity, not just like it's actually a serious question of mine. Because I don't know. So if we had the technology in the past to like go to the moon, or even more interesting, if we have the technology to create a space station, what is like holding us off from creating let's say a commercial station where rich people can like chill and sleep and eat?
Most likely that will be the Axiom station. So the ISS will, in like a decade or so, be out of service. So they will be deorbiting and will be in the atmosphere. And I think there was a plan, or is a plan, that some private company will build their space station, docking their modules to the ISS, and then they will undock from the ISS. The ISS will burn, and the Axiom will remain. And that's supposed
Why
to be.
why is the ISS going to burn?
It's going to be deorbited, so they take it out of orbit, burn it
But
in the
why?
atmosphere. A few modules failed, like the Russian module. I think I don't even remember when that was. It leaked. It's not getting safer. It's getting worse for the crew. So it's also, from the footage from inside, you could see that it's fucking junky. It looks like you're in a warehouse, not a space station.
Okay, but why would you create it this way? You know, with such a temporary
Don't ask me.
outcome.
And it's not temporary. It's like, how long is the ISS up there? 20 years or something? Yeah, about that.
Okay.
Yeah, it definitely looks more like they're in a warehouse to me, that's for sure. Good point.
So you think in the near future we can finally get some serious Instagram stories from rich people up in space? You know, like having nice dinners, or like let's say so they get some YouTubers up there to make some reviews for super rich people, kind of like the YouTube videos of like first class Emirates
I know
guys.
that would be cool, but after like I don't know a month, it would become boring. I don't know who even watches those interviews.
But would you think that all the rich people would go up there and would need to go through all the training that an astronaut goes through?
I think the only training would be the G-force training because it's not something that's just happening. Yeah, probably. I don't know. But yeah, if I was rich, I would. If and I had the chance to go to space, I'd spend some money.
What do you think? Why hasn't like obviously we know that he got the money. What do you think? Why hasn't Mr. Musk been to space yet?
Why do they got to do G-force training at all? I mean, can't they just have like a contraption that just like kind of like you put yourself in like what's his name, Da Vinci? You know, like the guy, the human with his arms spread out. You just spin in a circle, just kind of like bat off that.
You just discovered a G-force machine that they
Yeah,
use to train people.
just
So
put that
yes,
shit in the rocket.
Why do you think that Elon Musk hasn't been to space yet, but rather just shoot a car up?
I don't know. Some people say coaches don't play. But yeah, I don't know.
But isn't that weird? Like, can you understand that as someone who has put so much money and effort into space travel and wants to privatize it for other people and make it more affordable and easy, that he himself has never visited that so-called place outside of the boundaries of Earth? I mean, isn't that like the first thing? I mean, if I would believe it to be real, I would have the money and I would have be the owner of the company. I would set myself up there just for a few weeks. You know, what's the big deal? You know, at least get it to experience. Who knows? Maybe in 2 years I have a heart attack or something. You know, that's what would be me when I would be Elon Musk. You know.
Well, then you should try to ask Elon Musk about it. I'm not him.
It's kind of like parallel to like why the owners of McDonald's don't eat McDonald's.
Because it's shit. Everyone knows it's a poison.
Yeah, well,
There
that's
you
an
go.
easy answer.
There
Yeah.
you go. Same answer.
Oh, okay, sure.
I mean, I think Bezos went up in his rocket to the Kármán line.
But yeah, that's true. I mean, there isn't, what is the other guy? It's the Virgin Galactic guy. What's his name again? I forgot.
I don't know. It's probably one of those three rich motherfuckers. There's Elon Musk, Jeff Bezos, and that one guy which name I don't remember.
And is it frustrating that only these rich, I don't want to say the word, but are the ones to visit the place that you like so much?
I don't know. I don't have money. I live in a system in which people with money have power and have everything, and I will be working my life out for someone. Yeah, that's how the life works.
You're not able to work for yourself?
I don't think so.
Do you think these
What
people,
about becoming a plumber?
do you think these people could be still doing what they're doing or existing as the 1% having more wealth and money than 99% of the world if everyone would think like a flat earther or like most of the people you visit here on Discord? Do you think these people would withstand such society?
The society in which we live right now is shit. So
No, that's not my question. I'm just saying, if the majority of people, let's say 99%, would be thinking the same way as the people you're talking to most of the time who are contrary to your beliefs, which would be me and people like, everyone in here basically. You think a society
Not me.
run by people like us, on this geo server, for example, you think these 1% would still be able to do what they do right now?
Don't
most
lump me in
likely,
with you hippies. Don't
most
lump me in
likely,
with all
but
these hippies.
we're not necessarily on two different ends of the stick. We have the same position, I think, for the government and the rich people. They're not good people.
Yeah, I man, I 100%
Yeah, and
agree with you.
and I understand that. Yeah, most likely, if everyone was thinking like this, their maybe would be some change done, but the 1% will still control everyone. Like, sure, you
No,
may
they
on
can't.
Discord.
That's the thing. You're removing, like, if you think like Clay, you're removing their mechanism of control, right? Because the control comes from anybody's control comes from your belief in their
Yeah,
power. Yeah.
exactly.
Not really. If they prevent you from having any sources to live, then, well, you don't live.
Well, what's
Well,
preventing me? Nothing is preventing me in life. I'm living a very
If
relaxed
99%
life.
of humanity had their own food, their own electricity, or no, that's not even needed, their own house, etc., then the system would fail. But because that's not what's happening in reality, unfortunately, the system will remain. Because it's based on that. Yeah, if
Well, the main question would be if everyone would be as um, annoying with questions, which mostly flat earthers are. They question almost everything, right? The question is if, like I do right now, the
No.
question would be would such 1% still be maintaining their status? And I would personally think no. No.
Well,
I
they'd
mean,
have to be fit. I mean, they could with physical. They could physically. Yeah,
yeah,
but
sure, you ask
they have to get
questions,
to that
but
point.
no matter the amount of questions, their power is not like something you can do anything about. If everyone was asking questions, then, well, okay, is in that reality money a thing? Because you can control people with money. It doesn't matter how good or bad they are.
No,
Listen,
I'm saying
you listen.
if we would simultaneously, sorry, my question was wrong. I'm just
Yeah.
saying if we would simultaneously get the conscience of 99% of the world having having the conscience of most flat earthers, which are on this Discord, or true earthers or whatever, people like us, would they still be, this whole concept of 1% having more than the 99%?
I don't think so, but most likely, eventually, after a few years, it'll end up like this. That's just how humans work. You get to the power, you always
Yeah.
want more. So,
Well, let me address that for a second, right? So the thing that I don't believe is that that like they have any so you said, well, like, what about they have all the money, right? Like, so like, what are they doing with the money that I can't do myself? Like, what do I need money for? Like, that's the thing. Like, so once you realize that you're on an earth that was made to sustain you, right? Then you can work the earth, and you can work within the earth, right? You don't need their money, right? So you're not detaching and saying, well, I want to take their money and then they'll be poor, ha ha ha, I'll be winning. You just realize you don't need their money to get what you really need in your life, right? You detach from the system, and then they lose their power through
I mean,
that. So
sure,
they don't hold the power
you
because they
can
don't
live
hold.
just
Yeah.
off of the earth alone, but if you have any hobby, well, say bye bye, because without money or any way of.
Takes no money. It takes no money to do it. I mean,
Okay,
it
so
doesn't
you
take
just
money.
take thing that you want, and that's all. Okay, that
Right.
would.
So you have to, right. Exactly. So that's what I'm pointing out, is that you have, what you're changing is your desires and what your wants are, right? So like right now they have us in this system where we want what they tell us
If we
we
change
want,
the
right?
whole reality, the reality will be different.
No, no,
Congratulations.
no. Yeah, yeah. If we don't want what they tell us, right? So they tell us we want this and we want that, and we need to get money to get what we want, because what we want is what they're telling us we want. But you detach from what they're telling you, right? And you realize it doesn't hold any weight. It doesn't hold any value to my life. Like your goal doesn't really do anything. Gold doesn't do anything for me. It doesn't do anything. It doesn't work for me in any shape or form. So you detach from what they tell you want, and then they don't hold any power over you. You grow food, you can drink water from the sky, you can clean it, you can drink it. And eventually you phase out everything that they tell you need, unless they want to come physically force you to do it. Yeah.
All right, so you're a self-sustainable person. Now, let's say you have a hobby, I know, let's say photography. Because some people like to have hobbies unless you're a very bored person. Without money, currency, etc., how will you get a camera? You won't build it because you most likely have no idea how to build it.
Why not?
Do you know how to build one?
Fuck no.
And
But
99% of
of you
people.
to just assume that was a little bit rude. Maybe I do know how to build one.
And you don't, so I assumed correctly.
I don't know. Yeah. But so what you do then is you go to I mean, it doesn't mean you lose. So you got to you're kind of mixing up like all you're doing is living off of like plants and out in the woods or something. That's not what you're doing, right? Is what you're doing is you're just rearranging a value system, right? So now when somebody's like, you know what, gold doesn't mean anything. You know what does mean something? Clean fucking water, right? And you're like, oh yeah, no tanks, got a bunch of clean water. Hey, you want my camera? Yeah, I'll take your camera. So you're just changing the value system. So then when they have
Alright,
all these
so
rockets,
the 1% now, instead of having money, has shit ton of water.
what?
And
Fitum? I don't know what that is.
so the 1% now has money which they can bribe people with and basically have control over everything because they can buy shit. Now, if you take clean water as a currency,
Yeah, but that's just right there. That right there. I just want to point out before you go, that step right there is a step that you have to change. But go ahead.
Yeah, and you can't hoard rainwater.
you can bottle it, you can store it in a container.
You can hoard it like the government. 1% of people can hoard all the rainwater from everyone else in the world.
Oh, they can't, but they can for sure have more of it. You will need to wait for the rain, and they will just have shit ton of water all time. So, if you're desperate for it, they 1% will give you the water, but for something, which is what they do now, but with the money instead of water.
Why do you think the 1% care about you? Like, that
Don't
doesn't
know.
make any sense to me.
I mean,
No one's saying that.
the 1% will never be gone if you introduce any kind of currency.
Listen, people have people, independent people, they got together, they assembled, and they crashed the stock market like 4 times over the last 4 years. I don't know if you remember that, right? With their purchasing power, just between a small minority of individuals did it, right? They do care what you do because that's their control mechanism. They care what you care about. They want to control what you care about. Therefore, they'll control your purchasing and everything else. And right, so you can detach from that.
Is in a perfect
Completely.
world where there is no money and everyone is of a similar mindset of we need to live and
No.
life is good, etc. Yeah, the 1% will disappear. What are we even arguing about? What is this conversation?
Well, which one? Well, which
But
one
the
lends to a better?
boogeyman.
Clay was asking you which one lends to a better future, right? The globe, right? Which will say things like there's a scarcity of land, there's a scarcity of natural resources, availability is not there, the population is increasing, we're running out of air, we're running out of trees, right? So they're promoting scarcity of all of these things, right? Where I mean, not to say that model is true. Okay, another model might be true where there's no scarcity of water whatsoever. We're just a tiny little bit of land sticking out of the water, right? You can clean the salt water. We know that, right? That's no problem. You turn it into drinking water. There's no scarcity of land because there's no edge. Like the globe has an edge, but I don't know where the edge is, right? But so there's a different paradigm of thinking where they automatically lose control because those are their control mechanisms. Is scarcity.
Yes, let's imagine a perfect world where everything is cool and there are unicorns flying in the sky, and yes, of course, that model is looking better.
Yeah.
I know,
Welcome.
right? It's like, yeah, if we just ignore all the problems, we can pretend that everything
Yeah,
is
sure.
wonderful. But that
Let's
doesn't
make
remove the problems.
a thought experiment. Let's imagine that everyone now has a car which runs on magic and you don't need anything to fuel it. How will the petrol system live? Will it fail or
Yeah,
will
no.
it not? Of course it
Yeah.
will
So
fucking fail because you're
so
making
now
it fail.
whichever one is true and whichever one is false, like model, like oh, you got a globe model, you got a flat Earth model, whichever one is true, which way of thinking, right? So even if all the people mistakenly thought that the Earth was a realm that did not have a scarcity of resources or land to live upon, right? Which would breed a better world for you to live in?
The Earth
That's
doesn't
just gonna
care
make
if I.
things.
Yeah, the Earth
Yeah, it's
doesn't
gonna
care
make
if I
things
think.
worse.
If
Because
I
then
think
people aren't considering the fact that the